More Than Just Luck by Jaclyn Weist, narrated by Amy Hilburn. Chapter 1. Megan. I was about to leave on a dream vacation, and all I could worry about were leprechauns. They were supposedly defeated, but I wasn't sure I believed that. I packed the last of my clothes and volleyball gear into my bag and zipped it up, then checked the closet and desk to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. I scooped up the few pieces of leprechaun gold sitting on my desk and set them in the bottom of my trunk. Just before I closed the lid, I touched the sword that had saved me many times over. There was no way I could take it with me on the plane, but I felt bare without it. Besides, we were just going to play volleyball. It wasn't exactly dangerous. "Hey, Megan, are you ready to go? We need to get to Twin Falls." Mom stood in the doorway, smiling. We would be meeting the rest of the all-star volleyball team at the airport before heading off to Europe. "Yeah, just finished packing." I fiddled with the four-leaf clover ring on my finger and brushed away the wish that Jared and Beth could come with me. This was my thing this time. They had other places to be. "You'll be fine, sweetie. You got the bad guy, remember?" She put her arms around me. I sighed. "Yeah, I know, but you can't blame me for being jumpy." I pulled away and grabbed my bag. "Let's go before Adam and Dad change their minds about letting you come with me." Mom laughed. "There's no chance they're keeping me home. I need a vacation and some time with my daughter. Besides, someone's got to keep you out of trouble." Yeah, like that would ever happen. Trouble hadn't left my side since halfway through my junior year, when a leprechaun had shown up at my door and stolen my luck. No, seriously. Mom and I headed downstairs to say goodbye to everyone. Adam and William barely looked up from the TV. Dad kissed Mom, promising to go out for dinner only if they absolutely had to. I figured that meant every night. Dad and Maddie followed us out to the front porch and watched as Mom and I put our luggage in the back of the car. We hopped in and pulled out of the driveway, and I couldn't help grinning as I waved. We made our way to the freeway, and a few minutes later headed for Twin Falls. I looked out the window, enjoying the peaceful silence of the car. The fields were green with wheat and potatoes. I loved the summers in Idaho, but I couldn't wait to go to Europe. I'd been in Ireland just a few months before while saving the day, and it had been freezing. I looked forward to seeing it in the summer. "So, are you excited?" Mom asked. "Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We have a few games, but I'm more excited about the sightseeing. How about you?" "I've been dying to travel through Europe since I was your age. I can't wait for the tours." Mom hummed to a song on the radio, smiling. This vacation would be good for her. We pulled in at the airport and parked. I helped Mom grab our stuff, and we headed inside. We stood in a small line to get checked in, and then met up with the rest of the team. I could see by the smiles on their faces that everyone was just as excited as I was. I heard my phone buzz and checked the message. "Be safe. I love you. Sorry I couldn't see you off. Don't forget me. Love you. Jared." I grinned and messaged him back with an "I love you." I sighed and put the phone away. "They'll still be here when you get back." Mom nodded toward the phone. "I know, it just feels weird doing something without them. It's kinda lonely." I blinked back tears that popped up out of nowhere, surprising me. Jared and I had been inseparable, much to his parents' dismay, since we graduated, and I felt like I was leaving a piece of me behind. "Hey, thanks a lot." Mom nudged my shoulder. "It'll be okay. You'll have so much fun. The time will fly and you'll be back before you know it." I cringed. Telling my mom I'm lonely was probably not the smoothest thing to say. "Hey, Mrs. C, do you know where we take our luggage?" Shelby's mom asked, standing nearby. "Oh, I'll go with you." Mom smiled back at me and walked away. I wandered over to the other girls and sat down. "Hey, Megan, did you remember to print off the itinerary?" Brinley asked. "Yeah, it's in my backpack. I can get it for you. I can't wait for Scotland." I pulled out the papers and looked over them again. We'd spend a couple days in each place and play once in every city. I got butterflies in my stomach just thinking about it. I'm excited for Ireland. I want to see their castles. I've heard they're amazing, Shelby said. They are, except when you're stuck in their prison. I muttered the last part. Huh? Shelby looked at me, head tilted to one side. Never mind. I'm going to see when we board. It should be soon. I stood and left to hide the frustration I felt. I needed to be more careful talking about my trip in front of these girls. They still thought I was somewhat normal, but I needed to talk to someone who understood me. I pulled my hair up into a ponytail as I stared at the board that held the flight information. The summer had decided to hit hard and fast. It was hotter than usual, and I hoped the plane would be cooler than the airport. There was still another 5 minutes before it was time to leave, but it felt like hours. When they finally asked us to start boarding, I grabbed my bags and followed Mom outside to stand in line for the plane. We climbed on the plane and found our seats. It was smaller than the ones I'd taken on the way home from Ireland and could barely fit our team. Thankfully, it was a quick trip to Salt Lake City from here. Mom sat next to Shelby's mom, insisting I needed to hang out with the team. There would be plenty of time for that. I pulled out my phone just before we left and texted Beth to tell her goodbye. She'd just gotten a job at the ice cream place and wasn't happy she had to miss me leaving. I looked out the window, watching the crews finish getting the plane ready to go, and looked down when my phone buzzed. It was Beth. See ya. If you get to ride any dragons without me, I'll never forgive you. XX. I laughed and texted back. Not a chance. I'm avoiding everything magical. Just as the flight attendant told us to turn off our phones, I got a message back. Who are you kidding? You just better text me as soon as you're in trouble. I sighed and sent back a smiley face before turning off the phone. She knew as well as I did that I probably wouldn't stay out of trouble. I just hoped we were both wrong. We will begin our descent into Salt Lake City. Please make sure your seatbelts are buckled and all your carry-ons are secure. Those words shouldn't have sent a jolt of fear through me, but they did. The last flight I'd been on had ended with a bang when the gray man took the tire off our plane. I was just glad Henry the leprechaun had gotten me out of trouble. I sighed in relief at the delicate landing. Welcome to Salt Lake City. I grabbed my bag and followed Brinley off the plane. We had to rush to our next flight to Atlanta. Thankfully, that flight went smoothly as well, and I was even able to catch a nap. Mom, on the other hand, had a talkative businessman sitting next to her, and she looked exhausted by the time we got off the plane. We'd have a 3-hour layover before heading to France, so I found a place to sit and dropped my bag down next to me. Hey, sweetie, I'm going to get some dinner. Want something? Mom sat next to me. I'd like a burger. I'm not sure when we'll get one again. Want me to come with you? No, watch our stuff. I'll be back soon. She grabbed her purse and wandered off to find food. I pulled out a book I'd been wanting to read for months and sat back, and instantly felt someone watching me. I shook it off, figuring that I was in a busy place, so of course someone could have looked over at me. I kept reading my book, but couldn't get into it. It was highly annoying, since I'd saved it just for this trip. I put it away and leaned back in my chair, determined to ignore the feeling. It wasn't quite as evil as the gray man, but it was still irritating. It was possible I was just being paranoid, but the stare had an almost magical quality to it. Here you go. I jumped and sat up. Oh, Mom, you scared me. I took the burger and shake from her. You must have been really out of it. She sat next to me and opened her salad. Not really, but do you feel something different? I felt Mom stiffen next to me. What do you mean? Maybe it's nothing. I just swear something's watching me. I took a bite of my burger. It was juicy and exactly what I needed. But there can't be anything here, right? You should have left those in Idaho when you banished O'Malley, right? Mom gripped her fork. I shrugged. I thought so. Wait. Mom, does that guy look familiar to you? I gestured toward a small man with a red beard. Oh, please, tell me that wasn't... Yes, but I don't know how. Is he a leprechaun? She studied him through narrow eyes. Maybe, but I haven't seen this one before. I don't think. Let's ignore him and maybe he'll go away. Not that I believed it would. I couldn't help keeping watch. Good idea. How's your food? She stabbed at her salad. Amazing. I suddenly grabbed Mom's arm. Wait, I think I know who that is. It's got to be Owen. He looks just enough like Patrika to throw me off. Owen had been born at my grandma's house just a few months ago. By the time he left, he was a terror who destroyed everything in sight. He was a day old. Leprechauns seemed to age really fast, but I didn't realize he could already look like an adult when he was only 5 months old. You're right. So what's he doing here? She asked quietly. I don't know. And I really, really don't want to find out. I like the ignoring idea. Let's go with that. I balled up my wrapper and moved on to my shake. Man, this is good. I'm glad you like it. She put the lid on her empty salad bowl and held her hand out for my wrapper. I'll take them. Be right back. I took the salad bowl and went straight for the garbage can furthest from Owen. Owen appeared on top of the garbage can, grinning. He wore a red dress shirt and green plaid vest instead of wearing all green like his dad. You thought you could get rid of me, didn't you? What do you want? And how did you find me? I threw the food containers away. You didn't think my dad would stop keeping tabs on your family, did you? I had hoped so, but that doesn't tell me why you're here. I looked around to make sure no one was watching me. I didn't know if anyone else could see him, and I didn't want it to look like I was talking to a garbage can. He wants to warn you away from going on this trip? He pulled out a gold coin and rolled around on his knuckles before making it disappear again. Okay, first of all, he should have warned me about that months ago. And second of all, I'm going on this trip because I deserve a little break. I noticed that my fists were clenched, and I attempted to relax. We only heard today, so we couldn't tell you sooner. Why didn't he just come himself? I asked. I smiled at a couple who walked by and threw their stuff in the garbage. He's preoccupied. He needed me to do it. His cheery face drooped. Where's your mom? They got her. Big fat tears poured down his face. He rubbed his eyes and wailed. His grown-up appearance made it so hard to remember he was still a baby. I tried to help him calm down so he could tell me more about Patrika, but it didn't work. People turned to stare at me. Apparently, they'd never seen someone shush a garbage can before. I finally walked back to the chair and pretended like nothing had happened. He could come talk when he'd calm down. What was that all about? Mom whispered. It is Owen. And apparently Louis doesn't want us on this trip. Oh, and something about Patrika being taken. I didn't get any more out of him before he started bawling. Hard to remember he's only 5 months old when the guy has a full-grown beard. I can't believe how big he is. I barely recognized him. She looked back to where he sat sobbing. She pulled out her phone. I'm calling Dad. What? Why? I tried to think of a plan, but the leprechaun sobs were getting on my nerves. To come and get us. I don't want to go on this trip if Louis told us not to. I grabbed the phone. No. If there's something going on, I need to find out what it is. If Patrika is missing like Owen says she is, this is bad. Chapter 2. Megan. Mom studied me for a moment, eyes blazing. She finally took a deep breath. I still need to talk to Dad. Mom, think about what people would do if they heard you talking about leprechauns. I whispered the last word. You mean like we have been? We need to let Dad know. Now watch our stuff. I'll be back. Mom left the area and I sat back in my chair. Brinley plopped down in the seat next to me. Hey, is everything okay? You seem upset. Everything's fine. I just hope we can board soon. I hoped she would drop the subject. I know, this is taking forever. I just want to get there already. I need to meet a guy. I thought you had a guy. I fingered my ring. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't meet one from another country. She hopped up. I'm going to check the schedule. Want to come? My mom wants me to stay with our stuff. I'll see you when she gets back. Okay, but you should hang out with us. She waved and left. Mom sat down next to me. She's right, you know. You need to talk to more people than Beth and Jared. You're leaving for college in a few months. I need to get used to meeting new people. I know, I just don't know how to do that when I have something following me. I looked around for Owen, but he had disappeared. So what did Dad say? He said to be careful and don't do anything stupid like ride a dragon. Mom smiled. Well, that's no fun. Seriously, there was nothing cooler than soaring through the air on a dragon. I know, but it's the smart thing to do. Now go hang out with the other girls. I'm going to try to nap. I'll wake you when it's time to board. I stood and walked over to where the rest of the girls were sitting. We played card games and talked about boys. They oohed and awed over the ring and necklace Jared had given me. It was hard to explain why. It was to protect me from evil leprechauns. Yeah, not very believable. So I just told them the stone was my favorite color. I preferred to keep that part of my life between my family and two best friends. I'd been with these girls while practicing and playing in games, but this was something I needed to keep from them. I touched the charm on my necklace, thinking back to the locket I'd thrown into the portal just a few weeks before. I missed it. I shook my head, getting rid of the image. So, about those European guys. This was followed by squeals, and I was able to relax and listen to the others. Shelby had just vowed to meet a new guy in every country when they announced over the loudspeaker that it was time to board. I waved at the girls and went over to Mom. Hey, Mom, wake up. I shook her shoulder gently, but she jumped anyway. Having twins who could destroy a house in seconds would make anyone a light sleeper. Is it time to board already? She sat up and stretched. Already? We've been waiting for hours. Come on. I helped gather our stuff, and we walked over to show our tickets. The other girls were close behind with their bags. My seat was next to the window. I dropped into it, grateful to have one fewer person to talk to. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I wasn't usually this antisocial, or at least not as antisocial as I was right then. Worries about Louie and Patrika swirled around in my head, and I couldn't share them with anyone. Beth and Jared would have understood, but they were back home. Hey, seat buddy. Owen climbed into the seat next to mine. What are you doing here? I asked, dreading the answer. Traveling the country, of course. He settled back in his seat, folded his arms, and closed his eyes. Okay, but no one else can see you. How am I supposed to tell people that you're sitting here? I whispered. Owen brushed the thought away. I'm an old woman to everyone else. I snorted. Old woman? Wouldn't it have been easier to be an old man? Well, yes, but I was an old woman who was supposed to be sitting next to you. She just kind of forgot to get on the flight. He squirmed in his chair. My jaw dropped. Owen, that lady should have been on this plane. What if her family is waiting for her? Don't worry about it. She'll catch the next one, I think. Owen snapped his seatbelt into place. You better put yours on. You don't want them mad at you. He nodded toward the stewardess headed our way. I sighed and put on my belt. Owen apparently wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, so it was time to ignore him. Again. The stewardess went through her spiel and sat down so we could take off. Mom was a row ahead of us, and her eyebrows rose when she turned around and saw Owen sitting next to me. I shrugged and mouthed, I'll tell you later. She nodded and turned back to the front. The other volleyball players were all around us. The plane began to taxi down the runway, and I looked down to see Owen's knuckles turning white as he clung to the armrest. I groaned inside. Why did I have to get involved? I was supposed to be ignoring him. I'm not used to this. His face had turned a nasty shade of green, clashing with the red of his hair. I grabbed the barf bag from the seat in front of us and handed it to him just in time. I smiled at the sympathetic looks from everyone while he lost his lunch into the bag. Can't you just turn off air sickness or something? I asked. He wiped his mouth and snapped, making the bag disappear. I felt sorry for whoever had that bag appear next to them. I'm a leprechaun, not a magician. Besides, it's not like I know all this stuff. I'm still learning. Right, baby. Well, are you feeling better now? I think so. Don't tell me it will be that bad the whole time. He rested his head on the headrest. Only if we run into a storm, and on the descent. Hopefully the weather would be fine. This would be one long trip otherwise. I started pulling on luck, just in case, and held it in check. The other passengers wouldn't miss it. Okay, so maybe the woman a few rows up would. I blushed when she accidentally spilled her soda on the man next to her. After giving her back some of her luck, I took it from someone else. I heard a snap and quickly shoved the luck back into him. The guy's headphones had broken when he tried to put them on. Oops, okay, so I wouldn't be pulling on any more luck anytime soon. I looked over at Owen. What? He studied me for a moment. That's easy for you, isn't it? What is? He could tell? You just pulled on luck? I've tried, but it just won't come. His bottom lip quivered. Good, that's one less leprechaun who will be able to steal luck. And I don't keep it. I just hold it in case we need it. Otherwise, I give it back. Owen looked at me incredulously. Give it back? Why? You could have all the power in the world. My face reddened, and I leaned forward. Shh, you need to play your part better. No talking about powers here. Oh, right? Owen looked around and grinned. I'm an old woman. Don't mind me, I'm delusional. I smacked my forehead. Man, we'll be lucky if we survive this flight. I unbuckled and stood. Owen grabbed my wrist, pale. What are you doing? You can't stand up here. Yes, I can. Look. I pointed up at the seatbelt light. It's all good. I headed for the bathroom and went inside, hoping Mom had noticed me going to the back of the plane so I could talk to her. I washed my hands and opened the door to find Mom standing just outside. What is he doing on the plane? Mom's eyebrows knitted together. Flying in the image of an old woman so he can hang out with me, I guess. I peeked over her shoulder at Owen. He had curled up in a ball, hiding his face in his knees. Why? Mom folded her arms. That I don't know. We're just getting him past the throwing up on the flight stage. Has he said anything about where his mom could be? I shook my head. He's just trying to get me to go home. He won't say anything else. I glanced back at him. I feel horrible, but I worry that he's going to give himself away by using magic or something. Then we definitely won't be able to help him. Mom made a face. Well, try to get him off the plane. We can help him once we get to France. Mom, he's an old woman who's supposed to be on this flight. He can't just disappear. A stewardess made her way toward him. I've got to get back there before he embarrasses himself again. Please be careful. I'm always careful. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? I squeezed past her to make my way back to my seat. With you, anything, Mom muttered. I grinned. She had a point. Is this your grandma? A stewardess asked. I hesitated, glancing between them. Yes? She seems distraught. Does she need anything? She watched Owen rock back and forth. What would a 5-month-old want? She could use a drink, or maybe headphones so she can watch a movie. I smiled innocently, hoping that would calm Owen down. How often had he actually seen a movie? I'll bring her a drink. The headphones are in the pocket in front of you. She left us and walked toward the front of the plane. Owen, you need to stop this, I hissed. I pulled out the blanket and pillow that had been provided. Why don't you take a nap? Just then, the stewardess walked up with some water for Owen. Here you go. A meal will be served very soon. She walked off before I could thank her. I tapped Owen's shoulder. Want to see some cool magic? I whispered. Owen perked up. Magic? I smiled. Put these on. I pulled the headphones out of the pocket, handed them to him, and then took mine out of the package. When I looked over, he was still fighting the plastic. I took them back and pulled them out. You wear them like this. I showed him how to put them in by demonstrating and plugged them in. After flipping through the channels, I found a movie that seemed mild enough and sat back. Owen's reaction was priceless and loud. How does this work? He jumped up and bent over the seat in front of him, causing shouts from the man sitting there. There's nothing on the other side. He pushed and prodded the screen, causing everyone to turn and stare. I pulled him back down onto his seat. Hey, everyone's looking at you. Calm down. I turned the TV to a music channel and tried to get him to sit back. But it's magic. Do it again. He bounced in his chair. Oh boy, I found a cartoon. Now please calm down and just watch the show. Owen was soon lost in the cartoon, and I leaned back in my seat. I just thought this plane ride would be relaxing. I must have dozed off because I woke to someone shaking me rather violently. Hey, Megan, want some food? Owen leaned in near my face, chewing on what looked like bread. Ugh, who taught you how to eat? I sat up and noticed the stewardess looking at me funny. Oh, right. Grandma. Sorry, she forgets to use her dentures sometimes. I smiled and took my plate of food and a soda from her. I had yogurt, cheese, and bread that looked delicious. I pulled up the screen on my window and noticed the sun rising in the distance. Owen, how long have we been flying? We're about to land. Oh, your mom filled out your declaration forms. Mine too. He tore into the bread. How did I sleep for so long? I could have sworn I was only out for 10 minutes, and yet I felt rested. I helped. You look tired. He eyed my yogurt. Thanks. I guess I can let go of this then. I released the lock into everyone around me just as the landing instructions came over the loudspeaker. I finished up my food and handed my plate to the stewardess and then turned back to Owen. So, what did you do the whole time? Owen's eyes lit up. I played games and watched a couple of movies on the magical box, and then I told everyone stories about fighting fairies and stealing their gold. I groaned. So much for staying quiet. He laughed. You forget that old people can get away with telling stories. Whatever. I'm just glad the flight is over. The plane began to descend. Owen was pale, but otherwise seemed to be okay. He breathed a sigh of relief when we finally stopped, and I helped him unbuckle his seatbelt. I picked up my bags and followed everyone else toward the front of the plane. Thanks for the sleep. Any time? This way, you can get right back on the plane and go home. I stopped, and a few people behind me muttered as they ran into each other. What do you mean? I glared at one of the passengers who was giving me a dirty look and then started walking again. You're leaving, right? Owen followed behind. No, I have a tournament to play. We stepped off the plane and into the terminal. But I came with you to make sure you wouldn't stay here. Owen's lip quivered. Nice try. Now I suggest you figure out where the little old lady is supposed to be and go. Thanks for the adventurous trip. A gasp in the crowd told me that he had disappeared. I wanted to get out of there before he reappeared. One thing I learned? Never fly with a baby leprechaun. Chapter 3. Megan. Wow, Megan, how'd you get so lucky to sit by that woman? Shelby asked, laughing. She was odd. I smiled. She had no idea. Hey, I got a window seat. I can't complain. Not that you witnessed most of her craziness. You were out. She glanced around. Oh, hey, there's our team. As we made our way toward them, I took in the large crowds of people heading to their gates. The voices over the loudspeaker changed languages for different announcements, but all the signs in the airport were in French. Oh, there you are. Brinley adjusted her ponytail and looked around the airport. This place is huge, and I don't understand most of what's going on. Better find my dictionary. She rummaged through her backpack. Once she had her dictionary and Coach was sure we were all there, we headed off to find the baggage claim. The carousel was already full of bags of all sizes, so we gathered around to wait for ours. Everyone else's luggage was long gone, and mine still hadn't shown. I waited until the last bag was claimed before I finally gave up. My stuff wasn't here. Mom came up beside me. What's going on, honey? I shook my head. I don't know, but I have a feeling it's... I caught movement above the carousel, and my eyes narrowed. Owen. Mom followed my gaze to find Owen sitting on top of the luggage carousel. She cursed under her breath. What do you think he did with it? I don't know, but does Dad know you talk like that? I raised an eyebrow. Her face turned red. No, well, only when I'm angry. I'll distract everyone while you figure out what he did with it. I'll be back in a bit. She handed me my passport. I'd need it at the customs counter, and turned to the girls. Okay, everyone, let's go through customs. Coach Peterson is already in line. She led them away toward the long thread of people, and I whipped around. Owen, I growled. He cackled and rubbed his hands together in delight. Well, he definitely got that from his dad. You won't find them? Well, I believe they're in the Atlantic somewhere. Perhaps the mermaids will be well dressed for the summer. Seriously? Do I have to tell your dad? I glared. This was ridiculous. I noticed a security guard watching me curiously. I had no idea if he could see Owen or not, but I didn't like that he looked at me suspiciously. I need my bags, now. He sighed. Dad told me to keep you at home. That's the only way I knew how. I'm not going home. Losing my clothes was the only thing you could think of? I started backing up as the guard moved toward me. Well, yes. I'm just a wee child, remember? He twiddled his fingers together, but jumped up when I started advancing on him. Right, I'll do what I can. Fine. My bags better be here by tomorrow night for my game, or I'll come after you. I turned on my heel and headed toward my group, using my hand to direct a little luck toward the guard. When I glanced behind me, he was bent down picking up some money he had just found on the ground. I went through the line for customs and got my passport stamped before heading over to Mom. No luck? Hannah asked once I met up with everyone else. I smiled at her choice of words. Nope. We'll have to fill out a form so the airport can help us find it, I guess. That's so strange. Your stuff was in the same place as mine. Shelby shook her head. I wonder how they didn't get it on the plane. You know what this means, though, right? Hannah grinned. You get to go shopping in Paris. Mom turned and laughed. You'd think she did this on purpose. Come on, Megan. Let's go report it. I got the name of the hotel, so we'll just meet up there. I followed Mom farther into the airport. Where are we going? There's no point in filling out a claim for your luggage, since we know Owen was involved. We'll just lay low for a bit. She peeked around the corner. They're just getting on the bus. As soon as they're gone, we'll find a taxi. Where's your stuff? I asked. I was just glad I'd kept one of my bags with me on the plane. Shelby's mom promised to make sure it got up to our room. She checked around the corner. Oh, it looks like they're gone. My life is weird. I followed Mom outside to get a taxi. We were in Paris. Okay, so we weren't exactly in the city yet, but I could still catch bits of the beautiful flowing language, the French clothing styles, and the tall buildings off in the distance. While I stared and gawked at everything French, Mom whistled for a taxi and flagged one down. Come on, we can stare later. She grabbed my hand and yanked me inside the taxi. Once she had her seatbelt on, she looked up at the driver. Où sont commercial Bougrenella, s'il vous plaît? The taxi pulled out into traffic and weaved its way along. I blinked. What? Oh, didn't I mention I know French? I haven't used it for years. Mom pulled out her map. We're going shopping. Who knows when Owen will get your luggage back? And you need clothes. Let's just hope they have some sales because France isn't exactly cheap. But you just... I've been studying French since I found out we were going, and I had no idea what you just said. I laid my head back on the seat. Apparently, I didn't know my mom as well as I'd thought. She leaned toward me. Have you tried using your luck? Oh, luck. I'll think about it later. For now, I'm just going to enjoy the fact that I'm in... Oh, never mind. Right, I was in France. I pulled out the dictionary Mom bought me and flipped it open. I had to focus just right to get my luck to work for this. Usually I could push or pull to make things go my way, but now I had to use it to figure out the right answers to the question. Or in this case, the right translation. I spent my whole life having things fall into place for me, so it was hard to learn to make myself do it. By the time we pulled into the shopping center, I'd figured out the basics I'd need for shopping, and a few other phrases I thought I'd need. Mom paid the driver, and we turned to face the mall. It was, wow. The Forum des Halles stood in front of us, and the hallway seemed to go on for miles. Where do we even start? I asked. Mom laughed. We'll go inside and decide when we see what they have. Fair enough. I headed inside and took in the views. The shops looked a lot the same as what I was used to, except the space was about 10 times bigger. There were people everywhere, and the shops were fantastic. We had to be careful where we went so we didn't kill our bank account, but I got some great skirts and shorts and tops. Beth would be so jealous when I got home. We were just leaving a shop when I caught sight of Owen. My stomach dropped. I thought I'd be rid of him for a while. Mom saw him too and quickly went the other way. Yes, we needed to get my bags back, but I wanted to wait until we were alone before we talked to him. We hopped into another taxi, and Mom directed the drive to our hotel. She checked us in while I looked around. It was old and crowded, but it had a comfortable feel to it. We were given the key to our room and told to use the stairs because the elevator didn't work. I smiled at Mom and clicked the elevator button. "What do you think? Should we try it?" Mom laughed. "Why not?" The doors opened and we climbed inside, ignoring the protests from the receptionist. I pushed some luck into the elevator and then tried the button to our floor. The worst that could happen was we'd be stuck in the elevator for hours. But with my luck, the elevator kicked into gear and we laughed again as we rose to the third floor. Hannah and Shelby were just coming out of the room when the elevator doors opened. "Hey, how did you get that to work?" "We were told it's broken," Hannah said. We just decided to try it. I picked up my bags and walked toward our room. Brindley caught up to me. "Did you guys just get here then?" "Yeah, we went shopping." I held up the bags to show them. "My luggage is still being found." Shelby squealed, "I want to see what you got. I mean, sorry they haven't found your luggage yet." She and Hannah followed us down the hall and waited for me to set the bags down. We squeezed into the small, rundown room, and Mom walked over to her bed so she wouldn't be in the way. I showed the girls each piece as they commented on them. Just as I held up a shirt, I heard a pop, and Owen showed up in a chair in the corner of the room. Mom stood up quickly. "Megan can show you the rest later. I could really use a nap before we go find some dinner." She headed toward the bathroom. Hannah stood. "Dinner's in about 15 minutes. I'll see you guys in a bit. I want to change really quick." She left and Shelby followed her out, but not before I promised to let her borrow a skirt sometime. Once the door was shut, I turned to Owen. "So, did you find my luggage?" "Yes." "Well, kind of. I mean, I found your uniforms because the mermaids threw them away." "Wait, so you were telling the truth? You really did throw them in the ocean?" I asked, eyes wide. When it came down to it, I'd hoped he was joking or wrong or something. "No, I didn't. Or well, I didn't mean to. I was trying to get them to your house, but my parents aren't all the way here yet. Your luggage kind of ended up in the middle." His sheepish grin dropped when he saw the look on my face. "Hey, I tried." "So my clothes are going to come floating up to the top and end up on the beach or what?" "Oh no, they're down in Atlantis." Owen rested his feet on the stool and leaned back with his arms folded behind his head. "Atlantis? It really exists?" I raised an eyebrow. Mom came out of the bathroom and froze. "What?" "Of course it exists. After everything you've seen, you're going to tell me you didn't believe in Atlantis? Where do you think all the Greek gods went when they left this place?" Owen rolled his eyes. My mind was blown. Like, seriously blown. I stared at him for another minute before I could say anything. "So, okay, the mermaids have my clothes. How would they even wear them? They don't always have fins." "Man, Megan, you need to brush up on your mythology. Anyway, so I was saying, I know where your clothes are, but I'm not sure you're going to get them back." "Fine, I just replaced the clothes. I just need my other stuff back. Shoes, books, stuff like that." "Mermaids had my clothes. How is this possible?" Owen sat up. "Oh, right. I forgot that part." He snapped his fingers, and a pile of my belongings popped onto my bed. "I would have brought back your bags, but I wasn't allowed." "Whatever. Thanks for getting this for me." I wanted to strangle him, but pushed down my temper. He was trying to help, even if he was just making things worse. I pulled out my uniform, relieved that I had it back, and the other clothes I'd need tomorrow, and put them away. My new clothes went into drawers until we could get more suitcases. "No problem?" He hesitated for a second. "Now, will you go home?" I sighed and sat on the bed. "Why do you want me to leave so badly?" "There are bad things going on. Something's got loose. Auntie got my mommy." Big tears ran down Owen's face. What got loose? Fear gripped me. If it was the gray man again, I was going to lose it. I could still feel his icy fingers on me. Owen sniffled. Dad didn't tell me. Some dark things is all I know. He shivered. Just please leave before you get taken too. My stomach dropped. Dark thing? I glanced over at Mom. Her eyebrows were knit together, and she bit her lip as she stared at her phone, most likely debating whether or not she could call Dad again. I didn't just want to leave, though. I needed to be here. Owen had only mentioned that someone had grabbed his mom. If it was the gray man, I forced myself to calm down. I needed to think. Usually it was Jared and Beth who planned things, but they weren't here. Owen, do you remember Beth? I needed them now more than ever, and I was on the other side of the world. Oi! He stood. Want me to take you to her? No! I shouted. The last thing I needed was to end up in the Atlantic Ocean. I need you to take her a message, and then one to your dad. He sank back in his seat, defeated. What would you like me to say? Tell Beth I might need her soon. Have her tell Jared. Then, when you're done with that, tell your dad I might need him to bring them to me if things get bad. Owen studied me for a moment. You're really not leaving, are you? I shook my head. I can't. I'm stuck here. But I need Beth and Jared, and I need my sword. Owen perked up. You have a sword? Mom looked over. Owen, is Megan in danger? Owen grumbled. We don't know. You don't know? You try to stop me from leaving and throw my clothes in the ocean, and you don't know? I could have pulled my hair out. It isn't a good time to have magic. Your look is very similar, as Dad has said before. It's merely a precaution. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Mom took a deep breath, thinking. Send those messages, and we'll just have to be extra careful. Owen nodded. Very well. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. Chapter 4. Jared. Jared looked at his watch. Megan had only been gone for a day, and it had dragged on forever. He brought the cake from the back of the bakery and handed it to the waiting customer, took the money, and counted out change without really paying attention to what he was doing. Here you go. Have a nice day. He smiled and turned to grab some more cupcakes for the display. Hey, wait. You gave me $3 extra. The woman held out the money, and Jared took it back from her. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's up with me today. He really needed to get his head back into work. Having Megan gone shouldn't make him this flustered, but he was used to having her working next to him. Girl troubles? The woman raised an eyebrow. What? He asked, surprised. She smiled. I've seen you and your friend together. She's not here now. She blushed. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Jared shook his head. No, things are good. I just miss her. The woman smiled sympathetically. Summer vacation is a killer on relationships. Good luck. She walked away, and Jared chuckled to himself. That's exactly what he needed. He pulled out his phone to text her just as Uncle Jerry came around the corner. Jared sighed. The text would have to wait. Hey, I need you to grab some flour and sugar at the warehouse. Can you do that for me? Of course. How much? I called in the order already. His uncle handed Jared his business card. Hurry back. We have 6 cupcakes to make for tonight's party. Right. Jared's dad always liked to start the summer off with a big party. It had been delayed because of weather and an unexpected business trip. Jared was pretty sure his dad had also planned it for when Megan would be gone. The last party she'd come to had ended with a golem crashing through the parking lot and scaring away all of the guests. He'd been wanting to skip this one, since Megan couldn't come. I'll be back as soon as I can. Jared pulled out his keys and ran to his truck. He drove into Twin Falls with the music blasting. He watched the skies for dragons, like he did every time he made this trip. It's not like he'd seen one for a few months, but it never hurt to be prepared. Jared's phone buzzed, and he grabbed it off the seat next to him. Hey, Mom, what's up? I need you to grab a couple of things before the party tonight. When do you get off work? His mom's voice sounded tired, something he'd noticed a lot lately. I'm grabbing stuff for Uncle Jerry, so I'll need to grab them on the way home. What did you want me to pick up? Oh, great. I'll text them so you have a list. Drive safely, okay? I will. Jared switched lanes to get around a semi. Also, I need you to let Uncle Jerry know I wanted 2 dozen cupcakes for Abby's birthday on Sunday. I'll tell him. Thank you. Bye, Jared. Jared shut his phone and set it back on the seat. He stopped at a stoplight and glanced over at the car next to him. He looked back at the road and then did a double take. He could have sworn he'd seen... No, there's no way the driver was a leprechaun. He hadn't seen any in months. The warehouse was just up ahead. That's all Jared was going to concentrate on. When he was done with that, he could text Megan to see how she was doing. She should be landing in a few hours, and he wanted her to have the text as soon as she got there. Mark Jensen smiled and nodded when he saw Jared come into the store. Hey, Jared, you're missing someone. Jared smiled. Megan's gone right now. I'm here on my own. He pulled out his wallet to find his uncle's card. Ah, that's right. She's heading to her all-star thing. Just hope she doesn't end up with a European boyfriend while she's there. Mark winked and took Jared's card. Jared just laughed, even though it was a sore spot for him. He wasn't worried about her, not really. But what if she found someone cuter, or taller, or funnier? He pushed the thought away and followed the workers out to his truck to load the supplies. When the last bag of flour was in, Jared slammed the tailgate shut and thanked the guys for helping him. After running the errands for his mom, Jared headed back to the bakery. The place was packed, so he drove around to the back and unloaded quickly so he could help out. His uncle took the orders, and Jared filled the boxes with cakes, cupcakes, and breads. When there was a small lull in customers, Uncle Jerry slipped into the kitchen to make the cupcakes for the party that night. Jared wiped down the counters and waited for the next customer. Beth came into the bakery and slapped her wallet down in front of her. Are you going crazy too? She asked. So he wasn't the only one. I'm bored out of my mind. The time has passed so slowly. I think I'm seeing things. I could have sworn I saw a leprechaun driving through Twin Falls today. Beth perked up. Really? Yeah, but there was no way, right? We got rid of them. He took out a blueberry muffin and handed it to Beth, knowing exactly what she wanted. She ordered it every time. She handed him some money. Not necessarily. It's June. Midsummer's Eve isn't all that far away. I thought the celebration was banned. Dude, we fought leprechauns for the last year. I don't think any of the creatures care. She took a bite and chewed it thoughtfully. Have you seen August lately? Nope, not since the battle. Have you seen July? August and July were their guardian fairies. They were annoying, but helpful to have around. I thought I saw her last night. It was just a flash in the sky, but it felt familiar somehow. She took another bite, then moved when the bell over the door announced another customer. Jared took the order, lost in what Beth had just said. The fairies were back? They hadn't been around since January when they'd fought O'Malley. He wondered if April had been able to find Megan. He handed off the bread and waited for the customer to leave before turning back to Beth. So what does it mean? He wanted it to be an adventure. Normal life was boring. I don't know. It's not like July to just leave without saying anything. She shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't her. Maybe. He wasn't going to give up hope, though. This was the most action they'd seen for months. Are you coming to the party tonight? She sighed. I guess so. There's nothing better to do. Jared laughed. That's exactly how he felt about it. Well, I hope you do. I need someone to hang out with. Me too. Adam's too busy babysitting. I'll meet you there. Beth grabbed her wallet. Sounds great. See you there. He watched her leave and then headed back to find Uncle Jerry. It was closing time. There you are. Why don't you take over while I close out the register? Jerry handed him a frosting tube. Okay. Jared checked the other cupcakes so he'd know what to do and started making more. The menial task of adding his dad's business logo on each cupcake was just what Jared needed. He could do it without concentrating too hard. He'd seen the logo for as long as he could remember. As he worked, What Beth said stuck with him. He wanted so much to believe that the fairies were back. He was almost done with the last cupcake when he heard a popping sound. He jumped, messing up the logo, but he didn't care. Standing in the center of the kitchen was a leprechaun Jared had never seen before, but who looked familiar somehow. "Hello? Are you Jared?" the leprechaun asked. Jared nodded. His eyes flicked toward the front of the store in alarm. He didn't want his uncle coming in right then. Even if he couldn't see the leprechaun, he'd wonder who Jared was talking to. And that would be hard to explain. "Megan wanted me to give you a message. Bad things are happening. People are missing, including my ma. And I'm worried about Da." His eyes filled with tears. Da? Wait, that red hair. And those eyes. He had to be Louie's son. "Did you say something?" Uncle Jerry asked, peeking around the corner. "What? Oh, no. I'm done. That's what I meant to say. I'm just finishing this last one." "Okay, great. You can go then, and I'll head over to the center to drop them off." "Awesome." Jared turned his back on the leprechaun and quickly fixed the logo, then washed his hands. He didn't want his uncle asking any more questions, so he gestured for the leprechaun to follow him outside. When he got to his truck, the leprechaun appeared inside. Jared started the engine and left the parking lot. "Okay, talk." "I realize you probably don't know me. I'm Owen, Louie's son." Jared nodded. "That's what I thought. Your parents are gone? Again?" Beth and Adam had just saved them not long before. They didn't stay saved for very long. "Was it O'Malley?" Owen shook his head. "No, O'Malley won't be coming back anytime soon." "Good. So what's going on?" "We don't know, but something wants Megan. I tried to get her to come home, but she wouldn't." Jared gripped the steering wheel tighter. Megan was in trouble? His mind immediately began making plans for how to get to Europe. "I can't take you." Owen's voice was sad. Jared sighed. That's exactly what he'd been planning. "What do you mean? You're a leprechaun, right?" Owen glowered. "I'm also 5 months old. I'm still getting my powers under control. It took me a few jumps to get here. I'm still cleaning water out of my ears from the Great Lakes." "Oh, right. Maybe you could do that with me and Beth. Just take us there a little at a time." Owen's face dropped even more. "I tried snapping Megan's luggage back here so she'd leave. The mermaids in Atlantis are now enjoying her clothes." Jared looked over at him in shock. "Atlantis? How'd they get them?" "Don't ask. Anyway, I can't help you. You'll need Henry. I'd better go find Beth. I promised Megan I'd talk to her. And then I still have to find a way to get Megan's clothes back." He popped out of the truck. Jared couldn't decide whether he should laugh at the sight of Owen messing up so much or if he should be upset Megan was in danger yet again, this time without him there to help her. It bothered him that he had to go to this stupid party when he really wanted to head off to Europe. At least Beth would be there. He just hoped they could find the summoning poem they used before to find Henry. Chapter 5. Jared. Jared got home and grabbed his mom's bags from the truck. He ran up the porch steps and into the house. He could hear his mom talking to Abby in the bathroom, but otherwise, the house was pretty quiet. He grabbed a drink of water and looked through the cupboards and fridge for a snack. His mom came into the kitchen holding Abby. Both were dressed in nice clothes, and Abby's hair was pulled up in pigtails. "Oh, you're home. You need to get ready for the party." "Yeah, I'm going to change as soon as I'm done with my food." "Your new tie is on your bed, and your suit just got back from the dry cleaner." "I have to wear a suit and tie? It's June." Jared's dad liked to dress up whenever he had a chance, but Jared preferred a t-shirt and jeans. They'd had this argument enough that it was more of a routine than actual arguing. Jared's mom smiled, playing along. He has some partners coming, and he's hoping to get a promotion. Now please, go get dressed. Jared sighed and set his cup in the sink. Fine, I'll be over there as soon as I can. Thank you, sweetie. This is a big thing for your dad. It could mean a nice raise, which means more money for college for you. In that case, I'll be an angel. Jared kissed his mom's cheek and headed upstairs to change. His nice suit and tie didn't match the messy room. There was a method to the madness. The dirty clothes by the door and the clean clothes by the closet. But he needed to get it cleaned up before his mom tried to do it. He ran the dirty laundry downstairs and then shoved the clean clothes in his dresser before changing into his suit. Once he was dressed and his hair was just how Megan liked it, Jared tightened his tie and grabbed his keys. He hoped Beth was on time so he wouldn't have to sit around with all the older people. He sent her a text, letting her know what had just happened with the leprechaun, and she'd replied that she'd be there. He tried to text Megan, but it wouldn't go through. He hurried down the stairs to find Abby playing in the hallway. "Hey, Abby, where's Mom?" "Putting on makeup." She handed Jared a stuffed bear. "Play with me." Jared looked down at his suit. He really didn't want to sit down in the hallway, but he could never say no to Abby. Plus, he knew if he didn't join in, she'd be drawing on the walls next. "Okay, but just for a minute." She instantly launched into the tea party, and Jared smiled at her imagination. If only she knew fairies and unicorns were actually real. Jared's mom came in the hallway. "Oh, there you are. Let's head out." Jared set the bear down and stood. "I might head out with Matt and a few other guys when it's done." "That's fine. I'll need to bring Abby home for bed before it's over anyway." She picked Abby up. "Thanks for helping her. It's been a crazy day." "No problem." He watched his mom walk away, worried about her. She was paler than usual, and she had rings under her eyes. Whatever was making her sick just seemed to be hanging on. He left the house and drove to the event center. It was a warm summer day, but they were having the party inside. He'd never understood that. Beth was right inside the door when he walked in. She grabbed his arm and pulled him to the far side of the room, the spot where he'd spent the New Year's Eve party with Megan. "Owen came to see me after he talked to you. Please tell me you have the summoning spell." Jared shook his head. "I was hoping you had it." "Well, let's pray Adam can find it in Megan's room." She rubbed her forehead. "I wanted more adventure, but I wasn't expecting it so soon." "We still don't know how to help, so don't get too excited." Jared looked around at his father's guests. Everyone was mingling, and Jared was glad to see his dad was having yet another successful party, this time without golems. His phone buzzed, but the next text was from his friend Matt instead of Megan. He replied and then set his phone on the table. "I can't text Megan. It won't go through. Can you let her know I'm thinking about her and ask where the summoning spell is?" "Weird. Yes, I can." She sent a quick text. "So why aren't you out there with everyone else?" "If you haven't noticed, most of the people here are much older than me. Matt's supposed to get here sometime, but he just texted to say he'll be late. Plus, you miss Megan." Jared nodded. "Yes, that too." "What if we leave and go get that spell from Adam?" Beth's smile was contagious. "Let's do it. I already told Mom I might leave early. I just don't have to tell her how early." He stood and followed Beth as she weaved her way through the tables. They avoided Jared's dad and slipped out of the building. "Your car or mine?" Beth asked. "I'll drive," he said, and they hopped in the truck. Jared laughed to himself as Beth pulled out her makeup. "What are you doing?" "Hey, it's Adam." She touched up her makeup while Jared drove in silence. He liked Beth and all, but he was glad Megan didn't spend as much time on her hair and makeup. They arrived at the Crenshaws and climbed out of the truck. Beth knocked, and the door was opened by a surprised Mr. Crenshaw. Jared couldn't help the nervousness he felt around Megan's dad. He was one of the nicest guys Jared had ever met, but he was still intimidating. He liked to ask tough questions and threaten all kinds of off-the-wall things when Jared took Megan out on dates. Megan insisted he was joking, but Jared wasn't so sure. "What are you two up to? Shouldn't you be at a party?" Mr. Crenshaw asked. "Hey, Mr. C. We needed to talk to Adam, if that's all right." Jared could hear chaos in the background. "Of course." He looked closer at them. "Is everything all right?" "I think so." Jared swallowed. Mr. Crenshaw laughed. I know you two and my daughter well enough to know something is wrong. Plus, my wife called to tell me Louie's son keeps showing up. So what's really going on? Beth moved around Jared. We just need to summon Henry to see if he can help us. We want to help Megan if we can. Well, come on in. Jared and Beth headed toward Adam's room, but they were tackled by Maddie and William. Well, Jared was. Beth managed to get past, but Maddie grabbed Jared's hand. Jared, you're here. I didn't think you'd come because Megan's not here. Why'd you come? Is Megan okay? Did you miss us? Maddie stopped to take a breath. We just came to talk to Adam. Megan is fine. Well, at least as far as Jared knew she was. Oh, good. When you're done talking to Adam, can you play with us? We miss Megan. She stuck out her bottom lip. Jared laughed. We'll see. I miss her too. He went to find Beth and Adam. He knocked first and opened the door. They were standing at Adam's computer and had apparently been kissing, judging by their blushes. They dated off and on over the last couple of years, but had spent a lot more time together since school got out. There you are. I thought Maddie would never let you go. She almost didn't. He looked over at Adam. So, do you know where the paper is? From what I've seen, Megan put away all her leprechaun fighting things and moved on. If it's anywhere, I'm guessing it's in her hope chest. Adam headed for the door, and Jared followed him out. She locked her room before she left so the twins couldn't get in. I'm hoping I can. I'm sure she'd love knowing you broke into her room, Beth said. Do you have a better idea? Jared asked. Nope, that's where I think it would be too. Beth ran up the stairs and stood in front of Megan's room. We just need the key. Jared reached up to grab the key from above the door. I guess you need me to do that? Beth huffed. So I'm short. Big deal. She took the key from Jared and opened the door. Adam walked over to the chest and tried to lift the lid. Great, it's locked. No, it gets stuck. Beth knelt in front of it and yanked up on it. When she looked up to see the boys staring, she shrugged. What? We used to hide all our notes in here. She pushed the lid open and moved things around. The sword sat on top, and Megan's boots from Henry were stuffed down below. It was too hot to wear them in the summer, so Megan had changed to wearing sandals instead. The tattered book from Mrs. Brooke was in the chest, along with the news clippings her grandma had saved. Adam sat down with the book and flipped through it. Wow, I didn't know Grandma had all these. She showed them to Megan right before the last battle. Beth found another pile of papers, but they were old report cards. All straight A's, of course. Jared couldn't help but smile at that. Megan's luck had followed her everywhere she went, and school was no exception. Jared leaned over the chest, but there was nothing else inside. It had to be here somewhere. Does Megan have another hiding place? Beth stopped going through the papers and looked around. Not that I know of. I mean, she hid her fantasy books under her mattress, but that hasn't been for a while. Jared looked at his watch. It was in the middle of the night in France, so they couldn't ask Megan. He sent a text anyway. Then he lifted the mattress, knocking the pillows to the floor. Do you see anything? Adam pulled out the books and flipped through them. Nope, not here. Hey, wait. Look, it's Bob. Bob? She still has him? Beth laughed. Jared glanced between them. Bob? Adam picked up a stuffed bear from the floor and pulled a small piece of paper from a small tear in the seam of the bear's leg. This is Bob. She's had him since she was little, and apparently uses him for a hiding place now. Jared and Beth gathered around Adam. The words on the paper were faded, but they could just make out what they said. Awesome. So do we want to do this now or wait until it's dark? Adam asked. I don't want to wait. Let's try it now. Jared took the paper. Beth snatched it out of his hand. Wait. We don't want to do that here. Let's go outside. No way. Our neighbors already think we're crazy. Adam took the paper back and read the chant out loud. It was silent for a moment while they waited for Henry to appear. Did you say it right? Jared peeked over Adam's shoulder. I read what was on here. He looked over at Beth. You try. She read the same thing with a slightly different inflection, but it didn't work for her either. What's going on? It worked every other time. Maybe we really did need to read it at night. Beth shook her head. No, because we went to go get you during the day. That's not it. What if it's blocked somehow? A leprechaun should have appeared. Any leprechaun. But nothing happened. So we're stuck here? Jared pushed down the panic. He needed to help Megan. He couldn't just stay here and do nothing. The fact that he couldn't get Henry or anyone else only made things worse. Beth put a hand on Jared's arm. We'll figure it out. I promise. Then you can save your damsel in distress. For now, we can only look for signs that things are happening and follow them. Adam bit his thumbnail. I wish my tracker still worked. Then we could at least find Louis. Yeah, we should have slapped another one on him while we had the chance. Jared picked up the papers and set them inside Megan's trunk. Beth grabbed the boots, and then Adam set the sword on top. We'll just have to wait until Owen gets back to us, I guess. Come on, I want to go see if Mrs. Lincoln knows anything. Beth helped Jared up. If anyone knows what's going on, she will. Jared nodded. You're right. He made sure the door was locked as they left. Maddie stood outside the door, her eyes wide. Why'd you go in Megan's room? She is in trouble, isn't she? Adam pulled her into a hug. She's fine. We're just making sure she stays that way. Jared and Beth followed Adam downstairs to let his dad know he was going with them. Mr. Crenshaw stood and took the twins upstairs for bed, making Adam promise he'd be careful. Beth, Adam, and Jared headed out to the truck and drove over to Mrs. Lincoln's. Mrs. Lincoln must have had help putting her house back together. The last time Jared had been there, walls were missing and windows were broken. Mrs. Lincoln opened the door. Her silver hair was accented by the bathrobe she wore over her clothes. Jared had known her his whole life, but it wasn't until just a few months ago that he learned she was part fairy. Ah, how nice to see you. Come on in. She moved so they could go past her into the house. Everything was in perfect order. She had shelves of ceramic elephants, lambs, and small glass plates. Her bookshelves ranged from new novels to old books that looked like they would fall apart if they were moved. Many were in languages Jared had never seen before. How are you two doing? All ready for college? She moved into the kitchen, pulled out glasses of lemonade, and poured some for each of them. I haven't thought about it much. I've been too busy with work. Jared took a drink. It had to be the best lemonade he'd ever tasted. I'm ready. My sisters keep fighting over who will get my room when I leave. Beth held up her glass. This is amazing. Adam nodded, but didn't say anything. It's my own recipe. Now, what can I do for you? Where's Megan? She smiled, but the concern was obvious in her eyes. Megan's off in Europe playing volleyball. She's fine, we think. Jared noticed he was holding the glass tighter than normal and set it down on the counter. What do you mean you think? What happened? Mrs. Lincoln's eyes widened. Beth leaned forward. Louis' son said that his mom is missing, and he thinks his dad is too. When we tried to summon a leprechaun, it wouldn't work. Mrs. Lincoln stared for a moment. And you know you can trust his son? He's still a child. I'm not sure he could be anything but trustworthy. Jared still couldn't believe Owen was just born earlier that year. Never underestimate leprechauns. But it does go along with what I'm finding. I've been trying to contact my fairy friends. I'd heard rumors that the Midsummer Festival was going to happen this year, which goes against the agreement we'd made so long ago. The fire in her eyes made Jared lean back. I find it interesting that they want to start it up again just months after you all opened the portal to throw O'Malley in. Who's doing it? Beth folded her arms. Mrs. Lincoln shook her head. I wish I knew. I fear the worst. That's not what I like to hear. So, how can we help? If we don't have a leprechaun to get us to Europe, we can't do anything. Mrs. Lincoln brushed away Jared's concern. You can prepare things here. I'll let you know when I have things ready to go. She stood. What are your plans? Adam asked. His eyes showed the same spark of anger that Megan's eyes would when she was upset. I'll contact my friends. She placed a hand on his shoulder. We'll do our best to keep your sister out of harm's way. Adam's jaw clenched before he nodded and backed up. Please stay safe. Beth gave her a hug. Oh, I'll be just fine. I've been more careful with my shields. It'll take an army to take my house down now. Wasn't it an army? Beth nudged Jared. Thanks, Mrs. Lincoln. We'll let you know if we hear anything else. She pushed Jared out the door. Jared rubbed his arm. What'd you do that for? You don't just say things like that. Beth stormed to the truck. But her house was hit by an army of creatures. He climbed in. Yes, well, she doesn't have to be reminded. Sorry. Jared drove back to his dad's party, and they joined in with the rest of the group until the end. Beth and Adam left soon after. Jared helped his mom and Abby out to the car so they could get home, and then went back in to help clean things up. He knew he wouldn't sleep that night, so cleaning up after a party was a good distraction. Chapter 6. Megan. Mom and I had just gotten settled when there was a knock at the hotel door. I hurried over to answer it. I needed Normal about now. Coach Peterson stood at the door. Hey, we're heading down to dinner. All right, we're ready to go. I looked back to see Mom grabbing her small backpack. The other team members had started gathering around behind Coach. We followed and headed for the elevator. We walked a few blocks to the restaurant. The car sped by us, and the scent of flowers filled the summer air. I was able to forget everything I talked to Owen about and just enjoyed being with friends. Mom had gone up ahead with Shelby's mom, and I walked along with Shelby and Brinley. Off in the distance, we could see the Eiffel Tower. We'd tour the city tomorrow for a while before heading over to play our first game of the tournament. Hey, Megan, that guy is totally checking you out. Brinley nudged me. I jumped out of my thoughts and turned. Who? That guy back there. He was trying to talk to you, but you wouldn't answer. Oh, oops. I waved and kept walking. He was pretty cute. You sure you don't want to go back and say hi? Shelby asked. No, I'm good. Besides, I don't want to get left behind. I touched the ring from Jared. The guys here were cute, but they were nothing compared to who I left back home. We walked into a small, cozy restaurant lit by candles, and it was quiet except for the low murmur of voices. The waiter seated us and held my chair, making the other girls burst into giggles. I rolled my eyes and picked up the menu in front of me. Coach had warned us that we'd be here for a while, as was the custom here, so I wasn't in too big of a hurry to figure out what I wanted. A soft pop sounded, and I felt someone lean against my arm. Whatever the waiter brings you, don't eat it, Owen said. Why? I whispered back, covering my mouth with the menu. Just trust me? Another pop sounded, and he was gone. Mom nudged me with her elbow, and I shook my head slightly before dropping my menu on the table. I give up. What should I order? All the words and phrases I studied today had to do with clothes. Nice try. Look at it again. If anything, just close your eyes and point. Mom set her menu down. Everyone ready? They nodded, even though they didn't look ready at all. Well, let's see if we're lucky enough to order within the next hour. Mom waved at the nearest waiter. We're ready. I noticed too late that it was the waiter Owen had warned me about. He looked right at me and smiled. Qu'est-ce que je veux faire? 1 second. Can you ask someone else first? When he continued to smile, I pushed on my luck and pointed at the menu. I'll have that. The boeuf bourguignon. I cringed, hoping I hadn't just butchered it. Voulez-vous venir avec du fromage? He asked. Oh, oui. I was pretty sure fromage was cheese, so it was safe. Or at least, I thought it was. I'd heard not so great things about the smells of French cheeses. The waiter nodded and moved on after writing down my order. I had no idea what I'd picked. He hadn't seemed to mind that I knew very little French, but he wasn't very nice to the other girls. They either butchered the language, even I could tell when they had said it wrong, or they'd just point at what they wanted. He was clearly annoyed by the time he left, but still spared one dazzling smile for me on his way toward the kitchen. Wow, Megan, you have him wrapped around your finger. Brinley shook her head. I'm a little worried about what he's going to bring me. I either asked for pasta or snails. Snails aren't bad, Shelby said. I just hope my meat comes out cooked. I didn't know how to say well done. Anyone know what foie gras is? I just ordered it for an appetizer, Melissa giggled. Mom leaned over. What did Owen say? Don't eat what the waiter serves me. I glanced toward the kitchen. He gives me the creeps. Me too. Mom took a drink of her water. So what time is tomorrow's game again? Coach Peterson pulled out his phone. We have to be there at 4 to start warming up. So we only have a few hours to sightsee? Bummer. Hannah played with her fork. Yes, unfortunately. We'll be able to tour each city, but not for long periods of time. The girls murmured back and forth and pointed out different people in the restaurant. Some were loud and had clearly had too much to drink, and others spoke quietly. We were talking about the upcoming game when Brinley suddenly perked up and nodded toward the kitchen. Oh, hey, here's our appetizer. When the waiter set the plate in front of her, she stared at it in disgust. This is escargot? Shelby burst into laughter. You didn't know you were ordering snails? Hannah frowned. No, I guess I'll never trust my brother again. Shelby poked her fork in one and took a bite. They're not so bad. I've had them before. She handed a piece of cheese from her plate to Hannah. We could trade if you want. Hannah picked up her plate and gave it to Shelby. Go right ahead. The entree was served next. I was relieved when a different waiter set the dish in front of me. It was mouth-watering, even to look at, and I would have hated not to touch it. The savory beef melted in my mouth, and the vegetables were perfectly cooked. It was heaven. The other girls weren't so lucky. The salmon was dry, the steak wasn't cooked correctly, and Brinley's pasta dish was small. After they choked theirs down, and I licked my fork clean, we were given plates of cheese to cleanse our palates, followed by dessert. I could barely move by the time we left. The waiter kissed my hand and gave me a card, then winked as we left the restaurant. There was something about him I really didn't like. I stared at the card that contained only his name and a phone number. Ethan didn't sound very French to me. The girls squealed, but I couldn't help scrubbing my hand when I got back to my hotel room. Owen popped in as Mom and I were brushing our teeth. You didn't need anything from that waiter, did you? He asked urgently. No, we were careful. Who is he? I spit out the toothpaste and rinsed my mouth. He wrinkled his nose. Could you not do that while I'm here? Mom laughed. It's your fault you came in when you did. Now, who is this guy? Owen looked at his shoes. I don't know. I know he's dangerous, but I don't know why. I've been trying to contact my dad, but I don't know where he is. Louie's missing now? I knew this trip wasn't going to be quite as simple as Mom had hoped. Owen burst into tears. I haven't heard from him since I came to find you at the airport. When I went to take him your message, he wasn't in the house. I patted him awkwardly on the shoulder. We'll find him, and your mom. He only cried harder. You would do that? His wails echoed off the walls, and I looked at Mom, horrified. Mom hugged Owen. It's okay. We just need to figure out what we're up against, and then we'll take care of it. Did you find Beth or Jared? I should have been thinking about the volleyball game the next day. I should have been worried about nothing but where we'd tour next, and if I could actually speak the language. Oi, they're going to try to summon Henry as he can bring them here, he sniffled. Beth says you're in trouble for getting into trouble without her. I chuckled. Sounds like Beth. I bent down to stare Owen in the eyes. Now, I want you to go back and keep watch for anything suspicious. We need to know who we're fighting. Got it? Aye. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. I flopped back onto my bed. Sorry, Mom. Sweetie, if I expected the trip to be normal, I wouldn't have come with you. She picked up her bag and moved over to the desk. Now you can get some sleep. I have some homework to do." She had another year left of school and had tried to get the term off, but a couple of classes she needed were only offered this term. "Sounds good to me." I changed into pajamas and burrowed down into my blankets, thrilled to be in bed. The jet lag had finally hit, and I was exhausted. Even then, it took an hour for my mind to calm down. Whoever had just messed up my vacation to Europe was going to pay dearly. Chapter 7. Megan. The tour through Paris was breathtaking. When I awoke that morning, I decided I was just going to ignore leprechauns and enjoy the time I had there. I could beat the bad guys later. I could have spent days in the Louvre. It was massive, with tall ceilings and hallways that could go on forever. We had headphones to listen to an audio tour. Coach had told us to stick together, but the girls had scattered. I spent most of my time in the Van Gogh exhibit. I'd always been fascinated by his pieces when we studied him in school, but the small pictures in the textbook were nothing compared to seeing the strokes and the bright colors in person. It took a while for Coach to round up all the girls, so I took advantage of the time and headed into the Da Vinci display. The room was emptier than I thought it would be, which I was happy about. I'd wanted to see the Mona Lisa up close. She was just as mysterious as all the books had said. Powerful fairy, that one. Owen stood next to me. I laughed. "Yeah, right. And how'd you get in here? I didn't hear you." Owen pointed at the painting. "That frame is a prison for her." "Seriously?" I examined the painting some more, but it looked like just a regular frame to me. Owen nodded. "The security in here is tight enough that I couldn't appear in here." My eyes widened. There's no way. This painting is famous. You'd think people would know she's a fairy. Do your research. There's no valid story for who she was. And there's a reason. Now let's go. I don't like how she's looking at me." Owen tugged on my hand until I finally turned and walked away. As we left the Louvre, I looked back over my shoulder to get one last glance at the paintings, and I could have sworn I saw a movement in the corner of my eye. There were people everywhere, but I caught the movement of darkness. My mind immediately went back to the gray man, which made me shiver and set me on edge. "Coming, sweetie?" Mom asked. "Yeah, I'll be right there." After making sure no one was watching, I hurried toward the room where I'd seen the movement. There were only paintings in there, but the feeling in the room was dark. Something was here, and I didn't like it even a little bit. It was darker than the gray man, but had no actual being. Maybe Owen was right. I didn't want to find out. I hurried back out to meet the rest of the group. We climbed onto a bus and headed off for our next stop. We stood in line for the Eiffel Tower for a couple of hours before we were finally able to go up. The view was phenomenal. I could see for miles as I took in the city around us. After that, we headed off to the Arc de Triomphe. Jared would have loved the architecture. While the other girls giggled over the boys who were also there, I took as many photos as I could to send back to him. I grabbed him a "wish you were here" keychain and got Beth a small coin purse from a small gift shop nearby. "Let's head back to the hotel, ladies. It's time to get ready to go to the gym." Coach Peterson walked us back to the bus, and we climbed on, excited to play. I was quiet as I pulled my uniform out of my suitcase in our room. Nerves had begun to set in, and I welcomed them. It meant I could ignore everything else that was going on. I changed and tied my hair up in a ponytail. When I went to find my shoes, I sighed. "Owen?" Mom looked up from the pamphlet she was reading. "He can't hear you, can he?" I shrugged. "I don't know, but it's worth a try." "Yeah?" He popped in just above my bed, playing with an old top. I figured he hadn't gone too far. "Where are my knee pads?" I asked. "What are those?" He cocked his head to the side. "They go on my knees so I don't get hurt when I fall. They were with my uniform. They're white, they're worn out, and I need them." "But why? I could get you some new ones." He lifted his hand to snap his fingers. "No, wait. First, you can't get me some if you don't know what they look like. And second, these are my lucky knee pads. I wore them for every game during high school." Owen fell over laughing. "You! You're You're the luckiest human alive and you have lucky knee pads. Oh, now I've heard everything. He popped out, still cackling. He has a point, you know, Mom chuckled. Don't forget to leave your jewelry off. I doubt they have lockers here for you to use. I hesitated, biting my lip. I can't leave my ring or my necklace here, Mom. I need them close by. Could you wear them for me? Sure. I've always liked green anyway. She put them on and grabbed her purse. I hear people gathering in the hall. Why don't you go ahead? I need to wait for Owen. The ring and necklace could protect my mom while I was down on the court. After taking out my earrings and setting them on the counter, I sat down to stretch. Okay, just hurry. I don't want you getting in trouble. She left the room, and I finished stretching. Owen, I really need to get out of here. I went in to brush my teeth and heard a pop, followed by a scuffle and gagging. Hey, what's going on? I ran into the room and stopped short. Owen was on top of a mermaid, pulling on my knee pads that she held tightly to her chest. She had a bluish-green tail, and her hair matched. She would have been beautiful if not for her angry scowl as she fought Owen. Water soaked into the hotel floor. 1 second? Almost got them? Owen breathed heavily, and he grabbed for the knee pads. I walked over and pulled them out of the mermaid's hands. I'm sorry, but I really need these. The pads were soggy and smelled of ocean water. The mermaid glared at me. I know you. You hurt my sister. She did look familiar. Suddenly, the memory of the battle at Phantom Falls came to mind. Wait, you mean the mermaids who were attacking my friend? They tried to kill her. Beth had been tied up and soaked. The water had been almost to her shoulders by the time I was able to save her. The mermaid sneered. One fewer human. Owen snapped, and the mermaid disappeared. Sorry about that. She might have been a little upset that you took the pillows for her babies. I looked down at the pads and frowned. That's sad. Could we zap her something else? I went to the sink and squeezed the pads out. Owen snapped his fingers, and the pads were dry. It's a pop, not a zap. And I'd have to get them from somewhere. We can take care of it later. I pulled on my knee pads, grateful to have them back. They were one of the first purchases I'd made with my own money, and I'd been extra careful with them. I finished getting ready and ran out to the waiting bus. I slid into the seat by Mom and tried to catch my breath. Sorry about that. I had to fight to get them back. Mom glanced around before leaning closer. Fight? Fight who? A mermaid who apparently hates me. The look on the mermaid's face haunted me. Maybe I never needed to see Atlantis. Not if they all felt that way about humans. A mermaid? Mom's eyes widened. I told her what had happened in whispers. She shook her head but didn't say anything until we got to the gym. The building was huge. Rooms ran along the hallways, spaced between concessions. Once we got inside, it felt like being home again. The same smells of equipment, mats, and old sweat flooded my senses, and I breathed deeply. The nerves I'd been fighting were tamped down. Maybe you should keep the necklace. I turned to her in surprise. You know I can't. You wore the locket at the tryouts. Why not now? I'm not at tryouts anymore. They'd kick me off the floor. Besides, I want you to wear it. I can hold my own, but... Mom raised her eyebrows. You think I can't? Well, no. Yes. I don't know. Just please take care of them. I ran out to the court and warmed up with the team then. I scanned the crowd to find Mom sitting up in the bleachers, talking on her phone. After we'd practiced for an hour, we gathered in a side room for a snack of croissants and cheese. It was delicious, but I was aching to get out on the floor and play. My nerves screamed at me to use my luck, but I ignored them. I was going to do this on my own. I needed to know I had enough luck to fight with later. Not that I ever ran out, but I was still careful. Besides, I usually had to pull from other people, and it wasn't fair to them. When Coach Peterson finally stood up at his table to give his before-game speech, I sighed in relief. The girls sat up to listen. Hannah looked pale, and Melissa's leg bounced with anxiety. All right, we've trained a lot for this tournament. We can do it. Just go out there, have fun, and of course, win. He grinned and moved toward the door, nodding at the attendants who had waited on us. He was never one to make big speeches, and he liked to win. We ran onto the court and started our warm-up. The bleachers were sparsely filled with spectators. Owen stood up on the ref stand and gestured for me to come over. When I didn't, he rolled his eyes and nodded toward the crowd. What was it? A quick scan of the crowd showed me nothing. Wait, my stomach dropped. The guy from the restaurant was here. Ethan? And he was staring right at me. It took everything I had to smile and turn my attention back to the game. The set started with France serving first. They were good, and they were fast. I missed a few hard hits. Coach took me out. I didn't blame him. One of the hits was too fast for anyone to get under, but I should have stopped the other two. You okay? Coach continued watching the game. Yes, sorry. I grabbed my water bottle and took a drink, searching for Ethan. He was still watching me, so I glanced away. He was several rows away from Mom, but I was still worried about her. Our team was able to come back within a couple of points before the match ended, but France won by 3. We switched sides, and Coach put me back out on the floor. The second match began, and things were normal for the first few minutes. We were tied, and I had the ball, when a small leprechaun, like a leprechaun, but smaller and more annoying, ran onto the court. Since the whistle wasn't blown, I assumed no one else could see him. "Let me help," he cried. He stood next to me as I went to serve. He snapped his fingers, and the ball that could have been a floater shot across the court and hit just inside the boundary on the other side. I loved to say I had such a great serve, but I knew otherwise. The ball came back to me, and I served again with help from the leprechaun. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to pick him up and shake him, but I couldn't. Everyone was watching me, not seeing a little leprechaun standing next to me, so grabbing him would look odd. I couldn't even ask him not to help without creating a scene. I served again, and this time the ball flew and hit the back wall. Well, that was one way to stop him. I moved forward and got ready for the other team to serve. "Let me help!" "Go away," I whispered. "Got it," I yelled to my teammates and dove for the ball. I passed it to the setter and watched Hannah spike it down. We moved into the next position, and a fairy flew down just above my head. "Welcome to our land, Megan. We will help you." She flicked some pixie dust as the ball came toward me, and it suddenly dropped in front of Melissa. She dove for it, but missed. "That wasn't helping," I muttered. The fairy huffed and disappeared. It probably made her mad, but I needed to win this game. The leprechaun tried to help again, but paled when he saw the glower on Owen's face. The leprechaun gulped and disappeared as well. I gave a quick thumbs up to Owen and concentrated on the game. We barely won the set by 4 points before moving on to the next one. Ethan had disappeared sometime during the last set, and that worried me more than having him here. Between serves, I made sure Mom was okay. She would smile and wave, and I'd relax for long enough to make the next play. It was a tough match, but we finally won by 2 points. Owen waved and disappeared as I ran over to do a cheer for France's team. I was anxious to leave the gym before anything else happened. I needed to talk to Owen in our hotel room where no one could hear us. I grabbed my water bottle and waited for Mom to come down to the court. She gripped her purse a little tighter than normal, but she had a huge grin on her face. "Great game, Megan. You guys were fantastic." She gave me a half hug. "Thanks. They were good. I didn't know if we'd win." Mom leaned close to me. Well, with all that help, I was a little worried too. I shook my head. No kidding. We followed Coach Peterson out to the bus and listened to the rest of the team chattering excitedly about the game. I answered when the girls talked to me, but otherwise, I watched out the window. Something out there was after me, and I really hated not knowing what it was. I pulled out my phone and found Beth's number. "Hey, did Owen find you? I haven't heard anything." I sent the same text to Jared and waited. It was killing me not to be able to talk to Jared after my game. We'd always go get ice cream afterward. Mom patted me on the knee and turned back to talk to Shelby's mom. Beth replied first. Owen came last night and told us his mom was gone. You okay? Someone's after me. I'd hoped you'd get here to help out somehow. When is someone not after you? We tried summoning Henry, but nothing happened. My stomach clenched. So it wasn't just Owen who couldn't find them. I didn't like this one little bit. I texted her back. Okay, wish you were here. Me too. Be smart. I grinned. I'm always smart. Is Jared okay? He's fine. His phone is messed up. I breathed a sigh of relief. It's not like I'd thought something bad had happened to him, but not hearing from him had been a little worrying. That stinks. Can you tell him I miss him? There was a pause. Of course. And ew. I laughed to myself. Beth loved to pretend to be grossed out by us. Thanks. Better go. See ya. Chapter 8. Megan. We pulled up to the hotel and climbed out. I still hadn't heard from Jared, but he was probably at work. His uncle had him working full days now that school was out. Hey, Megan. Coach wants us down at the pool for some team exercise thing, Hannah told me. Okay, I'll be right down. Owen suddenly appeared right behind Hannah and shook his head frantically. I'm actually pretty tired, jet lag and all that. Can you let Coach know? He wouldn't like that, but if Owen was this insistent, something had to be going on. Hannah sighed. Okay, what is it? What do you mean? I asked, confused. You're too quiet, and you keep ditching us. Plus, it's not like you not to be there for practice. She folded her arms, eyebrows raised. I bit my lip. You're right. I'm just homesick. I'll be down. I pasted on a smile. The homesickness part was true. Hannah's face lit up. Great. And hey, we all miss home. Yeah, I just need to keep busy. I ignored Owen on the way up to our room. I was tired of being careful. I wanted to know what was happening before I agreed to stay away. Mom unlocked the door and we went inside. Swimming will be good to get your mind off things. And your team needs you. It does sound good. I didn't even realize the hotel had a pool. I pulled out my suit and headed for the bathroom, but Owen stood in front of it. You're not going anywhere. He stomped his foot. I sighed. Why? Owen pulled off his hat and played with the brim. The mermaids. They're not leaving. My eyes grew wide. Mermaids? Seriously? Yes. I thought I'd sent them back to Atlantis, but a couple managed to find you. And, well, they're not too fond of you. I'm not too fond of them either, but, where are they? I'm worried they're in the pool. They need a water source. Of course. I'll take my chances. I have to go, or I'll get in trouble. I pushed past him and locked the door to the bathroom so I could change. Mom and Owen were still talking when I came out a few minutes later. I'm going swimming. I threw my clothes in my bag. Owen grumbled under his breath. I know, but I don't like it. He pointed at me. If I say it's time to come upstairs, you better do it. Okay? Yes, sir. I mock saluted and grabbed a towel. Are you coming, Mom? I think I will. She grabbed her suit and went in to change. Why do the mermaids hate me? I asked. Owen shrugged. They say it's because of when you hurt them in the battle. But I find that hard to believe. No one was seriously injured. Mermaids are fickle and will usually do their own thing. But if they feel threatened, they get nasty. It's possible someone lied about you. Awesome. I find out that Atlantis exists, and the next thing I know, the mermaids are out to get me. I grabbed shorts and a towel just as Mom came out of the bathroom. We headed down to the pool where the rest of the team was already swimming. I dipped my toe in and smiled at how warm it felt. Perfect. Oh, there you are, Megan. We thought you'd fallen asleep. Brinley swam over to me. Nope, I just had to find my suit. I did a quick check for mermaids, then climbed in. Ah, living out of suitcases can be a pain. She ducked her head under the water and took off swimming. Coach came over. There you are. I want you to swim 10 laps, and then we'll play a game. Got it. I started with a front crawl and enjoyed the rhythmic movements as I glided through the water. It allowed me to think without someone expecting me to socialize. I was perfectly social at home, with Beth and Jared at least. And with them a world away, I didn't know what to do with myself. I switched between a few different swimming styles every 2 laps, then leaned against the side of the pool to catch my breath. The other girls finished a few laps before me and were starting a game of Marco Polo. I won each time, even when I wasn't trying to use my luck. When I was the only one who hadn't been it, I gave in and offered to be next. How do you keep doing that? Shelby asked. Luck. I smiled and swam over to the side of the pool, then closed my eyes. I heard giggles and splashes before I started. Marco! Polo! The girls yelled in unison. The game was on. I listened for the nearest girl as I called out again. Polo! Shelby's voice was nearby, so I dove forward and grabbed her. Shelby squealed. I opened my eyes and laughed. Okay, I got you. I'm going to head back to my room. I knew my crazy luck was starting to show itself, and by the look on my mom's face, I could tell she agreed. Oh, no, you don't. That was too easy. Brinley studied me closely. How do you keep winning? The other girls glanced between us. Great. What was I supposed to say? She was right there. Their expressions didn't change, and I finally sighed. Fine. Let's do it again. Then you can see that I wasn't looking. The girls scrambled out of the way, and I backed up into the corner again. I pushed my luck down, not wanting to use it for the game. Sometimes having it was a pain to have. It got me in trouble when I'd done nothing wrong. Marco, I shouted. The girl shouted back, just as I was yanked under. I was hoping you would do that. The voice was garbled from speaking underwater. I turned to see a mermaid grinning at me maliciously. Oh no. I splashed to the top to catch my breath and called out Marco again. I needed the girls to stay distracted while I got rid of the mermaid. It was the same mermaid who had shown up in my room, and she didn't look like she'd be letting go anytime soon. I pulled hard on my luck, trying to make her hands slippery enough for me to escape, but we were underwater. I needed another breath. I kicked back, hoping I could connect with her head. I felt contact with flesh and pushed off. Marco! I shouted. Thankfully, the other girls were still swimming around and hadn't noticed. Mom had, though. She was standing on the side of the pool, ready to jump in. I shook my head and shouted, Owen! Before being dragged back under. Kicking the mermaid had only made her angrier. She now had a knife, and I was pretty sure she wasn't afraid to use it. But why was she taking the chance of exposing herself to my friends? It made no sense. I pulled even harder on my luck, and suddenly noticed the circulation vent at the bottom of the pool. I yanked on the vent with my luck as I dragged myself toward it. She'd need to be right over it to get sucked in without taking me with her. She swiped at me with her knife and nicked my arm before I could get away. I gasped and choked on the water and had to go back up to the surface to breathe. By that time, I had too much on my plate to worry about what any of the girls thought. The blood spreading in the water was kind of a hint that something was wrong. Mom threw a safety ring. I finally got the vent pulled out and kicked hard to get away from her grip. Her tail was sucked in, and she cursed at me as I fought to get away. How dare you! She shrieked, followed by what I guessed was cursing in Atlantean. By the way her eyes flashed, it wasn't very nice. You'll pay for this. Yeah? Well, good luck with getting out of there. Those pipes aren't used to something quite so big. I climbed out of the pool and watched the water go down around her. I looked up and realized, first, that the pool room was empty, and second, that there was a strong stench that hadn't been there before. I gagged and turned to Mom, who stood there holding a lifeguard pole. Where is everyone? Mom tore her gaze away from the mermaid and looked up at me. Owen let off a stink bomb. It cleared the pool pretty quickly. Everyone wanted to wait for you, but I told them I'd stick around. Her eyes widened. "You're bleeding." I looked down and put my hand over the cut. "She got me with her knife." Mom inspected it. "It doesn't look too deep, but we should get it checked." She grabbed a towel and wrapped it around my arm. "I'm fine, Mom." "Ugh, except for that smell. Man, that is nasty." I looked around. "Where is Owen anyway?" Mom shook her head. "I don't know. He said he'd take care of this. He felt pretty bad she'd snuck in here. We should leave soon, though. I'm not thinking this hotel is going to like the fact that their pool was drained." "Oh, right." I grabbed my towel and started drying off. My head ached from the screeching mermaid and the leftover stench from Owen's bomb. I'd never live this down. I heard a pop, and Owen stood in front of me with one of the best-looking guys I'd ever seen. Blonde hair that fell perfectly over his green eyes, toned body, and that smile. My eyes widened, and I was completely speechless. "Megan, this is Cam. He's one of the guards in Atlantis. Now, if you pick your jaw up off the floor, we can get the mermaid back home." My face grew hot, and I shook myself out of the stupor. "Right." I held out my hand. "I'm Megan." "It's nice to meet you. We've heard a lot about you." His smile just made his face even more amazing. "You have? They knew about me in Atlantis? Wow." "Well, you've caused quite a stir down in my city, with your battles. Besides, no one can have that much luck and not be known throughout the world." The admiration in his eyes was enough to make me melt. Thank you for coming. Do you need help?" Seriously. I needed to snap out of it. Jared was at home waiting for me, and here I was, drooling over someone I didn't know. "Nope, I've got it." He turned and held out his hand. A ball of light appeared and shot toward the mermaid, who sat in the vent up to her waist. She was pulled out and set next to him. He placed a pair of handcuffs on her that looked like they'd been made of glass. "She won't be bothering you again. Please let us know if there's anything else we can do for you." He grinned one more time, then twisted something on his watch, making him and the mermaid disappear. Wow, I could use one of those. I stared at the spot Cam had just left. "Hello?" Mom chuckled and patted me on the shoulder. "Right, okay." I shook my head, trying to clear it. He was Atlantean. I just talked to an Atlantean. Now the mermaid was no longer stuck. The pool began draining again. There was no way I wanted to climb in to put the vent cover back on, and I had no idea how to get it refilled. Owen appeared next to me, staring down at the water. "Think you could fix that?" I asked. Owen shrugged. "Only one way to find out?" He snapped his fingers and the pool stopped draining. "Thanks. Think you could fill it back up?" I looked around. I'm surprised no one has come in to see what's going on. "They were going to, but I froze them for a bit." He snapped his fingers and the pool was suddenly filled to the top. Wow, impressive. I dipped my foot in. It was colder than what it had been before, and it smelled like the ocean. Owen? Did you use ocean water?" "Yeah, why?" "It'll ruin the pipes. You need fresh water." "Oh, fine." The water disappeared and was replaced with clean water. This time, it was warm. "Perfect. Let's go back." I grabbed my shoes and towel, and we headed toward the door. Mom opened it and peeked out. "Owen, you might want to restart time." "Oh, right." Owen waved his hand to start time again, and we moved out of the way as employees rushed into the room, speaking frantically in French. Mom and I hurried off, trying to keep straight faces. It was harder in the elevator when there was nothing to distract us. We waited until we were inside our room before we started laughing. "Did you see their expressions?" Mom asked, wiping her eyes. "Yeah, that was awesome." My smile turned into soberness as my mind ran over the fight with the mermaid. Guess we should have listened to Owen, huh? Probably. She sat on her bed. "Maybe we should leave. I don't like everyone coming after you." No, please. I'll be more careful. If he tells me to stay away from something, I will. I promise. Don't make us leave. The thought of missing out on the tour was upsetting. I waited for months to come, and I wasn't about to let mermaids and leprechauns get in my way. Mom sighed. Fine. Just don't make me regret it. I won't. I gathered up my stuff and went into the bathroom to change and to get ready for bed. When I came back, Mom and Owen were talking in hushed tones. What's going on? I climbed on the bed. Cam said I was to stay with you no matter what, Owen said. I couldn't help the blush that came at the mention of Cam. It's not like you haven't been with me since we got here. What else did he say? Owen sighed. Forget about him. Atlanteans are essentially gods. That giddiness you're feeling right now is just from being in his presence. I shouldn't have let him come, but he wanted to meet you. I blinked. Right. I knew that. Why does he want you to stay with me? Do the mermaids plan to attack again? Owen jumped off the bed and started pacing. Not just the mermaids. Something is making the creatures want to come after you. And we haven't figured out what it is. There are still many who are still willing to protect you with their lives, like the leprechauns at the volleyball game today. That means you'll probably have the same thing happen in your other games. I groaned and flopped back onto my pillow. Why me? The one who is most powerful always has someone vying for the position? I laughed. Oh, come on. You all keep saying that, but there must be other creatures with more power. What about the Queen of Fairies? She's powerful, right? I couldn't help but feel a little panic. I'd gone up against some pretty powerful beings lately, and I didn't want to think about the fact that I might have to do it again. I could still feel the gray man's hands on me. True, they are all strong in their own right, but your power is different, and they want it. I looked over at Mom. Does this mean we have to go home? Mom winced but shook her head. That will make things worse. Except that I could help out there. Owen shook his head. I can't believe I'm saying this, but your mom is right. The creatures that stuck around are having a hard time with the barrier between the worlds. They're not happy. What about April? She was off in the fairy world to be part of some ceremony, but she should be back any time. I'd been sad to see her go, but she needed a break after everything I put her through over the last few months. She probably can't come back. Owen looked down at his feet. There's some kind of barrier blocking them. Great. I shook my head. Have you gotten hold of Jared yet? Jared and Beth can't come. They're stuck because no one can transport them here. That's not all. Both of their parents said they weren't allowed to fly here under any circumstances. Adam could come. Owen glanced over at Mom, who frowned. I felt completely alone. Mom was here, but without any backup from my friends and brother, I had no idea how to fight. Would you like to hit me with anything else? Megan, Mom started, but Owen interrupted. It's all right, Mrs. Crenshaw. She has a right to be angry. Look, Megan, I'll do what I can. I'm sorry I'm not strong enough to bring them here myself. I sighed. I'm sorry, Owen. You're doing your best. Thank you for helping me. Owen beamed, then yawned. I'm going to bed. I'll be back when you wake up. We'll be up early. We're going to Germany in the morning. Owen's eyes widened. You're not flying again, are you? Mom laughed. No, we're taking a train. Oh, I can do that then. Owen sighed. Great. Good night. I reached up and turned off the light. I heard a faint pop, and Owen was gone. Chapter 9. Megan. I was up before my alarm rang. My dreams had been filled with fairy tale creatures, and Cam coming to save the day. I climbed out of bed and went to shower. I needed Cam out of my head. Jared still hadn't texted, and it was killing me. He was the only one who would save me. He'd promised. When I came out of the bathroom, Mom was up and had her bags packed. She was working on my new bags and stopped to smile. Morning, sweetie. I wanted to get things packed so we'd have time for breakfast. Thanks, Mom. I put the last of my things in my bag and double-checked to make sure I had everything. My new suitcases were much better than the ones I'd had before, which was good, because they cost a fortune. We took everything downstairs and loaded it on the bus before heading back in for breakfast. We had to eat quickly because our trip was only a couple of hours away. I stared out at the sights as we drove to the train station. I was sad to be leaving France so soon, but we had a game in Germany that night. I hoped to have some free time to look around while we were there. I needed something to keep my mind off everything that was going on. I looked down when my phone buzzed. Hey, sorry I haven't texted. Uncle Jerry's been busy with a few weddings and I had to help out. We'll do what we can. Love you. It was something small, but the text filled me with peace. Jared was safe. He wasn't here with me, but I knew he was okay. The train ride took a few hours, so we settled into our seats. Owen took a spot next to me, and it was hard keeping the other girls from sitting on him. He'd apparently chosen to go invisible for this trip. Shelby asked me what had happened in the pool, but I kept it vague. The others had their own version of the story with the stink bomb, and I was content to listen to what they had to say. It was more entertaining than what had actually happened. When we finally reached Frankfurt, I climbed off the train and turned to find a rather frantic leprechaun behind me. You need to run, right now. Owen glanced behind me and back up to my face. Mom took my bags, her face pale. Go, I'll see you at the bus. I turned to find what I could only describe as a vampire standing nearby, glaring at me with its soulless eyes. Terror ran through me, and adrenaline kicked in. I was out of there. I slipped out onto the sidewalk and sprinted for the guy who held a sign with our team's name on it. This is our bus? I asked, breathless. The man cocked his head to the side. Wie bitte? Oh, yeah, German. I used my luck to pull up the very little German I'd learned in high school. Das ist unser Bus? Amerikanischen Volleyball-Team? I hoped I hadn't butchered it. Yeah. He gestured toward the door. Thank you. I climbed up the first step. You're welcome, he said in a thick German accent. Nice. He knew English. I hurried to the back of the bus and dropped onto my seat to wait for the others. I wasn't looking forward to explaining why I took off, leaving Mom to carry 2 extra bags. I heard a noise at the front of the bus. When I turned toward it, I screamed. The thing had followed me. Of course, I should have realized it would, but I'd hoped the whole vampire dying in the sunlight myth was true. It limped slowly along the aisle, its face slack and pale. The low moaning paralyzed me with fear. My luck was there, but I couldn't pull it up to help me out, which had never happened before. I really regretted not having my sword right then. The sarcasm I usually used in a fight had drained out of me as well. I was hopeless, like it had drained the hope from me. Or my luck. That thought horrified me more than anything. It reached out a hand toward me, just as I heard laughter. The other girls came bounding up the steps onto the bus. The creature growled under its breath and disappeared. I wanted to hug Shelby and Brinley right then, but I was shaking too much. I rubbed my face in my arms, trying to wipe away the fear. Oh, hey, Megan. We were wondering where you went. Shelby dropped into the seat in front of me. I had to use the bathroom, and then I came here. After what I'd just seen, now I did need to use the bathroom, but they didn't need to know that. Are you okay? Brinley asked. You look like you just saw a ghost. Yeah, I'm fine. I think I just need to sleep. Maybe I got motion sickness. I certainly felt that way. And man, I hated lying. I finally spotted Mom with all my luggage in a cart. She handed it off to the driver to load and climbed on the bus. She sat in front with Shelby's mom, but turned around to check on me. I gave her a thumbs up and smiled weakly. I'd talk to her once we got to the hotel. Owen popped in next to me on the bus, just as it was pulling away. Pretend I'm not here? He stared out the window. The trip to the hotel was short. It stood tall, with modern-style architecture that took my breath away. My fear was finally washed away as we walked into the lobby. Everything looked like it had come from a sci-fi movie. The furniture was decorated in bright colors, and the walls were a stark white contrast. We got our keys and headed to our rooms. They were only slightly bigger than the rooms we'd had in France, but they were in better shape. Modern paintings with splashes of color lined the walls, and the bedspreads were also bright. I collapsed on my bed, drained from the fear coursing through me. "What was that thing?" Mom asked. Her voice was shaking. "I don't know, but I never want to see it again." I shuddered. "It's a revenant." Owen stood by the doorway. "A what?" "It's like a ghost that never moved on." He scratched his chin. "The fact that it was here waiting doesn't bode well for you." None of this trip has boded well. I took deep breaths, trying to calm down. "Aye, but these creatures usually only come out at night, like nightmares. You shouldn't be able to see it. Let me see if I can figure out how to get rid of it. Don't move. I'll be back." He popped out. Mom got up and sat next to me on the bed. "Are you okay, sweetie?" "I'll be fine. I think I'll just have nightmares for the rest of my life. If the gray man didn't already give you nightmares, I think you'll be fine." She patted me on the back. "That's true." I checked my phone, but there were still no answers from Jared or Beth. I hoped that meant they'd figured something out. Owen reappeared. "Okay, I've been asking around. The fairies here told me that once you've seen a revenant, they'll continue to follow you forever." "Oh, awesome! Just what I needed." A knock came at the door, and I went to answer it. "It's time to load up for the game. You ready?" Coach Peterson asked. "I'll be right down." I shut the door as he moved to the next room. Maybe playing volleyball would help get my mind off everything. That is, unless creatures came to help me again. I grabbed my uniform and went into the bathroom to change. I'd have to text Beth to see if she had anything in her fairy tale book that could help me. I couldn't believe that I'd left it at home. Owen was gone when I came out to put on my shoes. I pulled my hair up into a ponytail and then grabbed my bag. "Let's get going." "Are you sure you're okay, sweetie?" Mom asked. She looked closely at my face. "I'll be fine. I'll just pretend the ball is the revenant." I opened the door to join the rest of the girls. I could hear Mom sigh behind me. She made sure our room was locked, and we headed down to the bus. I talked with the other girls about what we should see while we were here, and I was surprised when we pulled up at the building we'd be playing. It was massive. It had wide steps leading up to the gym. People hurried inside with bags on their shoulders. I hadn't expected to get there so quickly. The gym was huge as well, and the sounds of bouncing volleyballs echoed off the walls. Mom went to sit up in the bleachers, and I headed to the floor to warm up. I pulled on my lock, hoping it would counteract anything the creatures could throw at me. I had served a few balls over the net when I noticed the other girls whispering and looking at me. I jogged over to them. "What's going on?" Brinley pointed to the bleachers, a few rows up from where Mom sat. "Ethan. How had he followed us? I hadn't seen him in the train station. I was pretty sure he wasn't a family member of one of the players we'd be playing." "He's so hot, Megan. I can't believe you're not interested." Shelby smiled and waved, earning a crooked smile back from him. "Not even a little." I shuddered, and I really didn't want him near my mom. Again. "Oh, come on. You don't think it's romantic at all?" Hannah asked. I sighed. "Sure, maybe he's here for you." "Uh-huh. He's looking right at you." Brinley nodded toward him. I glanced up at the clock. We had another 10 minutes or so before the game, so I stormed up into the bleachers. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. "I've come to watch you play. Isn't that okay?" His dazzling smile was cute, I admit, but it only infuriated me more. "Why are you following me?" I tried not to make a scene, but I'd had it with everything that had happened so far. "Maybe it's just that I like to watch volleyball." His easygoing attitude made me stop for a second. Nice try. There are games going on in Paris, too. I stepped closer and leaned in. I don't know what you're doing here, but you'd better leave me and my mom alone. I'll pretend like you're only here for volleyball, but if I see anything that will hurt my family, you'll pay. I spun around and ran back down to the gym floor. Coach Peterson looked between me and Ethan. Is everything okay? Yes, he apparently just likes to watch volleyball. I barely registered the confused expression on Coach's face. I hoped Owen would show up soon so he could protect Mom. The game started, and I made my way out to the court. We were able to keep tied with the German team, and finally pulled ahead at the end of the match. We gave a cheer and moved over to the other side of the net. I glanced up to see the smug look on Ethan's face as he watched us. He gave a slight wave, and I glared at him. You need to give him a break. He's cute. Brinley stared up at him. He may be cute, but I don't like the fact that he just showed up here in Germany. Coach put me on the bench for the start of the second set, and I watched our team slowly pull ahead. When it was my turn to go in, I started on the front row. Shelby served the ball, and the other team went up to hit it. It was right in front of me, so I was able to block the spike and knock it down where they couldn't get to it. We lost the next set by only 2 points. It was a tough loss, but I wasn't going to let it get me down. I pushed harder on both my skill and my luck, and we were able to pull ahead and beat them in the final set. We cheered for the other team and went over to congratulate them. Ethan had left before the end of the game, again. It didn't surprise me. I decided to ignore it and celebrate with the other girls. It was a huge win for us. Germany hadn't been beat by many other teams before. We headed out to the bus and began our tour of Berlin. The architecture was beautiful. We toured a few cathedrals from the Renaissance era and ate in a pub in the center of the city. The food was very different from what we'd had in France, but I enjoyed the bratwurst, sauerkraut, and hot potato salad. I kept an eye out for Ethan everywhere we went, but I hadn't seen him since the game. Mom stayed with Coach and Shelby's mom so I could have time with the girls. It didn't stop me from keeping a close eye on her, though. Banners announcing celebrations for Midsummer's Eve were up all over the city as we toured the small shops and marketplaces. I hadn't realized it was so big here, but it made me more nervous than I already was. As far as I knew, there was only one place in Idaho that celebrated this holiday. If it was everywhere here, I worried that I'd have even more creatures after me. Are you listening, Megan? Shelby asked, head cocked to one side. I jumped. What? Sorry, I was just watching people. Right. Did you want to go with us tonight? I stared at her blankly. I clearly missed a rather important conversation. Go where? Brinley groaned. Seriously? She gestured to a group of guys standing by us. They just invited us to go dancing. Oh, I think I'll go back to the hotel. I'm tired. I backed up and looked around to find my mom. No, not this time. You're coming with us. Shelby grabbed my arm and led me over to Mom. Hey, Mrs. Crenshaw? Megan is coming with us to a club, if that's all right with you. I shook my head, hoping Mom would see me. She finally nodded. That's fine. But remember, we have to get on a train early tomorrow morning. Don't get back too late. And Megan, please check in with me every 30 minutes or so. I wanted to fight her, but I just smiled. Thanks, Mom. The girls pulled me away and chattered happily as we headed off to a loud pub. Maybe I'd be able to sneak away in the chaos. Of course, that meant I'd be stuck on the streets of Berlin by myself. I watched Mom leave before turning and going inside. I relaxed just a little when I noticed Shelby's mom following us in. I could have hugged her for coming. The music was loud, and everyone jumped up and down to the beat. It was mostly dark with flashing lights everywhere. Anything could happen in this place. One of the guys who invited us broke away from the others and came over to me. You are Megan? He asked. His accent was thick, but I loved the sound of it. Yes, what's your name? I couldn't help but stare into his eyes. While Jared's eyes were a clear blue that danced when he laughed, this guy's were a dark brown and more serious. There was something else about him. I finally managed to look away and chanted Jared's name in my head while making myself remember everything I liked about him. It shouldn't be so hard. I am Jacob. Would you like to dance? He gestured toward the dance floor. I looked toward the other girls, but they were too into the guys surrounding them. Okay. He led me out to the floor and started dancing. Not very well, but at least he tried. I laughed and joined in. I hadn't danced to techno much, but I had fun trying the robot and other rather uncool moves. I couldn't help the guilt over dancing with him, knowing Jared was waiting at home. Every time I turned to leave, though, Jacob grabbed my hand and pleaded with those eyes. We made it through 2 more techno songs before a slow song came on. I started to walk off the dance floor, but Jacob reached out again. Stay. Please, dance with me. He pulled me closer. I glanced up at the clock and realized 30 minutes had gone by since I arrived at the pub. Relieved that I had an excuse to break away, I moved toward the door. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to check in with my mom. I'll be right back. His eyes flashed in annoyance, but he let me go. I ran toward the entrance and pulled out my phone. I dialed Mom's number and waited for her to answer. It took a few rings before she finally answered. Hey, Mom, I'm just checking in. I moved closer to the door to get some fresh air. It was too muggy in here. Thank you. Go have fun. Talk to you in a half an hour. Bye. I put my phone in my pocket and headed into the pub. I hoped the song was over and we could forget the slow dancing, but another song came on. Jacob swooped in and put his arm around me. Now will you dance with me? Sure. I tried to keep my distance, but he pulled me closer. I kept telling myself it was just a stupid dance and that Jared would understand. I really hoped that was the case. I soon relaxed and enjoyed myself. The music pounded in my head, numbing it so I could stop thinking about everything that had happened. We went through a few more songs before I finally begged to sit down. My sandals weren't meant for so much dancing. I found a bench and dropped onto it. Jacob sat next to me and had me rest my head on his shoulder. I was relaxed, until I saw the time. It had been nearly an hour since I'd last called. That couldn't be right. I jumped up and texted Mom while I went to find Shelby and the others. We need to go. I was supposed to check in half an hour ago. Where was my mom's response? She was usually quick. My mom's right there. We're fine. Shelby turned back to the guy she'd been flirting with. I grumbled and hurried outside. I called Mom and waited for her to pick up, but it went to voicemail. Where was she? I called again, and then a third time. She was fine, right? I mean, she was with the other moms. And she could have been asleep. After all, it was 11:30. But that didn't stop the pounding in my chest. I needed to get back. Shelby's mom sat at the bar, watching the other girls dance. I ran up to her, hoping she'd listen to me. Hey, I think we need to get going. My senses were screaming at me to leave. I'm just going to give them another half hour. It'll be fine. No, I really should go now. I forced myself to yawn. The others aren't ready to leave yet. Could you wait a little longer? Look, my mom hasn't answered her phone. The hotel is down the street. I'll just run home. I walked away and ignored her calling out to me. Jacob was waiting near the door, but I managed to slip out before he saw me. I wasn't about to try to explain why I needed to leave. I sprinted to the hotel, pulling on my luck. Everything needed to be okay. I didn't care about any stupid revenants. I needed my mom. I burst through the doors of the hotel and slowed to a stop. No need to make a scene here. I walked quickly through the lobby to the elevators, trying to catch my breath. Every second I waited could be bad for her. The elevator door finally opened and I jumped in, pretending I hadn't just heard Jacob calling my name. I couldn't believe he'd followed me. I got to my floor and ran down the hallway. After trying the keycard 3 times, I finally made it into the room. "Mom?" No answer. Her bed had been slept in, but it was empty. "Mom?" The word came out as more of a sob. I heard the bathroom door open and nearly collapsed in relief. "There you are." "What's wrong, Megan?" She hugged me close. "You didn't answer your phone. I didn't know where you were." She laughed. "You were gone for so long and I couldn't sleep, so I took a long bath. I'm sorry for scaring you." "I'm just glad you're okay." Stupid boys. They just needed to go away. I should never have gone to the dance club. "It's good you got back when you did. Next time, pay more attention to the clock. Why don't you go shower and get some sleep?" "I think I will. I'm exhausted. And I'm sorry." I grabbed my pajamas. "Did you at least have fun?" she asked. "Yes. This guy named Jacob kept asking me to dance." "Sounds fun." She smiled and crawled under her blankets. The hot shower felt good after dancing all night. I stayed in until the water started running cold, then quickly changed and blow-dried my hair. It was then I felt something very, very wrong in the room. And I had no sword. I slowly opened the door, not knowing what I'd find. All I knew was that my mom was in there with something bad. I peeked around the corner to find the Revenant standing over her while she slept. "Oh, no, you don't! Get away from her!" I dove and took him down. His skin was clammy and nasty. I stood quickly and wiped my hands. So much for the shower. I'd need to take another one. The Revenant stood again and moved toward me. I had no idea what would stop it. Owen had never gotten back to me. In fact, I hadn't seen him for hours. I raised my hand and reached toward it, hoping to make it trip like I'd done before. I felt a strange pull from his heart. He growled and lunged for me. I jumped back and fell onto my bed. I heard a yelp from Mom. "Get out of here! Now!" Mom scrambled into the bathroom while I tried to figure out how to kill this thing. The golem from the year before came to mind, and I wondered if pulling at the Revenant's heart would kill it like I had the golem. It was the only thing I could think of to do. The Revenant moved forward, its lifeless grin giving me the chills. I pulled on him, but I had to roll over and jump off the other side of the bed to get away from him. This thing wasn't going to go quietly. I went for his chest again and pulled as hard as I could with my luck. Suddenly, his heart burst out of his chest and flew toward me. I ducked out of the way and it hit the wall, making a squelching sound. The Revenant fell to the ground and disappeared. I stumbled to the bathroom and gagged. That was by far the nastiest thing I had ever done. Owen suddenly popped in by me. "Quick, grab the heart and throw it in this bag." I didn't stop to ask questions. I didn't want the thing in my room anyway. I grabbed the slimy, lifeless heart and threw it in the bag. Owen opened the bathroom door and squeezed past my mom to drop the bag into the tub. He threw a fireball at it, burning the whole thing. As soon as there was nothing left, I turned on the shower to get rid of the ash and the smell. "Did it touch you?" Owen asked. "Well, I kind of dove at it, so I touched it." Owen groaned. "That was the worst thing you could have done." He pulled out a flask. "Shower and use this soap." "But why?" I took the flask from him. "Do you want to turn into a Revenant?" My eyes widened. "No." "Then you better get its germs off you or that's exactly what'll happen." He backed out of the bathroom and took Mom with him. In case anyone wondered, I was totally done with Germany. Chapter 10. Jared. Megan had been gone for a few days now, and Jared was ready for her to come home. He didn't like that she was in danger in a different country, and there was nothing he could do about it. He also hadn't seen Owen for a couple of days, and he was starting to go crazy. He had to concentrate on his daily routine just to stay somewhat sane. Get up, eat, work all day, come home, and crash. It was late in the afternoon when Mrs. Lincoln came into the store. "Hello, Jared. I'd hoped to see you here." "Every day." He pulled out her favorite cupcake. Oh, not that one today, dear. I need a carrot cake for some guests. She smiled with a twinkle in her eye. Excellent. I love that one. I made it myself. He pulled out the cake and set it in a box. Here you go. That'll be $17. Mrs. Lincoln handed Jared a $20 bill and leaned forward. I'd like you to meet my guests as soon as possible. Jared perked up. Who are they? She smiled mischievously. You'll just have to come find out. Bring Beth and Adam. They'll want to hear this. Jared grinned. Adam might have to work, but I'll be over later. Mrs. Lincoln picked up her cake and headed toward the door. See you soon. Jared texted Beth to let her know what Mrs. Lincoln said. He figured she wouldn't pass up meeting something magical. She replied quickly, letting him know she'd be there. The last hour seemed to take forever to pass. Uncle Jerry finally announced it was time to close, and Jared helped him clean things up before taking off. And you sure there's something exciting there? Beth asked again. That's what she told me. Beth stared at Mrs. Lincoln's house. Okay, I hope so. I'm missing a date with Adam for this. I thought you were supposed to be working. Besides, you're here with me. That's just as good. Beth rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm here with my best friend's boyfriend. Jared laughed. Better than your best friend's brother. Touché. Beth went up to the front door and knocked. Mrs. Lincoln opened the door and smiled widely. Hello, you two. Come on in. Jared followed Mrs. Lincoln into the kitchen, and he stopped short. Biddy Early and Megan's grandma sat at the table, along with two other women he'd never met. Beth gave a little squeal and hurried over to sit with them. From what Megan had told Jared, Beth had been beside herself with excitement when she met Biddy Early while they were in Ireland. Supposedly, Biddy was almost burned at the stake for being a witch. Jared and Beth, you of course know Mrs. Crenshaw. And Biddy. This is Tenyanye and Roshlyn. They're dear friends of ours. Biddy Early was graying and old, but these women looked ancient. They were stooped, and their faces had more wrinkles than Jared had ever seen on a person. It's nice to meet you. Jared shook their hands, then took the piece of carrot cake from Mrs. Lincoln. Thank you. What a nice young man. Tenyanye beamed up at him. Don't be fooled by those dimples, Biddy cackled. Come, sit down. We have much to discuss. What do you mean? Jared took a seat by Beth. I asked these ladies to help me figure out a way to stop the festival from happening. We will meet with resistance. 18 years is a long time to wait to party. Megan's grandma shook her head. I really don't like this. And you're sure it's happening? Mrs. Lincoln pursed her lips. Una is on the move again. The women gasped, and Mrs. Lincoln turned to Jared and Beth. Una is the queen of the fairies. She's ruled for centuries. She's generally kind, but when she sees something she wants, nothing will stop her from getting it. I'm not sure what she hopes to accomplish, but I don't think it's anything good. Mrs. Crenshaw sighed. I'm afraid you're right. I'm relieved Megan is nowhere near this right now. Jared leaned forward. How do we know she's okay where she is? I can't get through to her. She's only texted me a few times, and she doesn't say much, Beth said. Roshlyn studied Jared and Beth for a moment. Is this normal for her? Beth shrugged. She's usually too busy with life to hang out on her phone, but this is different. I mean, I realize she's in Europe and stuff, but I would think that would make her want to text more to tell me how things are. Jared ran his fingers through his hair, flustered. It's not the texting that worries me. It's Owen showing up to tell me something's wrong. If they're going after his parents, that usually means Megan is the real target, and they don't want her to have help. What about Maddie? Doesn't she have a connection to Louis? Mrs. Crenshaw asked. Jared groaned. You're right, and I totally forgot about that. We were over there and didn't even ask if she'd heard anything. Oh, don't beat yourself up over it. I'm her grandma, and I haven't asked her yet. I was going to hang out with Adam anyway. I can ask when I go over there, Beth said. Mrs. Lincoln smiled. Wonderful. Let's see what you find. And we could put out our feelers. We only have a couple of days to stop whatever they've planned. Jared stood. Sounds good. Thanks for your help. He shook their hands one more time. See you later. Beth left the room and Jared caught up to open the door for her. Want me to come with you when you talk to Maddie? Jared asked. No, it's fine. I'll just text you when I have the chance to talk to her. Beth climbed in her car and pulled away. Jared got in his truck and drove home. His parents were watching TV, and Abby must have been asleep. He headed upstairs and flopped on his bed. There was nothing worse than sitting around, waiting for something to happen. Owen? He knew it was a long shot, but figured he'd try it anyway. He lay there waiting for an answer, but his eyelids grew heavy. Yeah? Owen asked. Jared jumped. He must have dozed off. Hey, what's going on over there? I haven't heard from Megan yet. She's kinda busy running from things like revenants and mermaids. Oh, and playing volleyball. And dancing with boys. Jared felt like he'd been punched in the gut. Boys? Owen's grin turned sheepish. Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that. She was invited to a pub with her friends. There was this guy who kept asking her to dance. Oh. Jared wasn't sure how to take that. Of course people liked her. She was Megan. But still. Then she killed a revenant? She didn't seem to like that much. Not that I blame her. He shivered. Jared jerked up out of bed. What? A revenant? How'd it find her? He'd heard of them from old movies. How do any creatures find her? Owen shrugged. Jared shook his head. I don't like this at all. I wish I could have been there to help her. That would have been helpful. What have you been doing here? Working. Trying to figure out how to help Megan. Oh, hey, do you know much about Queen Una? Not much. Only the name. Should I? Owen asked. She's the queen of the fairies. Apparently she wants to start the celebrations up again. Owen shrugged. I don't know anything about her. But if she's causing problems, that could be what's making the fairy world go crazy. Great. That's exactly what we need. Jared cleared his throat. So, do you think you could give Megan a message for me? I guess. Owen snapped his fingers, and a piece of paper and crayon appeared. Tell her we're doing what we can from here, and that I hope she's doing okay, and that I love her. Owen made a face when he wrote down the last part. Got it? I'll do what I can. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. Jared turned off his light and rolled over. He was determined not to let this bother him. Megan was in a different country. It's not like he owned her. He just hoped she was safe so far away. Chapter 11. Megan. Mom and I woke up early to get everything packed. We would be going to Schloss Charlottenburg before heading off to the airport. Breakfast was quick, but the yogurt, bread, and jam were to die for. I took some of the bread with me on the bus so I'd have something to snack on. When we arrived at the castle, we stopped and stared in awe as we looked up at the architecture. The Schloss Charlottenburg was a palace that had been built back in 1699 and had been added onto several times. The inside was filled with porcelain from China and Japan. It was a good thing I hadn't come here when my luck had been stolen. It would have been a disaster. The decor was from the Baroque period, and my favorite of what I'd seen so far. We could only go into a few parts of the castle because of time restrictions, but I left with tons more pictures to show Jared when I got home. Once we were done with the tour, I was anxious to leave Germany. After the Revenant, I wasn't too fond of the country. At least we'd won the game the night before, right? On our way to the airport, Owen popped in next to me. He looked exhausted. Are you okay? I asked. Talk to Jared. He breathed heavily. He wants you to know this. He shoved the paper in front of my face. I took it, read it, and smiled. Man, I missed him. I pulled out my phone and texted, I love you too. Do you know why he's not texting me? I asked. His cell phone isn't working right or something. He's tried. Ah, knowing that helped me feel better and made those few messages that had gotten through that much more special. Thanks for the message. You're welcome. He curled up on the seat next to me just as we pulled into the airport. We climbed out and dragged our luggage through security. Owen popped in on the other side of the scanner. When it was time to board, we climbed on and found our seats. The plane was full, so Owen climbed up into the one empty carry-on storage bin. Within a few minutes, I could hear him snoring. The flight was uneventful, which I was grateful for. I read one of my books while we flew. I could hear the other girls talking about the guys from last night. I did my best to stay out of the conversation. I preferred to keep Jacob out of my mind. There was something about him that bothered me. Not that he was creepy or anything. It was more like Cam. It was more of an enchanted gorgeous and not like Jared gorgeous. I pulled out my phone and flipped through all the pictures of Jared and me together. Dances, graduation, getting ice cream. We'd wanted to document everything. Going to school at 2 different colleges was going to be killer, and we wanted to have something to remember each other by. Oh, he's cute. Shelby plopped down in the seat next to me. I smiled, my stomach doing a little flip. Yeah, he is. This is Jared. Ah, so that's why you haven't liked any of the guys here. She took the phone from me. We've been together for about 1.5 years now, and been through enough together to last a lifetime. She flipped through a few more pictures. Wow, I wish I had a guy who adored me this much. I was pretty lucky to snag him. I resisted the urge to laugh at my own joke. A stewardess announced that it was time to descend, so the girls scrambled to get buckled up. I made sure my bag was tucked under my seat and leaned back in my chair to wait for landing. The Netherlands came into view as we dipped below the clouds. This was the stop Mom was most excited about. She wanted to come here since she was young and planned to go off on a couple of tours while we practiced. I stood and stretched as soon as we were able to leave the plane. Owen rolled out of the luggage shelf and barely missed hitting Hannah as she walked past. His face was slightly green, and he seemed quite thrilled that we'd landed. Well, that was a nice flight. Let's get going. Owen jumped up on the seats and leaped from one to the next until he was in the front. One stewardess noticed the slight rocking of the seats, but shook her head and turned away. I let go of the breath I'd been holding. He really is a child, isn't he? Mom asked. Yes, he is. I headed off the plane and down to pick up my luggage. Thankfully, I had nothing ominous waiting for me when I got there. I grabbed my bags and headed out to the bus with all the other girls. Maybe I'd finally enjoy the vacation I'd been waiting for. The view was breathtaking as we drove to the hotel. Fields of what used to be tulips lined the road. Harvesters were out digging up the tulip bulbs, reminding me of the farms around me back at home. Windmills stood in the distance, their sails turning slowly with the breeze. Mom had her camera out, taking pictures. I took a couple of photos on my phone and sent them to Beth and Jared. We pulled up to the hotel and went to find our rooms. They were small, but they were nice for the one night we'd be there. Our game wasn't until that night, but we had a short practice scheduled for us. We went to lunch at a small cafe, and then Mom and Shelby's mom headed for their tour of the dikes while we headed to the gym to practice. I couldn't help worrying about her when she left, but there wasn't much I could do about it. She was the adult after all. Coach had us scrimmage for a bit, run a few laps, and then we watched one of the men's teams play. I couldn't keep my mind on the game, though. I wanted to know what was going on at home. Was Jared okay? Had they learned anything? Owen snored on the bench next to me, clearly not caring about volleyball. Holland's team beat France after a tight game. We stood and collected our things to leave the gym. Brinley grabbed my arm. Hey, let's talk to the team. There's a guy I really wanted to meet. I hesitated. No. I need to call my mom and let her know we're done. Brinley sighed. Please? Hey, Megan, can I talk to you for a minute? Coach Peterson asked. I wanted to hug him. Sure. Brinley shook her head and hurried off to catch up with the other girls. Yeah, Coach? You had a guy searching for you again. He paused. Are you sure everything's okay? Do we need to report him? My heart was beating rapidly. Who was it? He scratched his head. That's the thing. He wouldn't leave a name. Awesome, I grumbled. It had to be Ethan again. I'll be fine. I'll just watch my back, I guess. He nodded. Stay with an adult. I don't like this. The other girls came over, and Brinley looked at me curiously. Let's go, girls. Coach led the way out of the gym. We went on a tour of Amsterdam, with a tour guide who had a thick accent. We rode in a boat along the rivers that went through the city. We had to split up among a few different boats, and had fun calling to each other as we pointed out different shops. Afterward, we went to see the dikes that kept Amsterdam from being completely underwater. The sights were enough of a distraction that I could ignore the fact that fairies, leprechauns, and many other creatures I didn't recognize followed me throughout the park as we got ready for a picnic. What I couldn't get past were the glimpses of someone who looked like Jacob everywhere we went, unless I was just imagining things. That had to be it, right? So many bad things had happened, I'd clearly lost it. I shook my head and sat down on the blanket with the rest of my teammates. Hannah sat quietly under a large elm tree as she flipped through pictures on her camera. She caught me looking and smiled. Did you get any like? I asked. Yeah. Hannah paused for a second before handing me her camera. I took this today. I'm thinking of making a calendar when I get home. Wow, that's pretty amazing. This would be great for a calendar. She captured one of the farmers on a tulip harvester, and the windmill in the distance just made it perfect. I handed her back the camera. You like it? She brightened. I usually don't show people what I take. I'm too embarrassed. You shouldn't be. Those are absolutely amazing. Well, here are some of the others I took. She flipped through them, and I recognized a few of the places we stopped throughout the day. And then my stomach dropped. Can I see this one? I took the camera from her and held it up so I could look closer. Is there a zoom on this? Yeah, here. She showed me how to zoom in. Is everything okay? I just thought I saw something. And I was right. Jacob was in the photo, staring off at something. But that wasn't the worst part. He had wings. Or at least, that's what it looked like. Because of the shimmer behind him. They were nearly transparent, but they were there. Weird, since I hadn't seen them before. Hannah leaned in and gasped. Isn't that the guy from Germany? I nodded. Yeah, I thought I'd seen him earlier, but I figured I was imagining things. Wow, when a guy likes you, they really hang on, don't they? I guess so. Only when there's psycho creatures who come after my power. Does anything else seem weird about this picture? I really hoped she could see what I had, because that would mean they weren't really wings, and I was totally delusional. Hannah squinted at it before shaking her head. No, why? I sighed. No reason. I just thought I saw a glare. Coach Peterson stood up. Okay, girls, back to the bus. Hannah set her camera inside her case and stood. Want me to email you a copy of the picture? Sure, that'd be great. Thanks. I crumpled up my papers from lunch and threw them in the garbage. After we had everything else packed up, we headed back to the hotel. Mom was sitting on her bed writing when I hurried into the room to change my clothes. Oh, hey, Mom. Did you have fun? I set my bag down. Yes, we took a boat ride along the banks while we learned more about the history of the city. It was beautiful. I wish you could have come with us. So, how was practice? I shrugged. It was practice. My phone buzzed with a new email. I pulled up the attachment from Hannah and tossed the phone on the bed. Tell me what you think about that picture. I went to change and came back to find my mom on the phone. I listened to her talking quietly with Dad while I pulled my hair up and found my knee pads and shoes. Mom got off the phone and came over to brush her teeth. So, who is that boy? That's the kid I danced with at the club. His name is Jacob. He was really sweet, but I'm not thrilled that he's following me. I shuddered. Are those wings or are my eyes playing tricks on me? She brushed her hair. So, you saw them too? I sighed. Between her seeing them and Hannah not seeing them, I had to be right. Jacob was not human. I saw what could be wings, but I'm not sure. I don't like that he's following you, though. She dropped her makeup in her bag and went to her bed to pick up her purse. I don't either. But whatever he is, I need to forget about him for now. I have a game to play. I grabbed my bag and we headed down to the hotel restaurant. Hannah kept glancing at me curiously throughout dinner and caught up to me on the way to the bus. Did you get my email? Yep, thank you. I dropped into a seat and she sat next to me. So, did you figure out why he's following you? She looked out the window almost as if she was expecting to see him. No, I'm just hoping it's just a coincidence. Not that I believed it. Not with those wings. Which reminded me that I hadn't sent the picture to Beth or Jared. I'd have to wait until Hannah wasn't with me. The gym was already full when we arrived for the game. 2 other teams had played before us, and they were finishing up the last set. France barely pulled off the win with an awesome spike. Some fans got up to leave, but most stuck around for the next game. I swallowed hard, fighting down the panic. This was the largest crowd I'd played for so far, but it wasn't the hardest thing I'd ever done. I could totally do this.
Howdy, Megan,
a small, high-pitched voice said. Oh, no. A quick glance confirmed my fears. A group of Cluricons stood behind me. I bent down to tighten my shoelace. Ignore them. Just ignore them. All right, team. Let's get going. Coach Peterson waved us all over to talk. We don't have much time to warm up before the games start because the last match went over. I'm not too worried, though. You girls did great during practice. We gave a cheer and ran out to the court. The whistle blew only a couple of minutes later. Coach wasn't kidding when he said warm-ups would be short. I started as middle blocker, and I cringed when I saw all the Cluricons and even a couple fairies line up on both sides of the court. I thought it was awesome that they wanted to help, but this probably wouldn't end well for anyone involved. As soon as the first serve was made, the creatures jumped into action. They ran between legs and tried to get to the ball before the players did. It was a mess. One girl on the other team tripped over a Cluricon and had to be taken off the court. After the first set, where we lost by a landslide, we moved to the other side. Owen showed up behind me. I gestured toward the court where all the creatures stood waiting, and his eyes widened. I leaned over to pretend to get a drink, and Owen moved over to talk to me. Get them out of here, I whispered. I can't. I can get some of them, but not fast enough. He stared out at the court, wringing his hands. Well, then make them want to leave. I turned back to the group, just as they were ready to cheer. I didn't want to meet any of the creatures' eyes, knowing what I had to do. I didn't want them to get hurt, and we'd already had a player get injured. I'd just have to hit the ball close enough to make them scatter, and then I'd have to apologize profusely afterwards. I pulled on my luck and got into position at the net. Hannah set the ball to me, and I spiked the ball, right at one of the Cluricons. He yelped and snapped his fingers to disappear. Perfect! 1 down. After 3 more Cluricons had to flee, the other creatures disappeared. Plus, we were up by 4 points. I could handle this. I let go of my luck so it could run its normal course and kept playing. My luck still helped me out, as long as the ball came to me. Unfortunately, the Netherlands team was very difficult to beat and slid past for a win. It was a blow to me, but I'd survive. There were more important things to deal with. We headed back to the bus, and Mom came over to put her arm around me. She knew what a disappointment this was. Sorry, sweetie, but you should still be proud. You played hard out there. Thanks. They were so good, though. Those spikes were hard to get under. I set my bag on my seat and dropped next to it. Homesickness, plus feeling guilty about what I'd just done to those creatures, was beginning to wear on me. Mom had me scoot over and sat next to me. Well, 2 more games and you can relax for the summer. That would be heavenly, as long as I was actually left alone to relax. It'll be nice to get home. I'm sad everything has gone so fast, though. We barely have enough time to tour each city. Yeah, I could spend more time here, too. Maybe we could come back in a few years when the twins are older. That would be fun. I stared out at the scenery as we headed toward the hotel. Tourists were browsing at the various shops, and I noticed more signs for Midsummer's Eve. Once we arrived, I grabbed my bag, checking to make sure my phone was tucked safely in my pocket. When I climbed off, I noticed all the girls staring at me, grinning. Jacob leaned against the building, playing with the zipper on his jacket. His eyes lit up when he saw me. I glanced back at my mom and caught her worried expression. "Can you take my bag up? I'm hoping this will just be a minute." She nodded and took the bag. "Be smart. And be careful." "I will be." I walked over to Jacob, ignoring the giggles from the other girls. "Hey." "I've been looking everywhere for you." His smile showed a dimple in the same place Jared had one. "How'd you know I'd be here? I hoped the other girls wouldn't leave me out here alone with him." "I asked your friends where you'd be going next. They told me the city, but that is all." I narrowed my eyes. "My friend got a picture of you while we were driving around. Are you sure you weren't following me the whole time?" He shrugged. "I caught up to you, but I wanted to watch from a distance." "You're fascinating." "Yeah, that wasn't creepy. Maybe you should have just texted instead." "Well, that would have worked, if I had your number." He straightened and put his hand out. "Shall we go for a walk?" My whole body was screaming, no. I was planning to. I knew what my mom would want me to say. Sure. My mouth was a traitor, but only because I was dying to know why he would follow me, and why I felt drawn to him. I didn't like it. We walked along the back of the river in silence for a bit. The streets were quiet, and it felt like it was just the two of us. "Will you tell me why you're really here?" I asked. "I told you. You're fascinating. I needed to see you again, and since you wouldn't be coming back to Germany anytime soon, I figured I'd come see you." He took my hand, but I pulled away. That doesn't answer anything. A guy isn't going to travel to another country just to find someone he hung out with for a couple of hours. "And why'd you have wings?" I wanted to ask, but I had to wait for the right moment. He turned to me. "Then you have not found the right guy." "I have, actually. He's waiting for me at home, and I wanted him right now. Jacob was seriously scaring me." Owen suddenly appeared. "Hey, sorry about—" He stopped, eyes widening. "What are you doing here?" Jacob chuckled. "Just visiting, Megan." I looked between them. So there really was something about Jacob. If he could see Owen. "What's going on?" "Oh, nothing. The leprechaun was just leaving." His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Owen stammered. "Ah, right. I'll, talk to you later." He snapped his fingers and disappeared. I stared at Jacob. "Who are you?" He smiled and moved closer. "You'll find out soon enough." I took a step back, angry. What's that supposed to mean? Jacob laughed. "I just wanted to meet the future queen." He leaned forward and quickly kissed me before disappearing. I wiped off my mouth and whipped around, trying to find him. The jerk! I couldn't believe he just kissed me without asking, or at all for that matter. And what the heck did he mean by queen? I stormed back to the hotel to talk to Mom. I should never have gone anywhere with a guy who had wings. Chapter 12. Megan. Mom stopped pacing the floor when I walked into the hotel room. She came toward me. "What happened?" "We just walked." I kicked off my shoes and yanked my bag open to find some clothes. Mom set her hand on my bag. "Something happened, or you wouldn't be bent on ripping apart your things. Why are you so upset?" I paused before answering. He followed me because he was supposedly fascinated by me. Then Owen showed up and wanted to know what Jacob was doing there. When Jacob told him to leave, he disappeared immediately. He scared Owen away? Mom asked, surprised. I thought Owen was supposed to be protecting you. That's not the worst part. I hesitated. I couldn't believe I was telling my mom this. He kissed me and told me he wanted to meet the next queen. Mom's eyes widened. He kissed you? What? How? Did you tell him he could? Of course not. Hello, Jared? I would never do that to him. Never mind the dancing and the talking. Those were bad enough. If I get hold of that boy, where did he go? And what did he mean by future queen? I have no clue. I give up on making sense of anything. I'm going to take a shower. I walked into the bathroom and made the water steamy hot so I could try to forget everything that had happened. Mom had pulled out some chocolate and turned on a movie on her laptop by the time I came out of the bathroom. She handed me the bag to grab a piece. She seemed to know exactly what I needed at the moment. I just wished I had Beth and Jared there with me. I sent a quick text to Jared, hoping he'd answer this time. Hey, what's up? I miss you. It wasn't until an hour later that I got a message back. I hope this gets to you. Things are good. I miss you too. I hope you're not having too much fun without me. I couldn't help grinning as I typed back to him. I'm having all kinds of fun, but I'd have more fun if you were here. I waited to hear back. It's always more fun when I'm there, winky face. Owen told me you got attacked by a mermaid. Is that true? Yeah, she was scary. I managed to get her stuck in the drain, though. Visions of Cam's face came to mind, but I pushed them away. Jared was all I needed, and I was finally hearing back from him. I can't wait to hear that story. How have your games gone? I smiled. He loved sports as much as I did. They've gone well. We lost 2. But guess what? I keep having leprechauns and fairies show up to help me. Haha. Oh, that's awesome. I wish I could be there to see it. Hey, Uncle Jerry just caught me texting instead of making cupcakes. Better go. I love you. Love you too. Tell Beth hi for me. Okay. That night I went to sleep with a smile on my face. Jared wasn't with me, but it still helped knowing that he was waiting for me at home. When the alarm went off the next day, I rolled over and yelped. Owen stood there staring at me. I turned off the alarm and stretched. What are you doing here? I yawned. Owen shrugged. I came here to see where we're going next. Ireland. Maybe you can find some friends there. I rolled out of bed and grabbed some clothes. Owen sniffed. I don't even know where to look for them. Doesn't your family live there? I asked, surprised. Well, yeah, but I haven't been out much. Maybe you should while you're there. Owen shrugged. I guess. I just wanted my dad and mommy back. I'm sorry. I looked at the clock. Oh, I need to get ready. Wake my mom, Kay? I went into the bathroom to change and gather up our stuff so we could leave. I laughed when I heard a shriek from my mom and opened the door. Good morning, Mom. Rise and shine. Mom glared and stumbled toward the bathroom. That was not how I planned to wake up this morning. What? I thought everyone wanted a leprechaun alarm. He dropped a frog on my head. She tried to glare again, but laughed instead. I looked over to where Owen was opening the drawers. He dropped a frog on you? Owen looked over and grinned. Hey, you told me to wake her up. You didn't tell me how. I packed my clothes and checked under the bed to make sure I hadn't missed anything. You never told me how you know Jacob. Owen squirmed. I don't know him well, just stories. But as a warning, he's worse news than Ethan. Oh, that helps. I paused and looked over at him. He called me the future queen. He said that? Owen nearly dropped a drawer on his foot. Oh, dear. Things are worse than I thought. What do you mean? I'd been hoping it was just a pickup line. I'll tell you later. I need to go find out a few things first. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. Chapter 13. Jared. Jared picked up the last of the buckets of frosting and loaded them in his truck. He needed to hurry to get them back to the bakery so he could meet his mom. She was insistent that they were going to go shopping for college when he got home. He still had another couple of months before he had to leave, but he couldn't argue. Besides, it would be nice to know it was done. Jared drove back to Burley and delivered the supplies to the bakery, then hurried home to find his mom and Abby in the kitchen, eating snacks. "Hey, Mom. Sorry I'm late. I had to pick up supplies." He grabbed a drink and a granola bar. "It's fine. Jerry called me to let me know. We'll leave in just a minute." She picked up her plate and moved to the sink and stumbled, grabbing the counter to hold herself up. "Mom!" Jared took her by the arm and walked her to her chair. His heart beat rapidly from fear. He knew his mom wasn't feeling well, but she'd never done this before. "Are you okay?" His mom smiled weakly. "I'm fine. I just got up too fast." "Mommy's owie." Abby patted her on the arm. Jared knelt down in front of his mom. "You're pale. I'm going to call Dad." No, I'll be fine. Don't call him. Maybe I should go to the doctor right now." She smiled and tried to stand again. Jared held her up around her waist and walked her to the door. "Abby, get your shoes on. I'm going to take you to play with Maddie and William." Jared pushed down his panic, trying to stay calm for Abby. He'd get Mom to the doctor and call Dad on the way. Jared would have taken his truck, but he needed a seat for Abby, so he helped his mom into the minivan. After buckling Abby into her car seat, he drove over to the Crenshaws, hoping Adam would be up for one more toddler to play with. He pulled in and turned to his mom. "I'll be right back." His mom laughed weakly. "I'll be fine, Jared. Stop worrying so much." Abby unbuckled her seatbelt and hopped out. "I did it all by myself." "Good girl. Now you behave for Adam, okay?" "Okay." She skipped up the steps. Jared knocked on the door, and it was a minute before the door opened. Maddie stood there, staring at Abby. "Hey, Maddie. Can I talk to Adam?" "Sure." She pointed behind Jared. "Why did you bring Abby here?" "Because." Jared looked up when Adam came to the door. "Maddie, I told you—" "Oh, hey, Jared. What's up?" "Listen, my mom is sick. I don't know what's wrong with her, but I'm taking her to the doctor. Can you watch Abby, please? I'll take Maddie and William off your hands later." "Of course. Dad should be home soon." Relief flowed through Jared. "Thanks, man. I really appreciate it." "Anytime. Good luck." Adam opened the door wider to let Abby in. Maddie was telling her all about muffins and the dolls they could play with. Jared ran back to the car and climbed in just as his mom got off the phone. "Did you get an appointment?" "Yeah, they'll see me now." Her eyes had dark circles under them, and she seemed to be sweating. "Okay." They were headed toward the center of town when his mom's head leaned forward, like she'd fallen asleep. "Mom? Mom?" Jared panicked. He did a quick U-turn and headed straight for the hospital. He clenched his jaw, trying to keep himself under control. She'd be fine. She had to be fine, right? He kept a hand on her so she wouldn't jerk when he turned corners. It was all he could do not to panic. Jared pulled into the ER entrance and hopped out of the van. He ran around to the other side of the van and had his mom out of the car before the attendants could get there. She was a lot lighter than he'd expected, and that only made him worry more. She had to be okay. Jared carried her inside and up to the front desk. "My mom needs help." He couldn't help the shakiness in his voice. They had a gurney for her within seconds, and he set her down gently. They wheeled her back to a room, and Jared followed behind, then watched them check her heart rate and oxygen. The nurse put an oxygen tube on her and handed Jared the paperwork to fill out. Is she going to be okay?" Jared asked. He couldn't think clearly enough to write anything down except her name. The nurse knelt in front of him. "Your mom will be fine. She's anemic and just got a little dehydrated." We'll do some other tests, but she'll be better in no time. Jared felt like he'd been punched in the face. What do you mean she's anemic? How do you know that already? His voice caught. The nurse smiled. This isn't the first time she's been in. It happens sometimes when people get sick as your mom is right now. But that makes no sense. She's anemic because she's sick? Maybe she should tell you what's going on herself. She stood and went to the door. We'll be back in a bit, okay? The other nurses finished what they were doing and left the room. Jared listened to the beep of the monitor for a minute, afraid to wake his mom. The doctor was supposed to be in soon, but as far as Jared was concerned, it was taking way too long. I'll be okay, Jared. Her voice made Jared jump. I thought you were unconscious. What's going on? Why are you dehydrated? Jared moved closer to the bed. She closed her eyes. Jared wondered if she'd fallen back asleep. But then she kept talking. I'm pregnant. Jared's eyebrows shot up. What? I'm a few months along, but I haven't said anything because I've had a lot of problems. A new baby? But Jared was just getting ready to leave for college. He ran his fingers through his hair. This was crazy. You're sure? His mom laughed. Of course I'm sure. I've done this a few times. A few? But there's just Abby and me. The pained expression on her face made Jared's stomach drop. Haven't you ever wondered why there's so much space between you and Abby? Jared stared at her. I guess so. I never thought much about it. Your dad and I tried many times, but I just couldn't get past a few weeks. We were thrilled when Abby came along. We were planning on being done, but then I found out a couple of months ago that I was pregnant again. With everything going on between you leaving with Megan to go fight those creatures and then graduation, I didn't want to say anything. I had to be sure. She closed her eyes again. Jared tried to digest everything she'd just said. Why hadn't he noticed? He knew she was weak or sick, but he'd never asked. He felt awful he hadn't taken better care of his mom, and now he was leaving for school in a couple of months. How long have you been pregnant? He asked. She couldn't be too far, or he would have noticed, right? 5 months. His mom put her hand on her belly. What? But that's... Jared rubbed his hand over his face. He should have noticed. His mom laughed. It's not your fault. I wear loose clothes on purpose, and besides, I don't usually get big until closer to the end. I told you. I wanted to make sure everything was okay. But you're almost done. You should have told me. He couldn't help feeling a small flare of anger. She was his mom, and had kept so much from him. She hadn't been so secretive with Abby, had she? I'm sorry, Jared. I just didn't want you to worry. She licked her lips. I guess I didn't do a good job, did I? Jared shook his head. No, but then I didn't do a very good job of noticing something was wrong. So, do you want me to call Dad? His mom nodded. It's probably a good idea. Then I want you to go home and take care of Abby. Jared made the phone call and explained what happened. His dad cursed and told him he'd be there as soon as he could. He hung up and Jared stared at his phone. Jared? His mom's voice made Jared jump. Yeah? I thought I told you to go get Abby. You did, but I don't want to just leave you here. I'll stay until Dad comes. He could see her start to protest and quickly added, I'll leave right after. I promise. She smiled. Her face had more color in it than before, but Jared could see she was still exhausted. Thank you, she whispered. Jared listened to the sounds of the hospital outside the door. Announcements over the loudspeaker, gurneys rolling past, and the beeping of his mom's monitors. His mom's breathing soon became slow and steady, and he was grateful she could get some sleep. A new baby? It was just weird. Good for Abby to have someone to play with, but weird. The door opened, and Jared's dad followed the nurse in. He looked more scared than Jared had ever seen him. He pushed past the nurse and hurried to the bed. Jared moved so his dad could sit. The noise had made his mom wake up, and she blinked. Sorry for waking you. Jared's dad kissed her before sitting down on the chair Jared had just left. It's all right. I was resting until you got here. She smiled weakly. Jared backed toward the door. I'll be back later, okay? His mom nodded. Thank you again. Love you, sweetie. Jared's dad stood and pulled Jared into a hug, surprising him. There wasn't much hugging in their family. Thank you, son. When you said she collapsed, I didn't know what else to do, so I came here. You did exactly what you should have done. Dad pulled away and sat back down. Why don't you go get Abby and head home? Tell the Crenshaws thank you. Okay. Bye. Jared waved and left the room. He pulled out his phone and checked it to find a message from Adam saying they needed more diapers for Abby. Great. He typed a quick text back and hopped in the van, then headed over to the Crenshaws. Maddie opened the door before Jared got to the porch. Hi, Jared. Abby's crying because I called her stinky, but I didn't try to be mean. Jared laughed. I'll take care of it. Thanks for playing with her. You're welcome. We had fun playing house, except William didn't like it and went to play trucks with his friend next door. Maddie made a face and skipped inside, shouting Abby's name. Adam came to the door holding Abby's hand. How's your mom? She's fine. Jared couldn't bring himself to tell Adam about his mom's pregnancy. He wanted to tell Megan first. He picked up Abby and gagged. Yeah, Maddie was right. Thanks again for watching her. I hope everything went okay. She played with Maddie the whole time. It was no problem. But hey, a couple of guys are getting together to go see a movie tonight. Want to come? Jared looked down at Abby. I'd love to, but I don't know when Dad will be back. Maybe next time. Oh, right. Should have thought of that. See you later. Adam closed the door, and Jared took Abby to the van. He got her seatbelt buckled and headed home. There was one good thing about being at college when the baby was born. Jared wouldn't be around when it was time to change diapers. Chapter 14. Megan. Here we were in Ireland, and I hadn't had to sleep in a single cave or prison. Yet. It was rather nice. It was also good that I arrived by plane, and not by dragon or leprechaun. Although Owen had sat in the chair next to me on the flight. He kept his eyes closed the whole time, but at least he was quiet. The land was green, and the familiar smell of trees helped calm me. It was crazy, but I had actually missed this place. Owen sat next to me on the bus, with his nose pressed against the window. I hoped we could find at least one leprechaun while we were here, so we could have a friend. He just seemed so lonely. Coach Peterson had decided to do some sightseeing before heading to the hotel. He knew time would be short, and a few of the stops were on the way anyway. The other girls gasped as we pulled up to Blarney Castle, but all I could do was hold in a groan. I still remembered how worn out I'd gotten from climbing those walls just a few months before. They scrambled to climb off the bus and ran up the path. The castle rose 90 feet in the air, and it was old, rough stone. Ivy covered the walls, and it was a lot more alive than when I'd been here in January. Tourists would climb the stairs and bend over backwards to kiss the stone. This was one time that I was thankful that Mom was afraid of heights. She gave me a good reason to stay down on the ground while everyone else went up to kiss the Blarney Stone. It was awesome and all, but I'd been told that if I or anyone else with magic of any form were to kiss the stone, it would destroy fairy magic. That wasn't exactly on my list of things to do. You're not coming? Coach Peterson asked, surprised. I shook my head. I'll pass. He grinned. You don't like heights either, huh? I've been here before. I know this place pretty well. Too well. I was tired just thinking about it. Okay, well, we'll be back soon. You two stay out of trouble. He laughed at his own joke and followed the girls up to the trail. Should we go shopping? Mom asked. I hopped up. The others would be a while, so I didn't want to just sit here. Yes, let's go. I promised Beth a couple of things. We wandered through the gift shop, and I helped Mom pick out gifts for the twins. I found a red dragon figurine that reminded me of Adam's dragon and decided to get it for him. It could go by the one he'd given me for Christmas. Owen walked behind us, looking at all the little trinkets. He was a lot quieter than usual, but I couldn't ask him what was going on until we weren't surrounded by people. He stopped at a vial of gold flakes and stared at it before shaking his head and moving on. I picked it up and put it in my basket to buy. He needed to start his pot of gold somewhere, right? The little guy had really grown on me, and it hurt knowing his parents were missing. We paid for our things and headed back just as the team showed up at the shop. I sighed. Talking to Owen would have to wait. I couldn't do it with everyone there. And if I left for the bus, the team would think I was ditching them again. I listened to their stories of going up the stairs and almost chickening out of kissing the stone. Brinley was the brave one who decided to do it first, and then the others followed after her. I wandered back through the aisles, waiting for them to finish their shopping, and came across a stone in the shape of a cross. It was small and seemed like nothing much, but I was drawn to it. I was hesitant to pick it up because the last time I'd been drawn to an item like this, it had ended up being the locket that was tied to some not-so-nice leprechauns. But Owen had been in here and hadn't noticed it. So maybe it was just a simple stone, right? "What's that?" Hannah asked, peeking over my shoulder. "It's a stone. But look at its shape." I held it up for her. There was no price tag that I could find. Hannah took it from me and studied it. "That's pretty cool. I saw something like this once in Virginia. They're called fairy stones, but it's just a legend." "Fairy stones?" "Yeah, not coincidental at all." She shrugged. "That's what my grandma told me. She believed in all kinds of fairy tale stories." "Cool." I took the rock back and stared at it. "You believe in that stuff, don't you?" she whispered. I jerked my head up. "What do you mean?" She laughed. "You're kidding, right? We all know something's going on. And for an assignment last year, I had to do a report on something in the news. The girl who supposedly walked on air looks an awful lot like you." "Oh, that. Seriously, how could I get out of this? I didn't want to lie, but I was just about to make a fool of myself. I pulled on my luck, trying to find a way to make her drop it. Hannah's eyes widened. "So it was you? Come on, Luck, work." Okay, girls, back to the bus." Coach Peterson's voice was loud and heavenly. I could have hugged him right then. I hurried over to pay for the stone, leaving a very confused Hannah behind me. I looked up at a gasp from the store clerk. "Where did you get that?" he asked, eyes wide. "Over there." I gestured toward the shelf in the back. He picked it up and turned it over. "I thought we sold our last. In fact, I remember selling this very one just yesterday." "Maybe it was a different one that looks the same," I asked, hoping for a break. People were staring. "No, each rock has distinctive markings, and I remember this one." He pointed at the center of the cross. "See? You don't often find a stone with a four-leaf clover on it." I ran my thumb over it, surprised I hadn't noticed before. I shivered. Maybe it was painted to look like that. "No, it's ingrained into it. Usually it just swirls, but sometimes you get shapes. We consider those very lucky. The person who bought it yesterday knew it was their lucky day, judging by the fact that it's back today. It really wasn't." He grinned and rang up the price, and I handed over my cash. The shop had gone quiet, except for the whispers as the other customers watched me leave. I should have just left the stone alone. Mom waited outside and walked to the bus with me. "You just can't stay out of trouble, can you?" Mom chuckled. "What do you mean?" I asked, surprised. "I went in to find you and heard what the shopkeeper said. The odd expressions on everyone's faces also did it." I grumbled. "All I wanted was this stupid rock. I didn't even see the four-leaf clover on it until he pointed it out. Seriously, how does a rock even do that?" Mom handed me her phone. I looked up fairy stones while you were still in there. Apparently, they're fairy tears that hardened. They're really just starlight stones that can only be found in a few places in the world. The fact that your rock has a four-leaf clover on, it's just your luck going crazy, as usual. I guess so. I had just pulled on my luck before I went up to pay for it. I stuck the rock in my bag. What happened this time? I was trying to get Hannah to change her mind about asking me questions, and Coach announced it was time to go. I watched the girls as they climbed on the bus. Mom scooted over in her seat to let Shelby's mom sit next to her. I knew the discussion wasn't over, but there wasn't much either of us could do about it. I couldn't erase memories from Hannah's mind. One more day and we'd get to go home. Then I wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. I hoped. The game was a hard one. We'd been warned that Ireland was good, but that was an understatement. They beat us quickly in the first set, only giving us a couple of points. I had expected creatures to show up, since they'd followed us to other countries, but it had been quiet so far. I also had yet to see Ethan or Jacob, and I hoped it would stay that way. The second set was a lot better, but only because I concentrated on my luck the entire time. It was the only way to get past their blocks. I never applied more than what I normally used. I didn't want to cheat, but I didn't want to squash it down either. We lost the third set after a long, hard fight, but managed to grab a win in the fourth. We were now tied, and I felt confident we could win. Or at least I did, until both boys showed up, along with a few fairies and angry-looking leprechauns. Awesome. Why now? Why couldn't they just leave me alone? The girls could see the ball going in the wrong direction, but of course, they didn't know why. All of the leprechauns and cluricauns I'd met on this trip had been willing to help me out, but these creatures seemed bent on making our team lose. We were up by 1 for game point, and I was on the front row. The serve went over and I watched carefully, trying to pay attention both to the game and to where the creatures were so I could counteract whatever they were doing. The ball came to our side. Hannah passed it to Shelby, who said it to me. I could hear the angry mutters from the fairies and leprechauns as they raced to mess with my spike. I did what I told myself I wouldn't. I added a little more of the luck I pulled from the leprechauns just as I went up to hit the ball. It somehow went between the hands of the opposing team and sped toward the ground, past where any of the girls could get it. We'd won. It was a very hard win, and it felt good. We cheered for our team and then for Ireland's team before congratulating them, then ran back to the bench to change my shoes and grab a drink. Mom came down from the crowd and grabbed me in a hug. That was an amazing hit. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, I beamed, but even still, she must have caught my worry. What's wrong? She asked. I shook my head. Nothing, it's fine. We headed out of the gym, and I heard a low, gruff voice behind me. I waited for everyone else to pass before I went back to where he stood. I've heard of you. The leprechaun leaned against the gym wall, glowering. My stomach dropped. I don't know what you're talking about. He leaned forward. Aye, but I think you do. No human can use luck like you just did. You're the girl who stole the luck from us. My jaw dropped. I didn't steal anything. I was born with this luck. Who's been feeding you this garbage? O'Malley? He didn't have to. I saw you using it with my own 2 eyes. Oh, this was great. I leaned over and spoke quickly. This is mine. I've stolen nothing. I only fought all those times because Louis and then O'Malley tried to steal my luck. Now leave me alone. I whipped around and left, not looking back. The sooner we could leave this country, the better. I loved it here, but I wonder if I'd ever be able to enjoy it without the nuisance of jealous leprechauns. The bus was loud and full of energy when I got on. I dropped into a seat in the front and stared out at the city. I'd been near here with Jared, Beth, and Adam. I thought back to the events that had taken place a few months before. We'd been trying to get away from the gray man while saving the fairies. It seemed like forever ago. I'd hoped to put all this behind me. When I noticed Jacob staring at me from across the street, I turned away from the window and listened to the rest of the group. Coach Peterson was letting us take a vote on where we'd stop to eat for the night. I was surprised when we pulled up to the same restaurant where I'd eaten just a few months ago. At least I knew what to order. I was quiet when I left the bus, but no one seemed to notice. They were too busy talking about the game and begging the chaperones to let them go dancing again. Even if they did, I was going back to the hotel. Too many memories were flooding back, and the gray man had me spooked. We were seated at a table, and I ordered the lamb stew. The others ordered their food, and we talked and enjoyed the bread while we waited. I tried not to think about how Jared was sitting next to me last time in the booth over in the corner. I jumped when I realized Owen was sitting in that exact booth, dipping bread into an old bowl of soup that had been left there. Ew! He had his chin propped up on his hand, and a large tear rolled down his cheek. Poor guy. I wanted to go sit with him, but as it would look like I was sitting by myself, not such a good idea. I ate quickly and stood up to head toward the door with a quick excuse that I wanted to check my email. I stopped near Owen's table and reached out, hoping it wasn't too obvious. He looked up in surprise and hesitated before taking my hand. We walked outside into the cool summer night, and I waited for the other customers to pass before crouching down next to him. What's going on? He blew his nose in an old handkerchief. I miss my dad. I keep seeing all these families together, and it makes me miss him more. He looked up at me. I'm supposed to be happy here. I can feel that my home is nearby, but I'm all alone. I'm so sorry. I patted him on the shoulder. We'll get whoever is doing this, I promise. I guess so, he sniffled. The gift shop suddenly came to mind. Hang on. I climbed onto the bus and found the vial of gold I'd bought and jumped when Owen appeared next to me. What's that? He asked. I figured we could start on your gold stash. I handed him the vial and watched his face. His eyes lit up. This is for me? I nodded. I saw you look at it, and I thought you might want it. This is the best gift I've ever been given. Dad was supposed to get a cauldron for me, but he never got the chance. He hugged it tightly to his chest and disappeared, happier than I'd ever seen him. It was too bad we were so far away from Castle Morris. I knew there was a leprechaun village in that forest because that's where I'd stopped Louie and then visited again to save the fairies. It would be unlikely that the leprechauns were trapped in the same place, but maybe one of the leprechauns in the village would know what was going on. Hey, I'll be right back, okay? I ran inside and found a small rack of maps and searched through until I found the one I wanted. Maybe we weren't heading that way, but it didn't mean Owen couldn't try. My group came out just as I grabbed the pamphlet, and I stood up straight. Hey, guys. We wondered where you were, Coach Peterson said. I was out on the bus, but decided to look at some pamphlets while I waited. Wow, I sounded really lame. Of course, it's exactly what I was doing, except that there was a leprechaun involved. Coach Peterson took the pamphlet from me. Castle Morris, huh? This looks like a great place. Too bad we have to leave so early in the morning. We could go check it out. Yep, too bad. I'll just use this as a souvenir, I guess. I turned and headed for the bus. I'd just have to give this to Owen later. I was relieved when we pulled into the hotel. The girls had decided they were too exhausted to go out dancing. It wasn't surprising after all the traveling we'd been doing. Mom and I took the elevator to our room, and I filled her in on what had been happening with Owen. We had to stay quiet in the hallway because Shelby and Hannah were talking outside their room. Hannah gave me a strange look, but didn't say anything. I wondered if she was thinking about what had happened in the gift shop. We went inside our room, and I set my bag down before calling out for Owen. I changed and got ready for bed while I waited. He appeared a few minutes later, still holding his vial of gold. Hey, I have to show you something. I climbed onto my bed and spread the pamphlet. This place is only a few hours from here, and there was a village of leprechauns about there. I pointed to a spot off to the side of the walkway. Owen studied the map for a second before shaking his head. I'm not allowed near that place. What do you mean? I asked, surprised. Owen shrugged. Dad just told me to avoid this place. Seems like he made the people angry there. Right. Louis had been rather evil the last time he'd shown his face there. But don't you think they would let you in? Your dad's not with you. Owen stared at the map. I guess I could try. It can't hurt, and maybe you'll find a friend. Owen brightened. Maybe. I'll be back. Once Owen had disappeared, I put away the map. When I stood back up, I caught Mom smiling at me. What? Nothing. You were just really sweet with him. She pulled out one of her books and sat back on her bed. I shrugged. I feel sorry for him. It's my fault his parents are gone. You don't know that for sure. Mom, come on. They're missing. Henry's missing. I have 2 creepy guys following me. What else could it be? I flopped on my bed with my phone. Good point. Mom dropped her book to the bed. I give up. Homework will wait until tomorrow. I laughed. I know the feeling. Night, Mom. Chapter 15. Megan. I opened my eyes and smiled. One more night in a hotel, and I'd be done. I could go home and put all this behind me. Okay, not really. But it was nice to pretend. Mom was in the bathroom, so I rolled over to try to get a little more sleep. Unfortunately, the alarm went off only a few minutes later, shattering that idea. I got up and packed everything. This was one thing I wouldn't miss. I hated living out of suitcases, even if they were brand new ones from France. I smiled at the thought and changed into a pair of shorts and a t-shirt to travel in. The bathroom door opened, and Mom came out, drying her hair with a towel. Oh, you're up. Coach wants to leave a little sooner. He said the airport is supposed to be busy because of Midsummer's Eve or something. Okay, I'm almost packed anyway. I grabbed my brush and went in to pull my hair up and put in my contacts. I zipped up my bag just as I heard the other girls talking loudly in the hallway. Mom and I did one last check around the room before we headed out. We met the team downstairs for breakfast, and I picked out the eggs and sausage on my plate. It was an excellent food, but I was distracted by wondering where Owen was. I jumped when Mom nudged me. What? I followed her gaze to find Jacob standing outside the hotel restaurant. Dang it! I hoped he would leave me alone. He and Ethan hadn't even tried to talk to me at the game. So what was he doing here? I can just ignore him, right? I would say yes. Getting around him to get to the bus might be a problem, though. I grinned. Unless I'm lucky. I just need a distraction. Except, what would distract a fairy? I pulled out my phone and searched around online for something that could help. Chimes? No, that would attract him. And that was the last thing I needed. A fairy house wouldn't work either. They were tiny, and Jacob was definitely not. Mom leaned forward. How good are you with weather? Huh? Oh, I can only make something happen if it's about to anyway. Why? Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream mentioned that Oberon and Titania's arguments changed the weather. Jacob said something to you about being the next queen. What if he's the king? If he hears thunder or it starts raining? She trailed off and nodded toward the window. Rain clouds. Lots of them. Perfect! He would think the queen is mad and take off. That's the idea. Think you can do that? Mom asked. Only one way to find out. I concentrated hard on the clouds and coaxed the rain to fall. Small drops spattered against the windows, and I pulled harder. A sudden burst of rain came down and dumped on everyone below. Jacob looked up at the clouds and glanced at me one more time before disappearing. Wow! My heart was beating rapidly from the exertion. But I'd done it. I'd helped it rain. That was awesome! Mom patted my hand. My daughter, the weather girl. Only if it's going to do it on its own. It's not like I can cause a blizzard for the heck of it. I stood and grabbed my bag, then ran out to the bus. Sure, I could make it rain, but I had no idea how to stop it. I was absolutely drenched. I squeezed the water out of my shirt and hair, then found a place to sit. The trip to the airport was blurry as I watched through the rain-spattered windows. I wondered if Owen had made it to the leprechaun village, and if they'd been able to help out. I wished I could have seen the village myself. I could picture the houses made out of hollowed trees and leprechauns walking down the pathways. Of course, that also brought to mind having to fight Louie and dealing with Bryce after he'd become a demon. So maybe it was good I couldn't go back there. The rain hadn't let up at all by the time we got to the airport. The employees helped us grab our stuff as we ran inside. Water dripped off our jackets and bags as we walked towards security. Once everything was checked and we were inside the airport, we found a place to sit until it was time to board. Owen showed up and stood in line with me as we waited to climb onto the plane. The rain had finally calmed down to a light drizzle, and the sun peeked through the clouds every few minutes. "Was that you?" he asked, pointing out the window. I nodded, but didn't say anything. I didn't know if he was invisible, and I didn't want to be seen talking to myself. But I was dying to know how things had gone with the other leprechauns. "Thought so. Next time, don't use so much power. You drenched the whole forest." He cackled and moved forward in line. If it was always going to go crazy like this, playing with the weather was something I definitely didn't ever want to do again. I just hoped everyone was okay. Once we were seated by the gate, I leaned over to Owen. "Did you meet anyone?" I whispered. Owen smiled. "Yes, I met some cousins and my aunt and uncle. They're having me over for dinner after we get you home safely." "That's great, but don't they know where your parents are?" "No," he frowned, "but they know something's wrong. The darkness went through the village a few days ago. It took a few people." "I didn't like that at all." "I'm sorry." "You said you'd save them. You will, right?" Owen looked up at me hopefully. "I'll do my best. One more day and I could stop them. One more day and I'd be home with my friends. And we could go find this darkness and stop it." Soon, it was time to board the plane. I was sitting by Shelby, so Owen climbed up in the luggage compartment again and made himself at home. We only had an hour to Scotland, and I was anxious to get it over with. They had won all but one of their games so far. The flight was bumpy because of bad weather. Oops. But we finally landed in Scotland. We were almost into the terminal by the time Owen caught up to me. He seemed agitated, but wouldn't say anything. I'd just have to figure out what was going on when we got to the hotel. Since it was our last full day in Europe, Coach Peterson let us tour the city instead of practicing. The city of Edinburgh was beautiful. I couldn't help being on edge because of Owen, but after we managed to spend half the day without a single fairy tale creature in sight, besides the leprechaun next to me, I was able to relax and enjoy myself. Coach Peterson took us on a bus tour up to Edinburgh Castle. The tour was amazing as we listened to the history of this place. Every room was filled with rich colors and beautiful decor. Armor lined the walls and the hallways. I loved the fireplaces in every room and the stone passageways. Except in the prison. I had bad memories of being stuck in the dungeon in Ireland. We stopped at the gift shop on our way out, and then hiked back up to the bus. It was quite a trip on a steep hill, but the views had been totally worth it. I'd even remembered to get a few pictures for Beth while I was touring. Next, we visited the Holyrood Palace. It had been around since the 1100s and had gone from being a monastery to the meeting house for state ceremonies. They were busy preparing for the festivities, so we weren't able to stay long, but I hope to go back someday. The decor was a mix of Victorian and Baroque architecture. Even Owen seemed fascinated by everything inside. I had to slap his hand when he reached for gold place settings or candlesticks, but for the most part, he behaved. Later in the afternoon, Coach Peterson herded us onto the bus to get ready for our game. He promised we would be able to come back to the Royal Mile to shop when the game was over. I'm pretty sure that's the only way he was able to get Shelby and Brinley back on the bus. The gym was at the university, not too far away from Edinburgh Castle. We didn't move when we pulled up. This was a college? It looked like a castle, with the stone buildings and architecture. Coach Peterson chuckled. Welcome to the University of Edinburgh. You're sure we're not at Hogwarts? Shelby asked, eyes wide. Yes, I'm sure. Come on, we need to get warmed up. You can all tour the school when we're done. Oh, right, volleyball. The university had completely wiped all thoughts of sports out of my head. Last game. We could totally do this. Chapter 16. Jared. By the time Jared's mom was able to leave the hospital, Jared had played house, tea parties, and zoo about 100 times, and she'd only been in there for a day. It wasn't that Jared minded. It gave him time to think about what his mom had told him. Jared had just sat down to play dolls yet again when the front door opened and their mom and dad walked in. "Mommy!" Abby yelled and ran to her mom with her arms out wide. Jared's mom smiled and held out her arms. "Hey, sweetie. How are you doing?" "Good. Jared played with me." She beamed up at Jared. "Jared's a good big brother." Mom stood back up. "Come on, dear. Let's get you to the couch." Jared's dad led her into the living room, and Jared followed, trying to keep Abby from tackling their mom. "How are you feeling, Mom?" Jared pulled Abby onto his lap. She squirmed off and ran out of the room. "I'm fine. They gave me some medicine to help with the sickness, and your brother looks healthy." "Oh, that's great. Wait, brother?" It had taken a second for her words to soak in. "I'm getting a brother?" Jared's dad grinned. "Yes, you are. We were going to wait to find out if it's a boy or a girl, but the nurse slipped while we were doing the ultrasound." "That's great. Although Abby will be sad she didn't get a sister to play with. And Jared wouldn't get to be around much for his brother. This college thing was getting harder all the time. I'm sure she'll be just as happy with a little brother." His mom smiled. "The other good news is that I'm far enough along that the baby has a good chance of surviving." "Awesome. Are you going to tell Abby?" Jared asked. He watched Abby run in with a handful of dolls. "I'll tell her after my nap. I'm pretty exhausted." His mom yawned. Jared stood to help her up. "Need me to watch Abby again?" His dad shook his head. "No, you've done enough. I'm going to take Abby to work with me. She'll have fun. And you need to get to work. Jerry called to see if you could make it in." Jared raised his eyebrows, surprised that Jerry hadn't called him. He wasn't going to argue, though. He'd take whatever chance he had to get out of the house. "Thanks. I'll be back later tonight." "Thanks again, Jared. You really helped us out," his dad said. "No problem." Jared left, surprised. His dad wasn't usually so willing to give out praise, and this meant a lot to him. Jared drove over to the bakery and headed inside. It was good he came. It was full of frazzled moms with lots of little kids running around them. One mom chased her little girl through the store as her daughter shrieked with laughter. Another mom looked like she was ready to nap. Beth sat in a booth with Adam, eating a cupcake. They hopped up when they saw him come in. He waved and went behind the counter, where his uncle was filling orders. "Hey, Uncle Jerry." "I was hoping you'd make it. Your mom's okay?" Jared nodded. "She just got home, and everything looks great." "Excellent. I'll call her after I close up tonight. Look, I need to make some more bread. You can grab the orders, okay?" He started for the back before Jared could say anything. Beth leaned against the counter, leaving enough room for customers. "We've been wondering when you'd get here. You didn't answer your phone." Jared tied on an apron. "I hadn't even looked at my phone. Sorry. Abby kept me busy." "I'm sure. Is everything okay?" Beth grabbed 2 napkins and handed one to Adam. "Yep. Mom's home, and Dad's taking Abby to work so I could take a break. One sec." Jared took an order and handed off a cake to a customer with a few screaming kids surrounding her. He pulled out suckers from under the counter and handed them to each of the kids, smiling as they all walked out quietly. Beth watched them leave. Wow, impressive. Were the suckers your idea? Yeah, after watching Abby calm down at the grocery store, I figured I'd pass the idea along to Uncle Jerry. We've had many moms thank us ever since. Cool. Can I have one? Adam asked. Jared laughed. Are you 10? Besides, you just had a cupcake. Fine, I'll bring Maddie and William next time. William doesn't like suckers. Adam ducked away from Beth's punch. So what are you doing tonight? Jared shrugged. I wasn't expecting the night off, so I haven't decided. We're heading to a movie if you want to come. Thanks, Jared stopped just as he spotted August. The fairies hadn't come near them for a few weeks. He nodded toward the fairy and quickly took an order from an older man who had come in to pick up a cake for his wife. He forced himself to smile and pretend like there wasn't a fairy fluttering around in the bakery. Uncle Jerry came around the corner. Hey, Jared, it's about time to close up. I need you to bag up those rolls and donuts. Anything extra, share with your friends. Adam perked up. Seriously? We need to do something with it, right? Uncle Jerry went back to the kitchen and Jared started cleaning up. He bagged everything up and handed a donut each to Adam and Beth. My favorite part of the job. Thanks. We'd better get going so we could talk to you-know-who. Beth gestured toward August and left, waiting for August to follow. Jared finished up and went to find Uncle Jerry. Hey, I'm heading out. Need anything else? Nope. Go ahead. Uncle Jerry dried his hands on a towel. Take the rolls. Let your mom know I love her. Thanks, I will. Jared grabbed the bags and headed out to find Beth and Adam. So what's up? August flitted closer to Jared. The fairies are on the move. Or at least they will be soon. What does that mean? Jared backed up a little. He'd never seen August so distressed, and they'd been in plenty of bad situations before. Queen Una never moves. Ever. August paced back and forth in the air. She makes people come to her. Jared looked at Beth and Adam before looking back up at August. And this is bad? Yes, I just had to warn you because April can't find Megan. Is she at home? No, she's in Europe. She won't be back until the day after tomorrow, Jared explained. August sighed. That's good to hear. I will let April know. You three be on alert. Okay. Jared sent a quick text to Megan, not knowing if she'd get it before taking off. They were several hours ahead. I'll report back to the other fairies and return. We are to watch over you. August saluted and disappeared. Jared stared at the spot where August had been. I wonder what's going on. I thought Mrs. Lincoln said the Queen was a good person. She did, but people change. Maybe fairies do too. Beth bit her lip. Adam put his arm around Beth. She'll be fine. She's halfway around the world, right? If this queen is headed our way, she'll be fine. Jared could tell that Adam didn't really believe what he was saying, but he decided to play along. For now. Right. I'm going home. I need to make sure my mom is okay and have things ready in case Megan needs our help. Chapter 17. Megan. Mom threw my shirt into my bag. I think that's it. I think so too. Let's get out of here. I helped Mom do one last check, and then we left the room. I'd barely slept the night before. I don't know why. We were leaving on an awesome note. We'd won the game last night, and we each got a medal. Ethan and Jacob had left me alone, and Owen had found some friends. He'd promised to be back to visit once I was home safely. We headed off to the airport and said goodbye to Edinburgh. Owen appeared next to me and sat back in his seat. When we arrived at the airport, Owen stopped suddenly, and I almost tripped over him. What are you doing? I whispered. Something's not right. He whipped around, almost waiting for something to happen. Well, we can't just stay here. People are behind us. I nudged him forward. Owen was on alert the whole time we checked our luggage and went through security. He was so busy trying to keep me safe, we were barely moving. He kept twitching and jumping in front of me at the slightest movement. It would have been comical if we didn't have dozens of annoyed people giving me dirty looks. Relax, there's nothing here. I patted him on the head. Yes, there is. I can feel it. He whipped around again. There. I looked where he was facing, but I didn't see anything. All I see is the car rental place. It's in the sign. Don't look. Just go forward and get on the plane. Keep your head in a book or look at your friends. That's all. The fear in his voice made my stomach clench. All right. I grabbed my bag and headed for the gate to wait for our flight, trying to do exactly what he said. I turned to look for Mom. She stood there staring at the signs. Ready, Mom? She jerked and blinked. Sorry. Yes, I'm ready. She paused. Do you see the lights flickering? What? No, there it was. It was a nice green glow that made it so I couldn't stop staring, even though I knew I was supposed to avoid them. But wait, it moved. It was at the next sign in the airport. This time, it was a light blue. It was so pretty. Then a yellow light showed up on the next sign. I was vaguely aware of Mom beside me and the angry shouts from people as we pushed past them, but I needed to get to that light. Something suddenly barreled into me, sending me flying. I landed hard, and it took a moment to catch my breath. When I could finally focus, it was like I'd awakened from a dream. What happened? I told you not to look at those lights. They're dangerous. Owen tried to shield my eyes, but I brushed his hand away. Okay, I get it. What are they? I wanted to look again, but every time I did, Owen covered my eyes. I knew there was something wrong with looking at those lights, but it didn't stop me from wanting to anyway. Those are will-o'-the-wisps? They will trick you and lead you to your death? I warned you that you would find things like this in Scotland. Next time, listen. Fine. Now would you get off me? Oh, sorry. He scrambled up. I stood and picked up my backpack, and then my stomach plummeted. Where was my mom? Owen, Mom is gone. His eyes widened. You follow me, and don't pay attention to the lights. Got it? Got it. But while my brain knew Owen was right, all I wanted to do was take off running right then to find her. She'd been hooked on the lights before I was. Owen and I followed the lights. Every once in a while, we would have to stop and wait for them to blink again. Sometimes they would go two different ways when we came up to areas where the hallways split off. Owen would wait until one disappeared, and then we'd take off again. The lights suddenly stopped at the end of the long hallway. Did we miss a turn? I looked around for any other hints. This couldn't just be the end. My mom had to be here somewhere. I felt panic seeping in, and I tried to shove it away. No, his voice broke. How do you know? I saw the anguish in his face, and my knees went weak. What's wrong? Owen pointed down at a circle of toadstools on the floor. In the airport. That is called a fairy ring. And why do I get the feeling I don't like fairy rings? I swallowed hard. Because they transport you somewhere else. He looked disgusted. I should have been watching both of you. I'm so sorry. I stood there in shock, ready to collapse. Mom was gone? I turned and ran back the way we'd come. At every hallway intersection, I tried both ways, just hoping Mom was there, but with no luck. Oh, right, luck. Maybe I should have been concentrating on that instead of those stupid lights. I stopped, wiped my eyes, smiled at those who were staring at me, and started walking. I was going to let my luck take me exactly where I needed to go. Except it didn't take me to my mom. I ended up at the gate with the rest of the team. Coach Peterson stood there, checking his watch. Hey, Coach, my mom got stuck in the bathroom. She must have eaten something bad. We'll just catch the next flight. I tried not to let my nerves show and concentrated on making him believe me. I didn't want them postponing everything for us. They couldn't help anyway. He raised his eyebrows. Your mom can't get on the plane when she's that sick. I know. We'll be fine here. He hesitated. Maybe I should stay too. No, I stopped. No, we'll be fine. We have our tickets. Thanks so much for everything. I turned and ran back the way I'd come before he could say anything else. I'd have to ask Dad to find a way to grab our luggage once it got to Twin Falls, but at least Coach wouldn't be waiting around for us. I stopped and took a deep breath to calm down. I really needed my luck to do its job. When I felt ready, I opened my eyes and started walking back the way I'd come. No matter which way I wanted to turn, I stayed right on the path we'd taken before. I ended up right back at the fairy ring, where Owen waited for me. So it was true. Mom really had been transported. Are you done now? He asked, glowering. Yes. So what do we do? Adrenaline was coursing through me, and I was ready to do something. Now that I knew Mom was on the other side of whatever this thing was, I wanted to go. She had to be okay, or I'd never forgive myself. This wasn't Owen's fault. He'd already warned me to keep away from the lights. Owen pointed down. We'll go through that ring? Or, well, you do. I have to break it after you go through and meet you on the other side. What's on the other side? I really wanted my sword, and Jared, and Beth. And time to prepare. The fairy world. I'm guessing she'll be taken to the Queen. If that's the case, we're in luck. Well, sort of. Jared and Beth have to meet with Biddy, Mrs. Lincoln, your grandma, and 2 others, trying to figure out how to stop the midsummer celebration. There's a chance you can meet up there. Awesome. I'll send them a text letting them know what's going on. Make sure they get it, please. I will. I pulled out my phone and typed a quick message to both Jared and Beth. Once that was done, I stepped inside the fairy ring and felt the air spin around me until I could no longer see anything. When the wind stopped, I was in a lush forest filled with fruit trees and fairies. So many fairies with different colored wings. Most were small like April and August, but I saw a few other larger fairies as well. Or at least, that's what they looked like. It was like something out of my worst nightmare. I didn't want to deal with this many creatures at one time. And, of course, I had no idea where I was supposed to go. It looked like I would be relying on good old luck all over again. I closed my eyes and concentrated on where I was supposed to go. When I opened them, I gasped. I saw small trails and large trails going in all directions. Apparently, my luck worked a little differently here. But which one is hers? I took a step forward, but a fairy flew over to block my path. Welcome. May I ask your purpose? Her blonde hair and blue flowery dress were a big contrast to April, who usually had her hair spiked and wore t-shirts and jeans. I'm looking for my mom. Do you know which way she went and which trail I should follow? I gestured toward the path in front of me. The fairy laughed. You won't find her that way. Humans don't leave trails of magic. I rubbed my forehead. This was going to be harder than I'd thought. Okay, well, where did she go then? Follow the trail that does not exist. I stared at the fairy. Seriously? My mom is stuck here somewhere, having who knows what happened to her. And you want me to play guessing games? The fairy sighed. Look down. She pointed at a dark path that seemed as though it was filled with nothing. It was black, as if whatever was underneath it no longer existed. You want me to follow that? I'd rather follow, well, about anything. I didn't even know who I was supposed to trust here, and she could be leading me into a trap. The fairy rolled her eyes. Unless you want to lose your mom? No, thank you for your help. I took off running through the thick bushes. I had to watch for the spring that ran through the forest because the trail didn't seem to care where it went. The air was thick with the scent of the large flowers that dotted the forest floor. After running for what felt like miles, I stopped to take a break. It was then that I noticed that the forest was quiet. And it wasn't because there was no life there. It was because they were all staring at me. Hi? The fairies, pixies, and other creatures I didn't recognize around me giggled, then went silent again. One by one, they bowed to me, which totally creeped me out. Guys? Fairies? Whatever you want to be called? Please stop it. Stop bowing. No, seriously. When they didn't stand up, I decided to weave around them and keep running. I would deal with that later. Owen still hadn't shown up. I really hoped that meant he was on his way to get the others. I stopped every now and then to catch my breath, but then I'd have to run again to get away from the adoring eyes. I would have thought they'd hate me for fighting so many of their kind. Night fell, much sooner than it should have, and I knew I couldn't go on anymore. I was exhausted, and if I was going to fight anyone, I needed my energy. I found a clearing and gathered up some grass for a pillow. It wasn't the worst I'd had to sleep on. This was heaven compared to the cold prison where I'd spent Christmas morning. I closed my eyes, wishing I had a drink of water. My legs throbbed from running, and I just wanted to rest for a day, or 3. I felt something laid over me. I lifted my head to find that the fairies had covered me with a blanket woven from leaves. 4 fairies set a large pillow next to my head, while others set down some food and a glass of water. Wow, thank you. I sat up and picked out what looked like a pear. It was like nothing I'd ever tasted before. The taste was both sour and sweet at the same time. The water was clear and soothed my parched throat. I thought of the water in Ireland that had been tainted by magic. Beth had been affected and had hallucinated, while my reaction was minor. It was almost worth it, though. I needed the water. I had no idea how long I'd have to run. Sleep. We will protect you. Several fairies flew overhead. Thank you. I wanted to stay up. I wanted to keep running, but I felt myself drift off to sleep. I was in a dark prison, with water dripping from the ceiling. It made no sense, as I'd just fallen asleep in a forest just a few minutes ago. I had to be dreaming, which meant, "Louis?" I called out. "Shh, you don't want to alert the guards?" Louis's voice came from a few feet to the left. I crept toward the voice. "What are you guys doing here?" "Oh, we just thought we'd have a party." Louis laughed at his own joke, but it ended with a cough. "How did you find me?" "I'm dreaming. I just go wherever you are, I guess." I stood to look out the bars. "I'm trying to find my mom, but I don't know where to find her." "Your mom is here?" Louis asked, surprised. "Humans aren't supposed to be here." I ran my fingers through my hair in frustration. "Yes, we got tricked by some will-o'-the-wisps, and she went through a fairy circle. I hopped in to find her." "Take caution. Things are different here." "Yes, I've noticed." I inspected the lock, wondering how I could get in to save him. "Oh, yeah. Owen is doing okay. He's supposed to be delivering a message to Beth and Jared." "You've seen Owen?" Patrika's voice came from the other side of the prison. I sighed in relief. Patrika was safe too. "Yes, he's been helping me." I heard sniffling. "I'm so glad he's okay." "Yes. Now I'm going to wake myself up so I can sleep peacefully. I'll save you guys. I promise." Chapter 18. Megan. I woke up for a moment and rolled over to go back to sleep, except that 2 feet stood where I was supposed to be resting my head. I looked up to find a dark, shadowy creature. I scrambled away and stared at it, my heart pounding. It wasn't the gray man, although he should have been here somewhere. But this thing wasn't it. There was something familiar about it. Wait a minute. Ethan? It was him, but he was just a shadow. A creepy human-like shadow. I knew I didn't like him. The creature bowed. "At your service." Well, not really. I serve only the queen, and right now, she needs to see you. He grabbed my ankle and dragged me into a small carriage pulled by large white horses. I landed with a thump as he climbed in. I untangled myself from the seats and tried to sit up. The ground was flying past me. What are you? Ethan smirked. I'm the Fardorcha. I bring humans to the Fairy Queen so she can do whatever she wants with them. Well, that's not cool. I wondered how many bones I'd break if I jumped out right then. What do you want with my mom? Ethan's laugh was hollow and almost harsh. It wasn't your mom we wanted at all. Her magic is weak. I snorted. Hate to break it to you, but no human has magic. Mine is just luck, not magic. You'd be surprised. Everyone has magic. Some just use it more than others. If you believe in fairies, you're in touch with the magic world. Mom has magic? No way. But what does the queen do with the magic? Ethan's smile was menacing. She harvests it from them and leaves them to find a way to escape. I clenched my fists. If she touches my mom, your mom will be fine. The queen is only looking for you. Ethan glanced down at me. Which is why you followed me. The creep. He must have been waiting for just the right time. And the volleyball games were never good because Mom wouldn't leave them unless I was with her. You're a tough one to get a hold of, Megan. Even my mermaid couldn't capture you, and you were in her element. His look was somewhere between admiration and disgust. So, wait, that's why the mermaids attacked me? That made so much more sense. Of course. All I had to do was remind them of what had happened at Phantom Falls, embellish it a little, and they were ready to go after you, no matter what it took. His expression darkened, but then your luck got in the way. Again. I'm not sure I like your ability to get out of anything. I don't know. It's helped me a lot lately. You guys won't leave me alone. I stared at the horses pulling us through the forest. I just needed something to slow this carriage down enough so I could jump out. He sighed. Look, it's my job. I do what the Fairy Queen wants. Now, I could drag you there kicking and screaming, or we could make a deal. I raised an eyebrow. A deal? Why would I make a deal with you? You took my mom. Because I had no choice. Now, I have some powers of my own, but if I were to combine them with, say, some luck, no, you will not touch my luck. I kept my eyes on the horses in front of me, even though I really wanted to punch him and get it over with. Ethan smirked. You need my help. This is just one way of doing it. Not a chance. Okay, focus. With the speed we were going, slowing the horses down would be hard. I'd have to think of something else. Well, I couldn't slow them, but if I got rid of them, we'd slow down faster. I followed the rope from the horses back to the carriage. There. I concentrated my luck on the knot and tried to coax it loose. The ropes were old and rough, but I'd done it often enough on past escape attempts that the rope started giving away easily. Perfect. The knot unraveled, leaving us behind, and the horse creatures galloped away. I dove off the side of the still-moving carriage, hoping I hadn't just done something really stupid. The wind whipped my hair around as I used my luck to protect myself, but I still did a few somersaults before stopping. Rocks and brushes dug into my back as I lay there. Seconds later, I heard a crash, and I looked up to find the carriage smashed to pieces against an old weeping willow tree. I rolled over and stood up, dusting the leaves off my pants. Ethan lay a few feet away from me. He sat up and groaned when he saw what had happened. Great, the queen is going to kill me. That was her favorite carriage. Well, she shouldn't have sent you after me with it. I looked for the path that would lead me to Mom, but it was gone. Awesome. I wondered where my fairy guards had gone while I slept. Surely they could have kept Ethan away from me. You won't find the queen or your mom without my help. His smirk just made me more annoyed. I did just fine last night. All I had to do was follow that trail. The trail. I just found it, and it was surrounding Ethan. I'd been following his trail this whole time. Awesome. He grinned. See, you need me. We can help each other. You help me get out of my position as the Fardorka, and I'll get your mom back safely. Uh-huh. And I'm supposed to believe that. Why? I shook my head. I'll never figure out all this mythology. From what I was reading in my fairy tale book at home, the Fardorka isn't a position. It's a person. I can't just change who you are. That's not how my luck works. Besides, why would I do it? He followed me, kidnapped my mom, and then kidnapped me. Not a way to build a friendship. His face fell. Well, I kinda hoped you had feelings for me. Is that not true? I laughed. Ethan, I barely even know who you are. Plus, you've never given me any reason to like you. I made sure you didn't get the poisoned food at the restaurant. I served it to someone else instead. And now they're off in a fairy prison awaiting their fate. I stared at him in shock. Oh my word! I can't believe you'd think that would flatter me. You could have killed them. He shrugged. He was a horrible person. He'd stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from his company and kept gambling it away. Well, maybe. No, still not okay. That doesn't help your case. I picked up my backpack and started walking in the direction I thought I was supposed to go. All of the trees and flowers looked the same, but I just figured that's what happened here in Fairyland. Wait, hold on. Let me explain. I was once a normal kid, just like you. Well, not like you, because you have large amounts of luck, but you know what I mean. I was attacked one night by the last Fardorka. He wanted out, and the only way to do that was to make someone else take his place. I was lonely and had no family and no one to turn to, so he thought I would be perfect. I agreed, figuring that anything was better than my life at that point. At first, it was fine. I just had to grab a few people here and there, and it would make the queen happy. That was 200 years ago. One night, I took a young father. I didn't know he had a family until after he was already gone. But then I heard the crying. His poor wife had just had a new baby, and now she was without a husband. It nearly broke me. I had destroyed a family. I'd made that poor baby suffer, and he was only a couple of weeks old. I didn't even know what to say. I'm sorry. Ethan shrugged. It was then that I started paying attention to who was lonely or had no one left behind. It made the queen angry because those with no one to turn to no longer have magic. Their hope is often gone, and without hope, they no longer believe in us or the fairy tales. That's too bad. My heart broke just a little. No hope? No family? I'd been so blessed all my life with a family who supported me, and my mom had been given back her belief in magic because of me. Well, now she was kept prisoner because of me. But that was beside the point. I'm sorry, I still can't help you. I can't find someone to take your place. That would be dooming them to do the same thing you've been doing for 200 years. Ethan nodded. I understand, but that's where your luck would come in. I've watched you fight. I think you can pull the being out of me without actually making someone take my place. You mean you've watched me with the mermaid? Why didn't you stop her? I totally could have drowned that night. He shifted uncomfortably. Well, yes, but I had to wait for the right moment to get you. I was already breaking the rules just meeting you at the games. I was officially creeped out. He'd watched me this whole time? Why didn't I ever see you? You were too busy fighting for your life. He looked up at the sun just coming over the rise. Now, we have quite a journey in front of us. I can take you the easy way by carrying you, or you can walk. Of course, the carriage would have been a lot faster. I'll walk, thanks. I don't like being carried. I pushed my way through some tree branches and farther into the forest. I knew he could probably get me there faster, but I wasn't ready to trust him. You're going the wrong way. No, I'm not. The sun is over there, so I must be going the right way. I was pretty sure the sun was setting on the other side the night before. Ethan laughed. You don't realize I was sending you in circles last night? Wow, Megan, you really need to pay more attention to your surroundings. The fact that he'd been following me this whole time without me noticing was enough to tell me that. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants. Which way do I really go? He pointed off to my left. This way. And I would watch out. Not all fairies are good fairies. No kidding, I muttered. I switched directions and jogged along a river I hadn't seen the night before. Ethan went back to his shadowy self and glided along next to me. He didn't say anything as we traveled, but his smug expression was enough to put me on edge. I ran faster and darted around toadstools and a few small creatures who were in my path. The last time I'd seen brownies, we'd attacked before we knew they weren't bad creatures. I hoped these brownies would forgive me. I could have apologized, but what would I say? Oh, sorry for killing off your friends. I thought they were the bad guys when they were really someone's lunch. Not a way to make friends. Instead, I shouted, sorry, as I ran past, and hoped they would know what I was talking about. I stopped short when I came across a large swamp. I was a pretty good swimmer, but by the look of the mucky, smelly water, there was no way I wanted to swim in this mess. Ethan came up alongside me. Would you like some help now? Maybe, but if I get help, does that mean I'm willing to go along with what you want me to do? I can't free you. I hoped he'd agree, because I was pretty sure I'd just seen some rather large creatures coming up out of the middle of the swamp. Ethan nodded. I get it. He picked me up and flew across the swamp. I had to close my eyes as we darted past some scaly dragon-like creatures. One leapt out of the water and snapped at my feet. I yelped and pulled my legs up to my chest. Why didn't you use your luck? Ethan asked. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't holding any of my luck at the time. Lame excuse. I'd been trained to be ready. Plus, luck was always on my side. Or, well, it was supposed to be. A lot of time I was annoyed by it. Can you fly a little higher? You have to hold on to it? Ethan asked, surprised. He soared up before continuing on. Sometimes. I mentally told myself to be quiet. This guy could totally be my enemy, and I couldn't afford to let him know how my luck worked. Interesting. Don't let the Fairy Queen know that, and always be on your guard. If you have luck to spare, hold on to it. You're not in your world anymore. Threats are at every corner. Like you? It came out before I could stop it. Ethan frowned. Well, I guess that's true. Except I'm helping you right now. I can't be that bad, right? Unless you're planning to eat me later. My laugh turned into a shriek when he almost dropped me. I don't eat people. He set me down a little harder on the ground than he needed to. But then I probably deserved it. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It was a joke. I missed Jared's sense of humor. He totally would have laughed. Ethan walked in silence for a few minutes. I forgot about jokes. It's kind of hard to laugh when your job is to destroy people's lives. I can imagine. I stopped and looked around. Where are all the fairies? Ethan blushed. They, don't come around me. They're afraid of me because of those they protect. Your guardians were doing a wonderful job until I came up to talk to you this morning. Wow, glad I trusted them to watch over me. I wiped my forehead. It was hot in this part of the land. I needed to get back under the trees. I would have loved some more of the water the fairies had given me the night before. Really, they did well. They kept imps and brownies and a few others away. Well, I'm glad for that. I already had one imp after me. I don't need more. I slapped my arm to smash a bug. The bug was actually a fairy, and she huffed and flew away. Sorry. Ethan dropped on the ground, laughing. What did I tell you? This isn't your world anymore. Don't attempt to smash anything, or they'll be back to shove acorns up your nose, or tie your shoes together. Yeah, Thanks for the warning. I continued on my way. Judging by the tall trees in the distance, we were about a mile from the forest, and I wanted to get there quickly. I broke into a jog, and Ethan followed behind in his shadowy form. The trees offered cool shade when we finally reached them. I stopped and rested before continuing on. How big was this world anyway? Ethan moved ahead of me, insisting he was just doing it to keep the bad things away. I had no idea where I was going anyway, so it didn't bother me. The only thing I didn't like was that the forest was silent. He seemed to scare the creatures away as we traveled through. How much further do we have to go? I asked, brushing leaves out of my hair. I usually fly where I need to go, or take a carriage. He grumbled when he said that last part. My face reddened. Hey, I wanted to get out of there. You hadn't given me any reason to stick around. You really know how to make a guy. Ethan stopped. He put a finger to his lips and stayed still. I suddenly heard the same loud rumbling sound. What is that? It's better if you never find out. I suggest we run for that cave right there. He pointed and dashed toward it. I swear there wasn't a cave there before. I raced after Ethan just as a large creature crashed through the trees. Great. Fairyland just got real. Chapter 19. Jared. Get up! Get up! A small voice cried. Jared jumped and wiped his face. What's going on, Abby? He rolled over to find Owen staring at him. He shot straight up in bed. What are you doing here? Megan's in trouble? Owen's eyes were wide. That woke Jared up faster than anything else could have. He climbed out of bed and pulled on his shorts. Then he had to try again when he got them on backward. Owen paced back and forth. Her mom was taken? Megan went after her. There were toadstools. Jared finally finished getting dressed and put his hands on Owen's shoulder. Whoa, I need you to slow way down. I don't understand. Where'd they go? And what do toadstools have to do with it? He pulled on the boots Megan had given him, even though it was summer. He wanted to be prepared. Owen took a deep breath and told Jared everything that had happened since he and Megan had arrived at the airport in Scotland. By the time he was done, it was Jared who was pacing. He grabbed his phone and texted Beth to get over to Mrs. Lincoln's immediately, and that he would meet her over there. He just hoped the women had figured out a way to help Megan. He suddenly stopped. He couldn't go anywhere with his mom feeling how she did. He'd heard her being sick all night. If she knew he was going to fight again, it would probably stress her out. But it was Megan. He couldn't just let her face the fairy world on her own. Listen, do you know where Beatrice Lincoln lives? Jared figured Owen would know her better by her fairy name and not by her library name. Owen thought for a moment before nodding. Yes? Why? There are a couple of other fairies there right now. Jared crawled under his bed and pulled his sword from where it was hid by his wall. His parents had wanted him to get rid of it, but he wasn't about to give it up. Can you take this with you? Owen took the sword. It should be light enough. Anything else? Jared looked around his room. Oh, wait. Yes. Well, no. I can take this. Why don't you head over there now, and I'll be there as soon as I can. Okay. Owen snapped his fingers and disappeared. Jared climbed back under the bed and found his chainmail that had been made with leprechaun gold. He slipped it on and put his t-shirt on over it. Okay, he was ready. He ran down to the kitchen to grab one of his mom's old picnic baskets from the pantry. He packed a few sandwiches and drinks before grabbing some bandages. Then he grabbed some emergency blankets from the family emergency kit. What are you up to, Jared? His mom asked from the door of the kitchen. There were rings under her eyes, and she pulled her robe around her. I'm going on a picnic. You need bandages and blankets for a picnic? She walked over and sifted through the basket. You never know what could happen out there. His mom sighed. I think there's more you're not telling me, but I'm not even going to ask. I don't want to know. Just be careful, please. She kissed his cheek and winced as she turned and headed back into her room. He couldn't do it. He set the basket down and walked into his mom's room. Do you need any help? His mom pulled the blankets up. No, I'm fine. Go have fun. I can call your dad if I need anything. And your grandma will be taking Abby for the day. I'm not going. I'll stay. He sat down in the small chair in her room. She rubbed her eyes and sighed. I thought all this adventuring stuff would be over with Megan gone. Obviously, I was wrong. Jared sighed. That's the problem. Her mom was taken, and Megan followed her, but she has nothing to fight with. His mom gasped. That's terrible. I know, and I only have one chance to get to help her out, and it's tonight. But if you want me to stay, go. Jared stared at her in shock. What? Go help them. I'll be fine. His mom smiled weakly. Jared stood. You're sure? Dad would be ticked if he knew what I was doing. I'll deal with him. Just come back in one piece. I will. Bye, Mom. He kissed her on the cheek. Get feeling better. Jared drove to Mrs. Lincoln's house and left his stuff in the truck. Beth's old Honda Civic sat in the driveway, leaking some kind of fluid. He'd have to remember to tell her about it, but after the abuse it had been through because of Megan, it wouldn't be long before she'd need to get a new car anyway. Owen stood on the doorstep. Here's your sword. Thanks. Jared ran it out to his truck, then headed back to the house. Mrs. Lincoln opened the door before Jared had time to knock. Come on in. We were just discussing plans. She led him to the kitchen table where Biddy, Tenyani, Roshlyn, and Megan's grandma sat studying the map. What's this? He leaned forward to read the map, but none of the locations were in English. Tenyane patted the map. This is the map of the fairy world. It's massive. We're trying to figure out how to get you and Megan back together to stop Queen Una. We worry that Megan will be unable to defend herself. Jared laughed. Have you met Megan? She's got her own skills, and she's pretty awesome with her power and her blade. Mrs. Crenshaw frowned. She's very powerful, and that's exactly why we need to preserve her life. Una wants her luck. Doesn't everyone? Jared muttered. So where's the portal from Phantom Falls? Biddy pointed to a spot to the southwest. This is where you'll come out. She pointed to a spot they'd marked farther into the center. This is where the queen is right now. She's heading this way. From what Owen was saying, Megan is over here. She pointed to the far side of the map. Oh, great. So how do we find her? Beth asked. And what's this water? Is that a lake? No, that's a marsh. She'll have to find her way around that if she wants to get to the queen. Now, I'm guessing her mom is with the queen. If not, she's with the leprechauns the queen has kidnapped. We just have to find out why the queen is doing this. Because she's evil? Jared asked. His blood boiled just sitting there. He wanted to help. Well, but there's some other reason. Owen, are you sure you can't find her? Mrs. Lincoln asked. Owen nodded. Should I go now? Yes. Please tell her to be careful. Figure out what's going on and see if she needs anything. Did you find her sword? Tenyani asked. Owen shook his head. No, I can't get into her house without permission first. Maddie and Adam are the only ones who can see me, and they haven't been around. I think Adam took the twins to a movie to give his dad a break. Wait, you're sending the sword with Owen? Isn't that a long jump? Jared asked. Megan's luggage had already ended up on the bottom of the ocean. They didn't need her sword to end up there as well. Owen shook his head. I can travel as far as I want through the fairy world. Why didn't you do that with Megan before? Beth asked. Hey, I'm 5 months old. Give me a break. I just discovered the fairy world thing this morning. Good point. Beth stood and grabbed her backpack. I'm ready to go. So Jared and I are heading to Phantom Falls, and we'll meet you all there. The women looked at each other. Rosalind turned back to Beth. We can't go. We haven't been there for years, and it's very difficult to get back in. We'll be here directing the celebrations. You can use your mirror to contact us. Great. We can totally do this. Ready, Jared? Beth acted tough, but Jared could tell she was panicking. He could potentially lose a girlfriend, but Beth and Megan had been friends since they were little. Does it need to be dark? He asked. Yes. Well, not totally dark. Sunset is when the portal will start to open, but only a few creatures will come out then. Midnight is when the real party begins. You will have until the sun starts to rise in the morning to come back out. Do you understand? If you don't get out this way, you'll have to find another way out. And no one knows when those portals will open again. Got it. Jared walked outside with Beth and Owen. It was still barely noon by that time. They had until sunset to figure something out. Beth, why don't we take your car home, and we'll take my truck? There's no way yours will make it to the parking lot at the falls anyway. Beth shook her head. I can't just disappear, or Mom and Dad will panic. I'm not supposed to be going on any more adventures. I promised that night of graduation. Here it is, 3 weeks later, and I'm already breaking that promise. That makes it even more fun. Jared climbed in his truck. Let's do this. They stopped by the grocery store to grab some more herbs for Beth's weapons, and then headed toward Oakley. They reached the falls early, but this way, they could be ready to go in as soon as the portal opened. Chapter 20. Jared. The drive up to Phantom Falls was a lot different in the summer than it had been in the winter. They didn't have to worry about icy roads, and in the daytime, they were able to see the reservoir as they drove past. They stopped to get a picture of the hieroglyphs on the way up, and still had several hours to spare by the time they reached the parking lot. Jared grabbed the basket from the back of his truck. I hope we have everything we need. I had to pack fast. Beth laughed. You brought a picnic basket? That's going to be hard to fight with. Fighting happens later. For now, I just want a sandwich. Besides, we don't know when Megan ate last. Fair enough. Beth grabbed her bag and her bow. Mom would have flipped if she'd seen me take this out of the shed. She wanted to sell it. It's like they don't think teenagers should have weapons or something. Jared laughed. He pulled his sword out and buckled it around his waist, surprised at how much he'd missed carrying it. He'd had to fight hard to earn it. They headed up the path. They took it slow and enjoyed the views of the green hillside around them. Watercress covered large areas of the stream that flowed along the trail. When they came to the spot where the dragon had landed the last time they were there, they stopped. The hill was covered in grass and had a great view of the area. So they sat down to eat their lunch. There was no evidence of the battle that had taken place a few months before. Jared shuddered at the memory of Megan wrestling with the gray man before they were able to throw him through the portal. He looked over at Beth, who was staring toward the falls. That night was crazy, wasn't it? Beth nodded. Yeah. I can't believe I'm walking back into that whole mess. She paused. But oddly enough, I missed it. Not being tied up by mermaids, but the fighting was exhilarating. Jared smiled. Yeah, I missed it too. Did Megan tell you she fought a mermaid? Seriously? She has all the fun. Beth shivered. Okay, maybe not fun, but still more exciting than sitting at home. I have to agree. He laughed, and then they both went silent. Jared ran over the plans in his head. One thing was bugging him, though. Hey, Owen? Jared called out. He hoped the small leprechaun would hear him, but it was no use. August? The fairy appeared. Yes. Do we know if Owen has found Adam yet? The fairy nodded. Adam took the twins home to his dad and grabbed weapons. He'll be heading to where Megan is as soon as Owen gets back. His dad wanted to come, but Adam convinced him to stay home. Jared could have hugged the fairy. That's great, but how will they know where Megan is? And how is Adam getting there? We are keeping watch on her. We are close enough now that Owen should be able to take Adam straight to Megan. Wait, should? Beth's eyes widened. Well, he's young, but he wants to try. The look of disgust on August's face told Jared what he thought about the idea. Why not us? I could help. August cut him off. No, we need you here. If there's a way to intercept the Fairy Queen, we need to find it. Look, April has not been found, and I don't like it. Stay safe. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Thank you. Jared looked up at the sky. It was still plenty light. If you see July or April, could you send them here? Of course. August bowed slightly and disappeared. Jared turned to Beth. I'm going to keep going. I want to see what we're up against when we get to the waterfall. It was a little dark when we were here last. That's probably a good idea. Beth gathered up her stuff and followed Jared the rest of the way. They walked around the bend to hear the low roar of the falls. There was still a frozen glacier below the falls, but it was much smaller than the one Beth had been tied to by the mermaids. There was a chill to the air because the sun didn't shine into the archway behind the falls. I don't get why they even hold this celebration here. It's too small to have many people, and it's cold. Jared scanned the area. You can party anywhere, I think. I'm going back to where we ate. I'm cold. You can explore or whatever, but I'm going to try to get a nap before we leave. Beth left, leaving Jared alone with the falls. It was peaceful here. Jared could feel the quiet strength of the place. He pulled out his sword and found a flat area to practice. It had been too long. Chapter 21. Megan. The creature came toward the cave where Ethan and I hid. It thrashed about, causing destruction to the forest. What is that thing? I repeated. My heart beat rapidly as I waited for it to pass. A chimera. Exceedingly rare, exceedingly deadly, and very hard to kill. It's better just to let it go past and leave us alone. Ethan pulled me back a little farther into the cave. Sounds good to me. I don't even have my sword. You have a sword? He asked, eyebrows raised. Yeah, I've had to use it several times over the last year. I actually missed fighting with it. After beating O'Malley in January, I'd been left alone. How strange. The thrashing got louder until it moved past us. The chimera was much smaller than I expected from the sound it made. It was part lion and part goat, but it had a dragon's tail. Ethan was right. I really didn't want to run into it. Once the noise had faded, Ethan inched forward. Okay, I think we're good. Just be really quiet as we run. Are you sure you don't want me to carry you? Positive. I didn't like being so dependent on Ethan. It just reminded me that Jared wasn't there. I made my way through the trees, keeping watch for anything that could be a threat. I could see eyes looking out from behind tree branches and heard rustling among the leaves. But otherwise, there was no other sign of life. We passed a small stream, but I chose to ignore it. I remembered what had happened the last time I had anything to drink from a spring. I didn't really want to try it again. Ethan floated along beside me. I'd forgotten how long it takes to travel the length of the kingdom. Feel free to go ahead at any time. Or if you're tired, take a nap. I just need to find my mom. I pushed away some leaves and jumped when a group of pixies flew up into my face. Oh, hello. How are you? One of the pixies spat at me and screamed in a different language. By the sound of it, I was better off not knowing what it said. Stay away from those. They don't like humans. Ethan continued past me. Oh, you think? I circled around the plant so I wouldn't disturb any more pixies and ran to catch up. He could be evil, but he was the only companion I had at the time. There was a sudden burst of rustling in the trees before I was slammed to the ground by something large and heavy. It knocked the air out of me, and it was a few seconds before I could breathe again. What wasn't bruised from jumping off the carriage was bruised now. Adrenaline and fear ran through me as I rolled over and found the chimera standing above me. It roared before sniffing at my face. This came very close to the terror I'd felt when being chased by the gray man. Cursing my lack of sword yet again, I decided to try another tactic. "Nice kitty, you don't want to hurt me." My heart pounded as I pulled my luck toward me. It had worked with the dragon. I needed to make it work this time. I reached out slowly, and it sat still for a second, then jumped back and hissed at me. "It's okay, kitty." Ethan grabbed a stick and held it out in front of him like a sword. The chimera growled at him and crouched down like it was about to pounce. Its tail lashed out and knocked over a couple of smaller trees. Ethan? Right now might be a good time to show it you're the Fardorcha. I thought you said they were scared of you." "Oh, yeah." He turned misty and flew at the chimera. The creature yelped and backed up, but wouldn't leave. It growled as it glanced between me and Ethan. I rolled over and searched the ground for a rock or branch I could use to keep it away. Suddenly, something attacked the chimera from the side. The chimera growled and stood up, baring its teeth at whatever had attacked it. "Get away from my sister." A voice that sounded all too familiar and heavenly came from behind the creature. "Wait, Adam?" I scrambled to my feet and ran around the chimera. "What are you doing here?" "Saving you. Now please take the sword so I can get out my crossbow." He slowly reached to hand it to me. "No, wait. I'm trying something." I took a step toward the chimera with my hand out. It jumped back, but stopped, growling. I took another step toward it, and then another, before I was almost touching it. If I was going to survive in this crazy world, I needed even the worst of the creatures to trust me. "That's it. I'm okay. You can trust me." "Does she do this often?" Ethan asked Adam. "Usually she's worse than this," Adam whispered back. "She's friends with dragons." I smiled and finally touched the creature's nose. "There we go. See? I'm nice." Its nose was wet like a cat's. It leaned toward my hand and made a purring sound. "There we go. That's a nice chimera." "Yeah, right. Because making friends is what I always want to do when I see a big monster creature attacking my sister." Adam handed me the sword. "It's great to see you, too. Man, I was happy to have this back in my hand. And to see my brother again, of course. How'd you get here?" "Owen. This is his first time helping anyone travel, so he's wiped out." Adam put his crossbow over his shoulder, then shook Ethan's hand. "And you are?" "Megan knows me as Ethan." Adam raised his eyebrows. "So, what's your real name?" I cleared my throat. "He's a Fardorcha. And he's the reason Mom is in prison." Adam shoved me behind him and aimed his crossbow at Ethan. "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now." Ethan's eyes grew big, and he swallowed. "You have every reason." I jumped between them. "Whoa! No one is killing anyone. Mom is with the Fairy Queen, and yes, Ethan handed her off, but he's also trying to help. He seems to think that by helping me, I'll release him from this position." Adam stood there for a moment longer before lowering his crossbow. "You so much as touch my sister, and I won't hesitate. Got it?" Ethan swallowed hard and nodded. "Got it." Owen walked up, rubbing his eyes. "What'd I miss?" "Megan keeps making friends with the enemy," Adam grumbled, and started walking in the direction we'd been going. "Hey, it's better than threatening to shoot people before I even know them," I shouted. Owen looked over at Ethan. "I'll never understand human— Wait, I know you. Adam, why didn't you shoot him?" Adam turned around. "Ask Megan. Apparently she thinks he wants to be better." Owen looked up at me. "After I tell you not to eat his food?" And to avoid him? You make friends with him? Why? I shrugged. I did the same thing with your dad. Now I'm helping you save him. Want me to change my mind? Owen sighed. No, I didn't think so. I strapped my sword on. So you found Adam and my sword. Did you find Jared and Beth? Owen nodded. They're on their way to Phantom Falls right now. They'll be coming from the other direction. You're awesome for doing that. Thank you. I kissed Owen on the cheek and ran to catch up to Adam. I turned to see Owen and Ethan standing there in shock. I could tell Adam was still ticked. Thanks for coming and for bringing my sword. You're welcome. I couldn't just leave you stranded here. I about flipped when Owen told me what happened. He shook his head. You can't just stay out of trouble, can you? No, but I appreciate you coming. I'm supposed to be on an airplane right now. Or at least I think I am. I don't even know what time it is right now. It's the evening of Midsummer's Eve. Adam stopped walking and turned to me. Owen told me that Biddy Early was at Mrs. Lincoln's house, along with a few other fairies. Dang, what's been happening while I was gone? I felt like I'd missed out on so much, even though I was pretty sure I dealt with more on my trip. Or at least, I hoped so. Killer mermaids and revenants were bad enough. We only heard what Owen came to tell us. Adam looked back at Ethan. So, you're sure he's okay? I sighed. I honestly don't know. You wouldn't believe everyone I've met this week. He kept following me. In France, Owen told me not to eat the food Ethan served me. But then it was a different waiter who came by. Ethan insists he gave the poisoned food to some guy who supposedly deserved it. And you believe him? I don't have any reason not to. I didn't see anyone fall over dead or disappear. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I continued to tell him about everything that had happened. Adam just kept shaking his head. You have officially made me happy I didn't go with you. Not that I'd wanted to before. And Atlantis? Seriously? I laughed. I know, right? I didn't believe it either until a mermaid tried to kill me. Trust you to find the crazy people. It's a gift. I stopped suddenly. I could have sworn I'd heard something coming straight for us. Adam? We might want to move. Too late. He pulled out his crossbow, and I grabbed my sword. Whatever it was big. Suddenly, a giant broke through the trees in front of us. Like a real giant. He was a good 10 or 12 feet tall. The flowering trees were tall, but they were dwarfed as the giant swatted them away. Ethan suddenly appeared above us and flew toward the giant, growing to be nearly the size of the giant as he went. He shouted in the same language the pixies had used, but it was different, deeper, stronger, darker. The giant stared at him for a minute and then swatted at him. Ethan wasn't fast enough to get out of the way, and he was knocked to the ground. Okay, so this wasn't a nice giant, and he definitely wasn't afraid of Ethan. Adam added a bolt to his crossbow and aimed it at the giant. Any objections this time? No. I think I can handle it if he doesn't want to be buddies. I watched the giant closely for any weaknesses. He limped slightly on his left foot, so if I could pull on it... Wait, Adam, I think I can do something first. But be ready. I stuck out my hand and pulled on the giant's luck, concentrating on his leg. He kept coming, so I pulled harder until he finally stumbled and fell. I was breathing heavily by the time he was down. Giants were a lot harder to mess with than other creatures. Okay, now I feel bad getting him because he's on the ground. Adam lowered his crossbow until the giant let out a roar and pushed himself up. Never mind. I pulled in more luck and made his hand slip when he tried to stand. Seriously, Adam, shoot him! Adam aimed and fired the bolt, hitting the giant between the eyes. The giant fell to the ground with a thud. Nice one. I slid my sword back into my sheath. Don't put away your sword! Owen ran up to us. If there's a giant, That means Queen Ona knows we're here? Keep doing whatever it is you're doing. Ethan still lay on the ground ahead. I ran up to him and rolled him over. Are you okay? He groaned. I was not expecting that. They're not supposed to be able to hurt me. I helped him up. Why did he then? I don't know. He brushed himself off and walked over to study the giant. Wow, Queen Una has outdone herself. I haven't seen a giant this size for 100 years. Adam coughed. 100 years. How old are you? I'm 217 years old. Wait, no, it's June. 218. That's old. Adam walked past the giant. Let's go. I want to find Mom and get home. I don't like knowing that giants can just show up whenever. You do realize this happens a lot in our own neighborhood, right? Maybe not giants, but we'd had dragons, golems, and all kinds of other excitement. Yes, which is why I look forward to you leaving for college. You can take your creatures with you. I slugged him. Hey, you'll miss me and you know it. What else are you going to do in your spare time? Date? Get a job? Travel? Make $1 million? Anything that doesn't include fighting bad guys. Adam grinned. An imp darted out of the woods, and Adam had him down before he got anywhere near us. I took out the next one. Soon, we had a whole army of them coming at us. Come on, you have to admit this is fun. I took out 2 with my luck, by having them hit each other with their own clubs, and then got another 2 down with my sword. I don't have to admit anything. He was shooting off bolts like mad. I ducked away from an imp that leaped at me, and Adam hit it mid-air. Soon there were none left, and we continued on, this time keeping our weapons out. I heard fluttering behind me and whipped around to find a group of fairies following us. Oh, hey guys, you came back. I relaxed, but kept my sword out. A fairy in blue came forward. We've come to help. Queen Una must be stopped, and you're the only one who can do it. I laughed. You want me to go up against the Queen of the Fairies? I don't think so. I'm just getting my mom and going home. Adam pulled on my arm. Don't mind Megan. She forgets who she is and what she's capable of. Come on, Megan. We need to go. I ran beside him, dodging plants and anything that got in our way, wondering what he meant. Getting a compliment from him was rather surprising, even when given in a rather insulting manner. I pointed out the pixies and told him to avoid them. When one spit venom in our direction, Adam was more than happy to stay away. Owen and Ethan had disappeared. I didn't know if that was a good or bad thing, but I didn't want to wait around to find out. Mom had been missing for hours now, and I didn't think Queen Una would be willing to treat her nicely for very long, especially since we were fighting the Queen's minions. When a group of centaurs came to fight us, the fairies joined together in one big group and swooped down on them, making them scatter. That's one way to do it. It was really nice to have a group of fairies on our side, instead of against us. I only hoped we could get enough support to fight the Queen, while I tried to find Mom and get her home safely. Chapter 22. Jared. Jared watched the sun slowly go down behind the mountains. It was almost time for the portal to open, and it couldn't happen soon enough. While Beth slept, Jared had hiked around the hills, then climbed up to the top to keep watch. Nothing had come to bother them, but he'd caught sight of some deer running across another hill. He climbed down the hill to where Beth sat looking through her bag of herbs. We need to get going. The portal should be opening any time now. Finally. Remind me why we came so early today? She stood and put her backpack on her shoulders. We didn't want to go home. Ah, yes. Good point. I tried texting Adam to let him know what was going on, but the text wouldn't go through. I hope Owen was able to talk to him. I'm sure he did. Jared motioned for Beth to go first so he could help her if she slipped. Uneasiness settled over him, so he pulled out his sword. He hadn't felt this way since the gray man had threatened them, but he pushed it away, deciding that it was probably just nerves. Beth stopped near the waterfall. What if O'Malley is standing on the other side of the portal? I really hope that's not a possibility. The Queen was supposed to take care of him. Of course, now we have to go fight her. That doesn't sound like a good omen to me. You're right. Maybe we shouldn't just enter the second it opens. Beth pulled an arrow out of her quiver and added a ball of herbs to it. The last of the sun dropped below the mountain, and suddenly the rock behind the waterfall began to change. A spot started spinning and growing wider until it was large enough for Beth and Jared to walk through. Beth held up her bow, ready to shoot anything that attacked. Okay, it's now or never. Let's get this over with. She jumped through quickly, and Jared followed. This wasn't like the portal they'd gone through to Ireland earlier that year. Instead of the long hallway of emptiness, it was like walking through a door from one world to the other. Jared could feel the instant change in temperature. Where it was nighttime in Idaho, it was midday here. A small line of creatures stood waiting to go through the portal for the Midsummer's Eve celebration and looked at Jared and Beth in surprise. We weren't here, okay? Jared said. He and Beth took off running to get as far away from the portal as they could. Jared took in their surroundings. It was beautiful here, with flowers and a stream running down the path. It would have been the perfect romantic spot to stroll with Megan, but he was off to save her instead. When Beth and Jared came to a forest, they searched until they found a clearing where there was little noise. Jared pulled out the map from Mrs. Lincoln and laid it on the ground. Its magic was supposed to show where Megan was compared to them. It looked like Megan had been able to escape the marsh okay. This is where Megan is, and we're right here. Jared pointed to the two marks. Looks like it's going to take a while to meet up. Beth studied the map. What if we just head straight for the Queen? Look. She pointed at the Queen's location. She's almost the same distance from both of us. If we met there instead of going across to meet Megan, we could get there at the same time and help her out. She had a good point. They'd end up going that way later anyway, and it allowed them to save Megan's mom a lot sooner. Okay, that's a good idea. Jared stood and folded the map. Oh look, we have company. Fairies had gathered around them. Some were bigger than April and August, with different colors of wings and hair. Others floated over them, speaking in a different language. He just hoped they knew English like April and the others did. Jared held up his hands to show he meant them no harm. Don't mind us. We're not here to hurt anyone. We just need to save someone. Well, a few someones. Several of the fairies flew away, while others stayed. They followed along as Jared and Beth walked. They never said anything, and more fairies joined in as Jared and Beth passed by. Farther into the forest, Jared and Beth darted behind trees, while a group of leprechauns and other creatures passed by, chatting excitedly. Jared wondered if they were heading to the celebration, or if something else was going on. He brushed away the thought and concentrated on getting through to save Megan. Chapter 23. Megan. The trip to the Queen's castle had been grueling. Adam and I had to fight every step of the way. We had fairies to help us, but they could only do so much. They didn't want to go up against their queen, even though they knew that what she was doing was wrong. Ethan and Owen had gone ahead to get others to agree to help. Word had spread of my immense amount of luck, and it made me want to crawl into a hole. I didn't like that they expected me to do all these great things. I just wanted to save my mom. I didn't care what Queen Una was doing, unless she was about to unleash this mess on my world. Owen had told us several times that the castle was just up and over the next rise. So when we climbed a steep hill covered with beautiful blue roses with large thorns, I was relieved to see that this time he was finally right. Down below stood a majestic castle that glowed white in the sunlight. The beauty was marred by what looked like an army swarming the area around it. Adam came up behind me. Whoa, that doesn't look good. No, it really doesn't. There was movement from several bands of creatures of all sizes: trolls, centaurs, human-like creatures, and possibly some leprechauns. By the armor and the rather scary weapons they wore, they looked like they were going to battle, not off to party. Ethan, what are they doing? He looked uncomfortable. They're preparing for war. Why? I thought Midsummer's Eve was a party. I stared down at the creatures who were scurrying about. Adam rolled his eyes. It's obvious, isn't it? They want your power. And if they can't get you to give it to them, they'll do something to Mom or go after our world, or both. He's right, Ethan said. Una's going to do everything she can to make sure she stays queen, and you're defeated. Well, we'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen. I turned to Ethan, pushing down the panic running through me. I could worry later. Right now, it was time to save Mom. Do you know where she keeps the prisoners? We need to get Mom out of here before we do anything else. Ethan pointed to a smaller building close to the castle. That's usually where they're kept. But I don't think your mom will be there. She's too valuable for now. So if my leprechaun friends are here, they'd be in that building? I just hoped they were okay. Ethan looked down at his feet and kicked at a small bush. They're locked up in the prison. My eyes narrowed. How do you know? I'm the one who captured them. He kept looking down. We couldn't have you asking them for help. I didn't want to take the female leprechaun. They're very rare. But Una was insistent. Ethan wasn't making it very easy for me to like him. The look Adam gave me showed me that he agreed. Owen burst into tears. You're the one that took my parents? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were their son. I don't like splitting up families. So, what does that mean? That you would have taken him too? Adam asked. Ethan stopped and took a deep breath. I'll do my best to get them out. Owen stopped crying and glared, his face turning red. If anything happens to them, you will pay. I know, and I'll make sure that doesn't happen. Ethan checked the sky and cursed under his breath. I should have been back hours ago. I need to go check in. I'll see what I can do for them while I'm there. He turned back into the far Dorka and flew down toward the castle. Some guy you got there, Megan, Adam smirked. Yeah, I don't know what to do about him. He seems like he has good intentions, but I still don't completely trust him. Don't, Owen sniffed. He's bad news. He seems like he's fine, but creatures like him are known tricksters. He'll say one thing, but mean something else. You mean like leprechauns? I asked. Or imps? Or about 99% of all other creatures? Hey, you can trust me, Owen huffed. As far as I know, I can. I thought I could trust Henry, too. But then he demanded some of my luck when I saw him last. Owen stood there silently for a moment. Dad told me when I was born that I was special, that I'd protect humans from fairies. He looked up at me. He told me I was to save you at all costs. I smiled. You've done a great job. He shook his head. No, you wouldn't be here if I'd done my job right. Louis told you to watch me, not my mom. You did your job just fine. I continued to watch the movement below. Hey, Adam, look. They're leaving that spot wide open. I pointed to a corner of the building. You're right. Either that's our place to get in, or there's something nasty waiting on the inside. Owen, think you can check it out? Owen nodded. I'll be back. While we waited, we crept down the hill to get closer. I wanted to see what I could do with my luck while Adam scoped it out. The fairies had stayed behind on the hill until we knew for sure what was going on. Owen reappeared. Everything looks clear. I don't know why they're missing a guard there, but we should take advantage of it as quickly as possible. Got it. I'm going first. Adam, cover me. I took off running down the hill before he could answer. Chapter 24. Jared. Jared and Beth stood near the castle, looking for the best spot to enter. This was not the most ideal place to be breaking into. They needed Megan before they did anything else. Creatures were everywhere, and the guards they saw were rather large and menacing. These weren't the same trolls they'd fought before. Queen Una had them in heavy armor, and instead of the dumb look Jared was used to seeing, these trolls looked rather angry. So much for the fun celebration we heard about. Jared leaned on his sword. I don't think the creatures we saw going into our world have anything to do with this. Look, they're all dressed for battle. The others were smiling and excited. Beth readjusted the bag on her shoulder. We need to stop them, or this will be more than just a battle for Earth. These creatures are going to get caught in the middle of it and be destroyed. I'm really not okay with that. Those are some pretty big odds. We've had worse, though, right? Jared's mind flashed back to the battle at a castle in Ireland. That had been a massive army then, and they did just fine. Thanks to Biddy, but he was going to ignore that part. Beth watched the activity below. Oh, I have no doubt we can keep them from taking over our world. Protecting the others, though, that will be much harder. Once Una gets out there, we won't know who to protect and who to fight. Easy. We just go for the ones with weapons. Jared dodged Beth's punch and laughed. Fine. I get what you mean. Now let's figure out a way into this place. First thing we need to do is save Megan's mom and get her out of here. Then we can go after the queen. Perfect. Beth started forward, darting between the bushes and flowers. Jared pulled out his sword and kept watch as he went behind Beth. There had to be a weak spot in the fortress. Suddenly, Jared noticed movement coming down the hill to the north of them. It looked a lot more human than what was below. According to the map, Megan should have been coming from around there somewhere, but this world could be playing tricks on them. "Hey, Beth," he called. She turned back to look at him. "Yeah? Check that out." He pointed toward the hill. "Think that's Megan?" She stared for a moment before nodding. "That's her hair. And I've seen that outfit before. But who's with her? Wait, I think it's Adam." Beth ran toward them. Jared hesitated, hoping it wasn't a trick. But that stride, it was full of confidence. His heart lifted as he watched her. Yes, that was her blonde hair flowing in the wind. And the way the other guy ran after her, he had to be Adam. Most likely she'd taken off again without waiting for him. Jared laughed. Megan was really good at that. The way was steep as Beth and Jared made their way over. They had to try to catch Megan before she got to the building, but the bushes made it difficult. Jared kept his attention on both the armies below and Megan. His heart plummeted when he saw something floating to her. It was a dark shadow, and his first thought was the gray man. Adrenaline kicked in, and he outpaced Beth. He wouldn't let Megan get taken again. When Jared was close enough to yell, he called out her name. He watched Megan stop and turn toward him, with a huge grin spread on her face. He was grateful to have her back, even if they were in a fairy world, about to defeat an evil queen. That was just something he'd come to expect from being around her. Chapter 25. Megan. As I ran toward the castle, ready to get this over with, I heard a voice I'd been wanting to hear for days. "Megan!" Jared was here. My heart skipped a beat as I searched the area. I found him running toward me from the south. Saving the day was just going to have to wait for a little bit. I needed Jared first. I changed direction and headed straight for his arms. "You came!" I wanted to cry. I'd needed him so many times, and now he was finally here. "Of course I did. You didn't think I'd let you fight alone, did you?" Jared kissed my forehead, then kissed me soundly. I thought I'd been breathless when that mermaid had me underwater. It didn't come close to how I felt when we pulled away. "Shall we go find Louie?" I asked. Beth and Adam came over to stand by us. Jared gave knuckles to Adam and grinned. Well, now that the four of us are together again, I'd say we can go do some serious damage. Perfect. I saw Ethan standing behind Jared, glaring. Oh, you're back. What did you learn? Jared turned and stiffened. Who is this, Megan? This is Ethan. He was supposed to take me back to the Fairy Queen so she could suck my luck dry, but instead he let me escape. Now he's helping me get inside the castle. He's fine. Ethan glowered at Jared before turning to me. The Queen knows you're here, and she wants to see you. She has no interest in your friends. My suggestion is that you come with me and have your friends go to the prison to free your mom and the others. Beth burst into laughter. Megan doesn't come quietly, and she has a really hard time letting other people do her dirty work. Either we all go save her mom, or we all go with you. Adam came up and stood by me. I have to agree with Beth. We'll all go together. Ethan grumbled. I'm telling you how we have to do it. If you all go together, you'll lose. I admit that watching Adam and Megan fight together was fascinating, but we don't need fascinating. We need a miracle. Jared wrapped his arm tighter around me. You want miracles? We can do miracles. Owen appeared next to me. I think Ethan is right this time, guys. I think Megan should go with him so she can be a distraction, but I don't like it, even a little bit. I bit my lip. They had a point. I already missed out on helping set the fairies free, and I really didn't want to miss saving them again. But my mom's life was more important than anything else. Fine. I'll go with Ethan. The rest of you, go free everyone, and then come save me. Jared frowned. I still don't like it. I saw how he looked as a shadow. I put my hand on his arm. He's a Fardorcha. He's supposed to take me to the Queen, but he didn't. He insists that he's only trying to help. Jared studied Ethan with his jaw clenched. He finally nodded. I don't like it, but I see what they're saying. Please be careful. He bent down and kissed me again. I will be. Take care of Beth and Adam, okay? I squeezed his hand and kissed him one more time. So happy to know he would be close by if I needed him. We can take care of ourselves, thanks. Now let's go. Beth pulled her bow out and grabbed an arrow. Ethan turned back into a shadow and picked me up. I hated being this helpless, and I really didn't like the expression on Jared's face. He didn't seem too thrilled to let me go. We floated past the waiting army, and I caught several curious looks from the imps and other creatures. Okay, pretend like you're sleeping. The Queen won't like that you're still awake. What? The doors opened, so I dropped my head back and went limp, even though I was dying to know what was going on. I opened my eyes a slit, but closed them when I noticed how many guards were around. Great. We floated through the castle for what felt like hours. I could hear people moving around and orders being given, but I wanted to see what was actually going on. I needed clues so I could get out of here in case anything went wrong. Ethan finally came to a stop. His voice echoed through the room when he spoke. My queen, I have brought her. Well done. And did she suspect anything? The queen's voice was smooth and lilting. Ethan laughed, sounding more shrill than he had before. Not at all. I did just as you asked. I twitched. What was he talking about? I really hoped he was just acting, because I was going to be ticked if he was using me. I'm impressed. I didn't think your plan would work. Footsteps moved toward me. She's a beauty, but I still don't see what makes her so special. I sense no magic power, and yet she's defeating everything I've thrown at her. The queen's voice was melodic, almost intoxicating. If she didn't want to steal my luck, I'd probably like her. You're looking for the wrong thing. It's not magic she has. It's luck. She's full of it. You should have seen her with the giant. She made it trip. Ethan laughed. This laugh was more like the one I knew from our travels, and yet This was all wrong. He was telling my secrets, and I couldn't do anything about it without risking the lives of my friends. Set her down. I want to see what she can really do. The queen's voice was more commanding this time. Ethan laid me gently on the floor, then nudged me. Wake up, Megan. Queen Una would like to speak with you. I opened my eyes and glared at Ethan before I stood. Queen Una was beautiful, although that word fell short. Her long dark hair accented her deep purple gown. Her crown was a circlet of branches with flowers intertwined. She was much taller than I expected. Taller than me. Next to her sat... Wait, I did a double take. What was Jacob doing here? He was dressed in a robe that matched the queen's gown, and he wore a crown that wasn't as fancy as Una's, but still showed that he was someone of importance. He also looked older than when I'd seen him before, more refined. He'd only looked about my age when he kissed me, and told me I'd be the next queen. I shuddered. I'd kissed the king? Whoever Jacob was, he stayed quiet and allowed the queen to take charge. His eyes held a warning, but I had no idea what he was trying to tell me. So, Megan Crenshaw, here we are. The queen's tone took on a sharp edge. Yes, here we are. I pretended to listen, but my mind was busy trying to figure out Jacob and looking for all the possible ways to escape. Unfortunately, the room was full of guards, and there were no windows. Perfect. I was trapped. The tapestries on the walls were promising. I could try to pull them down to trap the guards, but I'd still have to fight my way out without a sword. The Fardorcha says your powers are through your luck. Show me. She leaned back and took a drink from a golden goblet. Clearly this woman was used to being obeyed. A magician never reveals her secrets. That probably wasn't a smart thing to say, but I had to stall until I had a better idea how to get out of this mess. Jacob hid a smile behind his hand. Queen Una laughed. Oh, you have spunk. I like that. It makes things much more fun. You won't get away with this. I began pulling on luck from different guards throughout the room. I could only take so much before they'd noticed, but I had to be prepared. The queen laughed. Really? Who's going to stop me? Certainly not that boyfriend of yours. But at least your brother will be reunited with your mom one more time. My blood ran cold. The distraction hadn't worked. I tried not to let her see my stress, but by the smug look on her face, I wasn't doing a very good job. What do you mean? The queen laughed again. You can't honestly think we wouldn't have seen you coming from miles away. I've been watching your progress since you first came to this land. It was my idea to separate you from your friends. I wanted to see you suffer. What did you do? I swallowed hard. I couldn't lose them too. She waved her hand dismissively. Nothing. They're none of my concern. But if you don't cooperate, bad things might happen to them. And in this world, we have much more imaginative ways of making someone pay for what they've done. I had to do something that she wouldn't expect. There were no chandeliers, so I couldn't pull those down. I pulled on the tapestries, but some kind of force held them on the wall. The guards stood at attention, so I couldn't make them trip. I was good and stuck. Unless I could get her to make me a deal, I had to rely on my luck the good old-fashioned way. All right, I'll play. You choose a game, any game. A game of chance is the best way to show how my luck works. I yanked some more luck from a few of the guards behind her throne so she wouldn't notice as they fell to the ground. We don't believe in games of chance. Show me something now or you will be imprisoned until I'm hungry for magic again. Unless you help me find a game of chance, I can't show you anything. Queen Una signaled to her guards. I'm bored. It's time to head for the portal. Our time to reign over both the earth and the fairy world has come. Prepare my chariot. Wait, Your Majesty." It was the first time Jacob had spoken, and it seemed to surprise the queen. She turned to him. "What?" "Dear, we have not feasted yet. You know how upset you get when you have not eaten. Maybe we should have a banquet before we go, and we can invite our guests." He gestured toward me. She stared at him before snorting. "Eat dinner with the very person I mean to defeat? Are you mad?" Jacob shrugged. "Well, would she be any fun if you just knocked her over with one swipe? Or do you want to show your strength? That is what you like to do, is it not?" The queen glanced between the two of us before sighing. "Very well. We shall have a feast. Ethan, find a room for this girl and her friends. Dress them up. We don't want any of these human clothes at our feast." She dropped back into her chair. Ethan pulled me away from the queen and guided me down a long hallway. He didn't speak until we were several rooms away. "You're very lucky the king was there to save you." He let go of my arm and shoved his hands in his pockets. "Yeah, I guess so. Although I probably could have escaped anyway." So Jacob really was the king. Man, I was in such a mess. I hated it. How was I supposed to defeat the queen if she had taken away everything I normally use to fight? Ethan was silent for a moment. "Maybe, but don't underestimate the queen." He stopped at a door and opened it. "Here you go. Beth will be here soon, and Jared will be next door. Servants will bring you a few dresses to choose from. I wouldn't keep the queen waiting. She's anxious to get going." "What about my mom?" I wasn't about to go to a feast if she was stuck in a prison somewhere. Ethan looked over his shoulder. "I wouldn't push it with the queen. Your mom is to be used as leverage, but I'll make sure she has food." He left without saying goodbye. The room he'd taken me to was large and white, with many windows. If someone were to tell me that this was what the Fairy Queen's castle looked like, I would have laughed. I would have pictured something like the home Henry lived in, made in the trees, or something more natural. This was like the castles I'd seen in Europe, although more modern. Small knickknacks sat on the tables and shelves throughout the room. I tried to open the windows, but they were sealed shut. Using the luck I'd pulled from the guards, I pushed against the seal to make it budge. It didn't help that I had no idea what was keeping it shut. There was a knock at the door before a servant girl, fairy, opened it. She ushered Beth into the room and laid several dresses on the bed. Rich, frilly dresses I'd never wear in a million years. I moved away from the window, disappointed. I was sure I'd felt a slight shift near the latch. "What's going on?" Beth whispered. "Oh, nothing. We're just having dinner with the king and queen before we go to battle." I stood still while the woman took measurements. "What?" Beth held out her arms. "Are they insane? You don't feed someone and then try to kill them." "They're fairies. Things are different here, I guess." The woman gave me a sharp glance, but said nothing. She held up a stunning golden dress. "This will do for you? As for your friend, this will have to do." Beth made a face. "You want me to wear that?" It was brown, and the satin was rich, but it was definitely not something Beth would wear. Maybe we shouldn't argue. I found a curtain to change behind. The dress was form-fitting and hard to get into, but I had to admit, it was gorgeous. The neckline was a little lower than I'd normally wear, and the skirts were full, which made me feel like a princess. I'd need help with the ribbons in the back, though. "That's easy for you to say. Gold is your color." Beth was silent for a moment, and I could hear the rustling of clothes. "What about this one?" The woman clicked her tongue. "That is the queen's least favorite color. I don't suggest it." "Well then, why is it in here? And how can she not like green? She's a fairy. You're all about nature, right?" I came around the edge of the curtain, and the talking stopped. "What? Is it bad?" I looked down and made sure everything hung right. No, that was made for you. Wow, Jared's going to flip. Along with every other guy in the castle. Beth held up the green dress. What do you think? Perfect. I readjusted my bust line, and the servant came over to help me tighten the ribbons. Beth smiled triumphantly and went behind the curtain. While she was getting dressed, the woman attempted to brush through my hair. Sleeping on the ground and fighting several creatures hadn't done great things to it. She swept it up into a knot in the back, and several strands stayed down. The locket Jared gave me matched the dress well. Okay, how do you make these ribbon things work? Beth came out, trying to reach her back. The green matched her personality. The skirt wasn't as full as mine, and the bodice had intricate embroidery shaped like flowers. The servant woman helped her, and then put her hair up as well. When the bell rang to signal the banquet, we were both ready to go. 2 elves opened the door, and we walked out, holding our skirts up so we wouldn't trip. We were led into a different hall where several tables were set up. Many guests were already seated, including the king and queen. Adam and Jared were already seated at the table. Adam looked rather uncomfortable in his black suit, and his hair was slicked back, something Mom and Dad could never get him to do. Jared's eyes widened when he saw me. I had to admit, he looked pretty hot himself. He was in a white old-fashioned suit that fit him well across the shoulders. He tried to stand, but the man next to him pulled him back down. I moved toward him, but Ethan swooped in. No, not there. That's Beth's spot. The king wants you up by them, as a guest of honor. His eyes were dark and unreadable. Jared's disappointment was evident on his face, and it matched my own. I also couldn't help but feel the panic at knowing I'd be next to the 2 people who wanted to suck my powers dry. Ethan had to pull me up by them and help me sit down before taking his place behind the queen. Beth caught my attention and raised her eyebrows, and I could only shrug. I had no idea what to do. The food arrived, and it made my mouth water. Roasted chicken, turkey, puddings, fruits, everything I loved. Everyone began dishing up their food and eating. I stared at my plate, not knowing where to start. Something was tugging at my memory, and I couldn't understand what was going on. I pulled on my luck to try to help me remember, but it kept slipping away. After trying several more times, my hunger got the best of me, so I picked up a chicken leg. It was just as juicy as I thought it would be. I couldn't eat fast enough. I grabbed another leg, and another. When the plate in front of me was empty, I grabbed some dessert. The creaminess of the pudding reminded me of my mom's back home. Back home? Wait, wasn't I at home? Of course I was. I mean, I was dressed in my fairy gown, and here were all the other subjects. I shook my head. Subjects? Was I in school? Ugh, I needed my head to clear. I looked around at my friends, and they seemed happy. They were in a daze, almost like they were asleep. Maybe they were. And by the looks of everyone else, my friends were the only ones affected. I frowned. Something was wrong. There were conversations, delightful ones. I remember laughing, vaguely, but I couldn't remember anything that was said. I dipped my finger into the pudding on my plate and couldn't help but take another serving. The king said something to me, and I looked over, catching the triumphant look on the queen's face. But I didn't want her to look triumphant, right? I was pretty sure she was the one I was supposed to be fighting. Another round of food came, and she offered me a peach. Her words were slurred, but maybe it was just the cloudiness of my mind. Owen suddenly appeared, and I couldn't help laughing. Such a small leprechaun, with his red beard and scared expression. He yelled at me to stay away from the peach, and mentioned something about it being poisoned. Things seemed to speed up at that point. The queen shrieked at the guards to take the leprechaun away. He fought them while the king looked between me and the queen with an angry expression on his face. "Megan, Snap out of it! You should never have eaten any of it! It's fairy food! You never eat food prepared by fairies! Owen screamed before they shoved a cloth in his mouth and dragged him away. The pudding's smooth, fruity taste turned to dust in my mouth. Owen was supposed to warn me of poison. He told me that in the forest. That's what I've been trying to remember. How could you? The king shouted at the queen. I looked over as Jacob snatched the peach from the queen and took a bite. He groaned, while the queen screamed at him. He gagged and fell to the floor. His eyes never left mine while he lay on the ground, shaking. I knelt on the floor next to him. Why did you do that? I asked, hysterical. I had almost been poisoned, and he had taken it instead. He smiled, his lips purple. For you, love. You are the rightful queen. Take your place. Get rid of... He shuddered one more time and went still. The queen dropped next to me, sobbing. No! Finvara! You can't leave me! I watched her, too stunned to move. I should run, or wake up my friends, or something. But I couldn't. A guy who I didn't think I'd even cared about just sacrificed himself for me. And why? I still didn't understand. The queen's sobbing continued, and as I sat there, my head began to clear. I shifted, and the movement caught the queen's attention. She turned, and the fury and hatred in her eyes made me scramble to my feet. Her voice was low and angry. You did this. What? Me? You poisoned it, I argued back. She stood and stepped over the king. You will pay for this. My luck seemed beyond reach, and I needed a weapon. I backed up and found a knife next to my plate. I grabbed it and held it out in front of me, looking for a way to escape. Beth, Jared, and Adam were asleep at their spots, and the fairies had all scattered. Guys, wake up! I called desperately. They wouldn't move. The queen's laugh sent a shiver through me. You won't wake them up. They're as good as mine now. You may have taken my king, but you have lost even more. And I'll make sure you pay until I've taken every last precious thing that belongs to you. She turned and stormed away without looking back. Chapter 26. Megan. My legs were shaking and I almost collapsed. I'd faced a lot of bad things in the last few months, but nothing was as frightening as the mad woman who called herself Queen. I tried to wake Beth, and then Adam. Come on, wake up! I shook Jared next, but he just snored into his folded arms. I growled in frustration and looked around for an idea to wake them up. Ethan was gone, and Owen was probably locked up, if not dead, from warning me about the poison. And it was my fault. I avoided looking at the king, who was still on the floor. No one had come to pick him up for some reason. I pushed my luck into my friends, but it didn't do anything except make me tired. I let the tears of fear and anger flow freely. I wasn't about to give up, but I was tired, and I needed help. I couldn't do this on my own, no matter how much it bugged me to admit it. After shaking them and yelling in their ears one more time, I left the dining hall and strode toward my room. I needed to change and grab my sword. I'd had enough of this. As I picked up my clothes, something small dropped out of the pocket. Strange. There shouldn't have been anything in there except my cell phone. I reached down and picked up the small fairy stone I'd bought in Ireland. How had that ended up in my pocket? I was sure I'd put it in one of my suitcases. I shoved it back in the pocket and changed before heading toward the prison. I really hoped I'd be able to find someone to help. I had no idea how long Beth and the others would be safe. Okay, time to take stock of everything I had. I was missing a boyfriend, best friend, brother, mom, and all my leprechaun friends. I had a sword and a rock. Wow, I was prepared. Ethan was missing, and Jacob... No, I wasn't going there. A tear ran down my cheek and I brushed it away angrily. I was pretty sure I was in shock. I'd just seen a guy die in front of me after all, but I kept ignoring the sobs that threatened to come out. I couldn't deal with it right now. I had too many other things to figure out. The prison was easy to find, and even easier to break into. I should have been happy, but it put me on my guard. The prison was silent, which was strange. I expected people to be talking or something. I pulled on whatever luck I still had and crept forward. There were many empty cells, making large hallways in the dark stone room. It would take 5 years to check each one, but my mom, Louie, and Patrika had to be in here somewhere, along with O'Malley and the Gray Man. I shivered. There was a rattling down one of the hallways, so I ran to the end. Louie! A large creature who looked like a hag jumped up against the door and cackled. She reached out and swiped at me, and I leaped back against the other wall, screaming. Hands grabbed my neck from behind. Large, muscular, sweaty hands. I yelped again and slid out before they could get a good grip. That just made the hag cackle more as I sprinted around the corner and down several more rows. When the adrenaline wore off, I stopped and slid down the wall to calm myself. My heart was beating so hard, it made me nauseated. I rubbed my neck, trying to get the feel of those slimy hands off me. It was time for a new plan. Clearly, trying every cell was not a wise move. If I found more hags, their laughs would alert any guards to come running. Once I could stand without my legs shaking, I pulled a torch off the wall and crept slowly down random rows. Before looking in a door, I would shine the torch in front of it. Most of the time, it was quiet, so I'd peek in to find sleeping trolls or fairies, but not my friends. One chimera let out a large roar, and I had to dart down several more columns before it stopped. This wasn't going to work either. It was time to focus. I stood still and closed my eyes for a moment to catch any noises I might have missed. It took a couple of minutes to get past the snorts and growls, but then I heard sniffling up ahead, where the main hall branched off into several smaller hallways. That had to be one of my friends. They wouldn't be crying if they were evil, right? Of course, there was that troll behind me that looked like it had a cold, but that was more snorting and less sniffling. I listened quietly at each cell, waiting for the sound to come again. Hello? The sniffling stopped, and Owen's face appeared near a hole in one of the doors down the row from where I stood. You came? How did you get out? No one escapes Safari's banquet. You helped knock me out of my stupor. And then the queen was ticked off that Jake, the king, died. So she stormed away. It was too easy, actually. I don't like how poorly this place is guarded. I played with the lock, pushing some of my luck into it until I heard it click. The door flew open, and Owen fell to the ground. Oops, sorry. Guess I should have told you to move. Come on, we need to go find your parents. He jumped up and ran along with me as we searched the cells. Most were empty, but I found fairies and other creatures here and there. I let out the ones I could, but some of the locks had rusted shut. If I had more time, I probably could have opened the doors, but we had to leave. Their cries to be released were weak, and it tore at me to leave them there. These creatures were probably guilty of nothing more than ticking off the queen. I asked the other fairies to try to get them out, and moved on to the next one. Megan, over here! I heard Owen's voice and took off down a side hallway. He was trying to unlock a cell with small pieces of wire he'd found somewhere. Hold on. I concentrated on my luck and played with the lock until it popped off. I kept Owen behind me as I pulled the door open. I didn't know what was in here, and I wasn't about to lose him too. Louie and Patrika were inside and looked up in surprise. You found us. Louie stood and pulled Patrika up. They both looked paler than usual. Mom, you're okay? Owen squeezed past me and into his parents' arms. What are you doing here? Louie asked Owen. I heard a deep rumbling bell outside. That couldn't be good. We're saving you. He helped me figure out where you were. Listen, my mom is around here somewhere. Do you think you can find her? You rescue the others? I'll find your mother. Louis pushed past us. I could see the color already coming back to him. When he noticed my look, he gestured toward the cells. The cells block magic, then store what they can suck from you. Lovely. I needed to get out of here before it started working on me. I moved to the next cell to find fairies lying on the floor. I used the same pieces of metal and luck to get them out. April stirred and sat up. July was still sleeping. I picked up the fairies and took them into the hallway so the effects of the cell would wear off. Hey, April. She sat up and stretched. Where am... Oh, how'd I get here? Last thing I remember was trying to convince the queen to stay here for Midsummer's Eve. She sat up, but groaned and put her head between her knees. The queen is trying to take everything away from me. I couldn't stop the tears anymore. I choked back a sob. The feeling of loneliness, experiencing the Fairy King's death, almost losing my mom. It was all too much to take in. April climbed up on my knee and patted my hand. Hey, what's going on? Mom's been missing since yesterday. Jared, Adam, and Beth are asleep, and I can't wake them up. We were at a banquet with Queen Una and King Jacob, and my friends fell asleep. The queen tried to poison me, but the king ate it instead, and he's dead. I still didn't get it. He told me I was the next queen, but why would he have sacrificed himself for me? April's expression would have been comical if it wasn't so busy trying to hold it together. The horror on her face matched the despair I was feeling. You ate the food? It's poisonous to humans. I nodded and wiped my eyes, disgusted with myself. Owen tried to warn me, but he was too late to save the others. I should have remembered that fairy food was poisonous. I guess I was too hungry to care. It looked so good. April snorted. Of course it does. That's how they get you. She paced back and forth. We need something to help you wake them. Your luck won't work. We need something else. I have my sword and my ring and necklace from Jared. Oh, and I have a fairy stone. I ticked items off on my fingers. April's eyes widened. You have a fairy stone? Where'd you get it? I pulled it out. I got it at the Blarney Stone. I caught the look on her face. Don't worry, I didn't kiss anything. Good. You still have some sense at least. She muttered something about fairy food while she inspected the stone. I haven't seen this marking before. I explained to her what the shop owner had said about selling it the day before. She clapped with excitement when I was done. These stones will attach themselves to a particular person sometimes, although it's never happened with a human before. She touched the clover and looked up at me with a bright smile. I think this will help. I've seen something. One sec. She pulled out her book of healing and scanned through it. She tapped a page excitedly. Here it is. You need to make a tea with this inside and have them drink it. I stared at her. We're in the middle of a battle with the Queen of Fairies, and you want me to make tea? She sighed. Give me the stone, and get back to the banquet room. I'll meet you there. Thanks, April. I stood just as Owen came around the corner. Oh, there you are. I was getting worried. Owen stopped when he saw the fairies. Who are you? This is April. She's my guardian fairy. Owen glared. But I'm your guardian, remember? Is that? April asked with wide eyes. Yes, it's Louis's son. Please go make the tea. I need to find my mom. Your mom is here? Why? I'll explain later. Go. I stood and ran down the hallway to see where Louis had gone. I found him down another long row of cells. I peeked through the slots to find Mom asleep on the floor. If there was anything seriously wrong with her? Thanks, Louis. I unlocked the cell door and ran inside. Mom? I brushed her hair from her face. Mom lay still. She was breathing, but her face was pale. I grabbed under her arms and dragged her out of the cell. Louis snapped his fingers, making a cup appear in his hands. He poured it over her face, then backed up. I waited for a few seconds before she finally stirred and woke up. Ugh, my head is killing me. I leaned over and hugged her. Mom! Oh, you're okay. I was so worried. Where are we? She sat up, looked around, and wiped the water off her face. This isn't the airport. You're in the fairy kingdom, and you're a prisoner. Or, well, you were, until Louis found you. Now we're going to get you out of here. I helped her stand. Louis, will you watch her? I need to go check on Jared and the others. He stared at me for a moment before he spoke again. I sent my only son after you to protect you? I can't believe you were stupid enough to eat the food. I lowered my head, my face reddening. I'm sorry. Mom glanced between us. Would someone tell me what's going on? Long story short, Adam, Jared, and Beth were poisoned. Take me to them, she demanded. There's nothing, Louis started, but went silent at a look from my mom. She turned to me with a fire in her eyes. I want to see my son, right now. Okay, let's go. I ran toward the banquet room, and the others followed after me. I probably could have had Owen and Louis pop us there, but I was still embarrassed by the whole fairy food thing. Plus, Louis looked pale from being locked up. The banquet room looked the same as when I left, except that the king was now gone. My friends lay on the floor snoring. I patted their cheeks, but they didn't waken. Not that I expected them to, but time was running out. Louis leaned over to examine them. Wow, they're really out, aren't they? Yes. Do you know where April is? I looked at my watch and grumbled. Old habits die hard. My watch didn't work right in this world. April appeared with July and a couple of other fairies. They were holding a small barrel like the one she'd used to brew my poison antidote. She dropped the stone into the barrel and poured some powder over the top. Each of the fairies pointed their wands at the tea and chanted. After a couple of seconds, the tea was steaming, and a rich, earthy aroma filled the air. April poured the drink into small cups and handed one to me. Have each of them drink this. Mom took another cup, propped Adam up, and slowly poured some of the tea into his mouth. He coughed and choked a little, but he finally swallowed. I started with Beth, and then moved on to Jared. I cradled his head in my lap and helped him drink the tea. It took a few seconds, but everyone began waking up. Adam groaned and sat up, holding his head. Man, what happened? He rubbed his eyes. You were poisoned. I watched as Beth woke up and rolled over. Jared awoke soon after and smiled as he opened his eyes. Well, hello, beautiful. Hello. I leaned down and kissed him, grateful to have him back. Now, I'm thinking we should probably get out of here. I've spent too much time finding and saving everyone, and I'm worried the queen has left. Let's get out of here then. I'll go grab our weapons. Jared ran out of the room, followed by Adam. You coming? Beth asked. I'll be there in a sec. Louis, could you send my mom home? I'll have Patrika take her. I'd rather stay here to fight. The glint in Louis's eye told me he was not a happy leprechaun. Mom grabbed my arm. Wait, no, Megan, I'm staying here with you. I shook my head. Mom, it's past midnight on Midsummer's Eve. I don't know if you remember what Dad talked about, but those celebrations could get crazy. We also have the Queen trying to go to war with our world. Please go home. I'll take care of this and be home as soon as I possibly can. Mom paused. How close are we to home? The Queen is just about to head through the portal by Phantom Falls. It's not far. Her eyes widened. But we were just in Scotland. I know. It's just how the fairy world works. Please. Mom shook her head. I'm staying. Just find me a weapon. What? Mom, no! She gave me the look, and I knew I wasn't going to win this argument. I'm not leaving. Owen appeared. We need to go now? The Queen is almost done gathering her forces? Apparently, she wants to try finishing Megan off before going through the portal. Her magic is stronger here. I sighed. Awesome. I guess it's time to face the Queen of the Fairies. Because, that's what people do right after they graduate. Beth snickered. Let's do this. I have some herbs I'd really like to throw at some creatures. I raised an eyebrow. I see you missed fighting as much as I have. More, I think. My house is boring. Now, let's get out of here. Beth peeked around the corner. It's clear. We ran to our rooms, and I waited for the others to change. April had taken Mom to get some armor and possibly a weapon, which agitated me. We just saved her. If anything happened to her now, I paced the floor. I couldn't sit still, or I'd think about Mom getting hurt, or losing my friends, or Jacob dying on the... No. Beth was quiet while she changed. When she came out from behind the curtain, she stared at me for a moment. Out with it, she said. What? I played with my sword. She stomped over and lifted my chin, staring into my eyes. What really happened out there? I shook my head. I can't get into it right now. Please. I just want to get this over with. I would not cry. I would not cry. Stupid kings and their need to mess with my brain. I stared back as she narrowed her eyes and finally turned away. Okay, but then you're giving me every single detail of your trip. She grabbed her bow and the other things and opened the door. The boys stood outside waiting. Let's go kick some fairy butt. Louis appeared. Don't go out the front entrance. The queen is there with her army. We'll have to go out through the back. Now listen. The queen keeps her more evil, powerful creatures within the castle. That's where she gets most of her power. Ignore anything you hear, and remember, they're imprisoned, so they can't hurt you. At least, I don't think so. Oh, was that supposed to make us feel better? I asked. I had plenty of enemies I didn't want to run into. Louis grinned. You know me. Always doing my best to make you feel comfortable. Now just go down that hall, take a left, and head out that way. Great. I'm going first. Adam pushed in front of us and held up his crossbow. Jared, you come up behind. Mom, stay with the fairies. His eyebrows rose at the look from Mom. Or not. Megan, get your luck ready. We're going to need it. Adam crept down the hallway, with us close behind, weapons out. Louis went on ahead to find any traps, and Owen kept watch behind us. It's clear. Adam ran around the corner, and we heard a oomph, followed by a loud thud, and a roar that shook the building. Chapter 27. Megan. Beth ran out with her bow up, then lowered it as I came up behind her. There was nothing, except that Adam was lying on the ground, not moving. Beth, shoot! I searched the area for any hint of what it could be. At what? Something just tried to deafen us. It has to be here somewhere. A slight shimmer in front of us was enough for me. Right there! Just shoot straight ahead. I focused a little luck on the arrow. Beth shot, and the herbs exploded on something rather large. Something bellowed, and a large creature became visible right in front of us. I really wished it hadn't. The thing looked like a goblin or a troll, with its massive arms and a green tint to its skin. It clawed at its face, bellowing in pain. If the guards didn't know where we were before, they probably did now. Beth grimaced at the thing and knocked another arrow, this time without the herbs. She aimed for the forehead and shot, putting it out of its misery. The creature rocked slightly before falling to the ground. As soon as it was down, Mom ran for Adam. She checked his breathing and patted his cheek to try to revive him. When he finally stirred, I breathed a sigh of relief. He rolled over and groaned. Ugh, what was that? He sat up, but kept his head between his knees. It felt like I'd hit a brick wall. Beth pointed to the large creature in front of her. It was that thing. Owen wasn't kidding when he said they weren't going to be fun to fight. Adam looked over and saw the creature lying there. Let's watch for those things. They kinda hurt. maybe you and Beth should go together. She can use her herbs to find any invisible creatures, and then you can shoot them with your crossbow. Who knows how many other creatures are invisible? Jared helped Adam up. We scooted around the creature and continued on. Owen and Louie were still gone, and I hoped that meant we were still okay. The hallway was long, and the only lighting we had was from the torches spaced out along the wall. I shivered. This place was creepier than the prison had been. I wanted out of here as quickly as possible. I kept glancing at Mom, but she kept the same determined expression. She held the knife in her hand like she was about to slice vegetables. "Hello, Megan. I see you're still wreaking havoc on my world again." The voice came from somewhere down the hall. I could feel the blood drain from my face. O'Malley was here. Beth and Jared pulled me forward, holding tight. "Keep going. Remember what Louie said," Beth whispered. "Oh, I see. You don't want to talk to me. It's too bad. I know how to defeat the Queen. But I can't tell you unless you get me out." The laughter was weak, but still held the same menacing note. If he knew the secret, maybe... I shook my head. No, I was going to stay away from him. He had already tried to take my luck once. I wasn't going to help him. I allowed myself to be dragged out of the prison. O'Malley's yelling and cursing followed behind. We didn't stop until we were several yards away from the castle. I was able to shake the others off and think for a moment. I didn't like the effect he still had over me. Jared gave me a quick hug. "You okay?" "Yeah, just annoyed that we ran into him." I rubbed my forehead. I didn't have time for this. I didn't know how many more emotional blows I could take. "Let's go." "Which way?" Adam asked. "We need to figure out how to get around the Queen so we can stop her at the portal." I studied the hills. Jared pointed to the south. "We came from that direction. If we head up the hill by where you came down, we can circle around and head that way. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some of your fairy friends waiting for you." "Right, because they have nothing better to do." Beth stopped at the look on my face. "But since I have no other ideas, I'll go with what Jared said." Adam went first with his crossbow up and ready, and Jared kept watch behind us. It was dark by that time, and difficult to maneuver around the bushes that covered the hillside. Shouts came from behind, and several creatures broke away from the Queen's gathering army. Jared moved toward them, but I grabbed his arm. "Beth and I can take these guys. Could you help Adam go on ahead and gather the fairies? Once you get a big enough group, you could come back and help us. And Adam, could you take Mom with you? And maybe train her a little while you're up there?" "Good idea." He pulled a protesting Mom behind him and headed up the hill. I probably could have had April go get the fairies, but I wanted any excuse to get Mom away from the battle. Jared looked like he wanted to argue, but nodded and ran forward to catch up to Adam. There was only so much he could do with the sword from this distance, and we both knew it. Beth was already firing off her herbs and causing devastation below. I pulled on my luck and helped direct the herbs. This worked on the smaller trolls and imps, but a few goblins broke through and crashed up the path toward us, and I just sent Jared away. Oops. I ran forward, hoping my luck would keep me from tripping. I pulled out my sword and met the first goblin head on. We parried until I could figure out where its weakness was. Its movements were sure and fast, but it seemed to favor its right leg. I yanked it toward me with my luck and watched it fall before finishing it off and moving to the next one. Because the creatures were so close now, Beth had given up her bow and moved between throwing the herb balls and using a small knife I hadn't seen before. She took out an imp and turned to me, breathing heavily. "Man, it's been too long. I'm out of shape." She kicked away a leprechaun and attacked a centaur who had taken the leprechaun's place. "I understand completely." I laughed and lunged forward to attack another leprechaun. He was taller than most, but there was no mistaking the mischievous glint in his eye. The Queen's army was flowing toward us in waves now. We were surrounded on 3 sides. 2 groups had gone up before heading toward us, so we were locked in. She really meant business, didn't she? Beth, maybe it's time to retreat. I turned and jumped around the bushes, hoping to get to the valley at the top of the hill. I heard a grunt, and Beth cried out. I whipped around to find her fighting several creatures at once. Fear seized me, and I ran for her, attacking anything that got in my way. Beth! Once Beth saw me coming, she retreated, but tripped over a large bush behind her and landed hard. As she tried to get up, a rather large, ugly troll snorted and raised his battle axe over his head just above her. I pulled on his luck as hard as I could and made him drop the axe behind him, hitting another troll. I ran down and grabbed Beth's wrist to help her up. She shouted a thanks and got back into fighting position. Retreating wasn't going to happen. I just hoped Adam and Jared would be back soon with some help. Are you hurt? I asked, knocking 2 goblins' heads together with my luck. Beth shook her head and lobbed a ball of herbs into the mouth of a troll. She cringed as she grabbed another one and threw it, her jaw clenching. She rubbed her shoulder but kept going. I lunged forward and twisted, chopping at 2 trolls at once. I could tell Beth was hurt, but she wasn't about to admit it. She kept going, and I just did my best to keep the other creatures from attacking her. April? I cried out. I couldn't heal Beth, but maybe the fairy could. She appeared above me, and her eyes widened when she saw what was going on. Let me try something. She dove away from a flying club and pulled out a flask. After dumping a pile of dust into her hand, she blew it toward the creatures. The dust caused an explosion that sent the creatures flying down the hill, knocking out others below them. What was that? I asked, as she continued to do the same thing to the creatures coming at us from the sides. She grinned. Gunpowder. Well, kind of. It's our version of it. Nice. Hey, I need you to heal her. I glared at Beth when she tried to argue. I think it's her shoulder. April flitted over to Beth, and I jumped back into the battle. The powder had only stalled them for a moment. Large human-like creatures with pointed ears stepped up to fight. It looked like Una's real army had arrived, and these were more disciplined. Elves and fairies stared at me with blank expressions as they readied their weapons. This fight was officially out of control. Can't we just talk about this? I said, holding my hands up. It looked like I was giving in. What I was actually doing was grabbing luck from the elves around me, except that the elves in the back seemed to be able to block me. I'd stay away from those. As one, the elves raised their weapons, ready to charge. Awesome. I backed up a few steps and ran into a large boulder. Depending on how deep in the ground the boulder was, I could push it down the hill. Only one way to find out. I pushed as hard as I could on the boulder with my luck, but it wouldn't budge. The elves took a step forward, and Beth knocked an arrow. Megan, you might want to try something else. Right. I tried a large willowy tree and pushed downward. With a loud groan, the tree fell forward, showering the army with leaves. The elves didn't move. They didn't even care that a large chunk of their army had just been smashed. Or did they? Their eyes had changed, and while their faces remained blank, I could have sworn a few of the mouths had turned down. Maybe? I looked down the hill toward where Una stood in her carriage. Her hands were outstretched, and the malicious look on her face made me shiver. By the look of it, these elves were being controlled by Una. More victims of someone else's madness. She wasn't any better than O'Malley. Beth, don't shoot them. They're not doing this on purpose. Look. I nodded toward the Queen. Beth's eyes narrowed, and she cursed under her breath. Can I go after her instead? Sure, just be careful. There was a sudden crashing in the forest above us. I spun around, sword out. Not more creatures to fight. We were already sandwiched in. It was right then that Queen Una ordered her army to move forward. I used my luck instead of my sword, trying to knock them out instead of actually killing them. A bolt suddenly flashed past my ear, hitting an elf in front of me. No! I whirled around to find Adam and Jared surrounded by thousands of fairies and other creatures. They were shooting arrows and blowing their dust onto the creatures below. I ran up the hill to Jared, Adam, and Mom to stop them before it got worse. Hold it! Hold it, guys! They're not our enemies. It certainly looks like they are. Adam aimed for another group of elves. I grabbed his crossbow. No, they're not. Watch the queen. She's controlling them. April flew up next to me, frantic. She's right. These aren't the same as the creatures we were fighting before. Adam lowered his weapon. Well, what are we supposed to do? They'll kill us if we don't stop them. I watched the queen for a moment. I had to break her concentration somehow. April, take your fairy friends and do your best to distract these guys. I'm going to try to get closer so I could take her down. April nodded and whistled. All the fairies turned to stare at her. Try to knock them out of their trance. These are our friends. The fairies darted toward the elves and started blowing whatever dust they had into their faces. Some helped awaken the elves, others did not. There were a few explosions here and there. Those who were pulled out of the trance rubbed their eyes and looked around in confusion. I made my way around them and ducked into the forest to get closer to the queen without getting caught. When I had a good view of the carriage where she stood, I shoved my luck into it and made the wheel fall apart, knocking her off balance. A shout of surprise came from behind me. The elves were free, but that didn't stop all the other creatures. The queen seemed to know exactly where I was when she stood and pointed to the forest. She shouted an order, and several larger creatures came after me. I worked on another wheel to make that one break before running back toward my friends. She wouldn't be going anywhere for a while. Except I forgot that this world had magic. Queen Una shrieked and shouted words in her fairy language. With a whoosh and a crack, the wheels were repaired. She spoke in a booming voice. Enough of these games. You have wasted precious time. I have a celebration to interrupt and a world to destroy. She sat in her carriage and barked a command before she rode quickly away. Those who were left in her guard followed after. Even though we'd defeated many, there were still a few thousand with her. Hey, Megan. Mom came up behind me, breathing hard. I jumped. Mom, you were supposed to stay with Adam. You could have been killed. Stop protecting me. I can do this. You and Adam are making me more vulnerable by keeping me away from everything. I stared at her. She had a point, but she was my mom. I just couldn't... Fine. Just let me do the fighting, okay? You can help out where it's needed. Mom nodded. Fair enough. So where are Beth and the others? The rest of the creatures followed the queen, so Adam and your friends are going over plans with Owen and the fairies. We need to get going. I pushed my way out of the forest and found the creatures who remained, kneeling down in front of me. Hi. Let's go. We need to stop the queen. Soon after, I heard the others catching up. Owen appeared in front of me, and I almost ran him over. He glared up at me. That's not how you treat us. I looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? We have a bad fairy going after my world. We need to get out there. That bad fairy was queen to all these people? They're at a loss for a leader. You may not think you're one, but you are. King Finvara sacrificed himself for you, and they all know it. Now, treat them how they should be treated, or they won't fight by your side. Owen pointed at the fairies behind me. I turned. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. Please help me stop Queen Una from doing any more damage, and I'll make sure you're all treated well. The cheers that came from the speech were worth it, but I still felt totally out of my league. I looked down at Owen. Was that good enough? He sighed. You're not one for speeches, are you? It'll have to do. Now, let's go. Dad said the Queen is almost to the border. Great. How do we get there faster? Owen turned to the fairies. Meet us at the portal. The fairies disappeared in groups, and soon we were alone. There was an eerie silence to the forest. Henry, Louis, and Patrika appeared shortly after. Louis cleared his throat. Okay, everyone take a hand. Beth, go with Owen. You're the smallest. I'll take Jared and Megan, and Henry will take Adam. Megan's mom will go with Patrika. Quickly, we must stop the Queen from entering the portal. Henry huffed. Who made you boss? I did. We don't have time to argue. I took advantage of their arguing to pull Patrika aside. Hey, can you do me a favor? Will you take my mom home? Her eyebrows raised. She won't like that. I know. I'll deal with that later. But I don't want her hurt. She's not trained to fight, and she has twins to raise. Please. Patrika nodded. Of course. Thank you. I stood and immediately had to duck a flying shoe Henry had thrown. Enough, you two. Let's go. We each took a leprechaun's hand. Jared winked at me over Louis's head just as Louis snapped his fingers. I felt a squeeze just as we appeared at the gateway. The others appeared not long after. Patrika showed up a few minutes later, looking frazzled. Was she mad? I asked. Aye. She tried to grab on as I was leaving, but I managed to get away. Perfect. It was a relief knowing Mom was home safe, even though that meant I'd be in trouble until I left for college, and probably long after that. I pulled out my sword and moved to the front of the group, along with Beth, Jared, and Adam. We were silent as we waited for the carriage to appear, which gave me time to survey the land. It was about the size of a football field before it was cut off by forest. While there were bushes and a stream nearby, the terrain was flat, which was welcome after the rocky hill we'd been fighting on. It wasn't long before we could hear the carriage, and murmurs broke out among my group. It was time. Chapter 28. Megan. Queen Una came around the corner with a triumphant smile on her face, until she saw us standing there. Her rage actually made me take a step back. This was one terrifying fairy we were dealing with. I turned toward the large army of elves and fairies. There were a good 1,000 behind me, bigger than my whole high school combined. Oi! I yelled, hopefully loud enough for everyone to hear. Okay, listen up. We need to stop her from getting through. You all take her servants, and I'll do what I can with her. The fairies pulled out their flasks and poured powder over themselves. They changed and grew to human size, then put the flasks back in their bags. My jaw dropped. How did you do that? Magic. April looked exactly the same with her spiked hair, just bigger. Well, yeah, but how? And why didn't you do it before? I'd seen Jacob and Una as human-sized fairies, but I just assumed it was because they were king and queen. April shrugged and pulled out a knife. No need. Now fight. Stop Queen Una, or this will all be in vain. Perfect. I pulled on the luck from Una's other servants and waited to figure out how to use it. Attacking the carriage hadn't worked. The forest was in the distance, so I couldn't use a tree branch. Out of my way, Queen Una demanded. Not on your life, I called back. This is my world, and you won't go near it. The queen laughed. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Out of my way. She shot out a burst of energy that hit us before we could move. I was knocked back and landed hard. Beth and Jared landed next to me. Adam was a little farther back, and he was helping others up. I coughed and rolled over. Okay, that hurt. This wasn't just throwing around leprechauns anymore. She was powerful, and she was very, very angry at me. Time to pull out all the stops. And I had no idea how to do that. Jared helped me up. You okay? Yeah, Well, no, I'm not. I ducked and pulled Jared down as the queen shot another ball of energy at us. I seem to have someone who hates me. Yeah, I see that. We should probably do something about her. Jared glanced around. I'll send fairies to fight her army and then just concentrate on the queen. You three will distract her. So much was left up to, well, luck. And that was something I could work with. Each of them nodded and took their positions. Oh, come on, Megan. You're not making this any fun for me. The queen pretended to pout and then let out a wild laugh. Oh, it was on. Attack! The fairies around me ran toward the queen and pulled out their weapons. There was sheer chaos between us and the queen. That was exactly what I needed right then. I turned to the others. Okay, we need to work together to stop her. I need as many distractions as possible so I can get to her. She's too strong otherwise. Adam nodded. I like it. Just don't do anything stupid. I never do. I grinned. Okay, let's do this. Adam and Beth took their places and waited for my signal. I dropped to the ground to avoid the fireball the queen had just thrown and shouted, Now! They let the arrows loose and quickly loaded up the next round. Jared helped me up and pulled out his sword. Go! I nodded toward the battle. Jared shook his head. I have to protect you. No, they need you over there. I can do this. If the battle gets closer to me, then by all means, come and save me. But for now, go fight. Jared nodded and ran for the group. I watched the battle, deciding where my luck was needed most. Everything seemed to be under control, so I concentrated on the queen. Beth and Adam had taken out most of her guard, so I pulled on the luck of the rest of them until they fell to the ground. I hoped they'd be okay. They could be evil like Una, but my guess was that they were also under her spell. I pushed some of the luck toward Jared to help him a little as he fought centaurs and a couple of trolls. He quickly had them down and moved on to the next creatures. It was helping in the main battle, but it wasn't doing anything to stop Una herself. My mind went back to the battle on the hill. Hey, April? I didn't know if I could still get her to come when she was so big, but it was worth a try. She appeared next to me holding a small knife. Yes? On my count, I need you and any other fairy you can get a hold of to blow your dust toward the queen. April nodded. Got it. I stopped a troll from taking off Jared's head by making it trip. Jared looked over at me in surprise, then grinned before going back into the battle. Once I saw a few of the fairies with powder in their hands, I yelled out, 1, 2, 3, blow! Together they blew on their powder, and I urged the wind to blow, then pushed it as hard as I could at the queen. The carriage was blasted into pieces, and the queen went flying. Whoa! That had gone better than I'd thought. Some smaller fairies closest to the queen quickly blew another handful of powder onto the carriage to make it burn. I couldn't help but laugh. Good luck putting the carriage back together after that. I pulled in more luck and waited for my next chance. The queen stood, brushed herself off, and let out a high-pitched shriek, which sent chills running down my spine. She went to one of the horses that had pulled her carriage and drew a long, beautiful sword from a scabbard that sparkled with gems. So you want to play dirty? Let's do it. She blasted fairies and other creatures away with balls of energy to make a pathway between us. I gulped and crouched into a fighting stance. Jared stepped in her way, but she flicked her hand and he went flying. My stomach dropped, but then my fear turned to anger. You don't touch him! I ran at her and swung at her waist. She met my blow with one of her own. She tisked. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to attack in anger? Didn't anyone tell you not to mess with someone's boyfriend? I went into a fighting stance to watch how she fought. Her face darkened. Oh, right. The king had just been killed. Because of me. She bared her teeth and attacked, making me step backward. Her sword skills were pretty impressive, from what I could tell, and she didn't seem to have a weakness in her stance. Instead of using luck against her, like I normally would, I had to use it on my own skills. I knew I was the weaker fighter. She suddenly whipped around, knocking me off balance. She hit me in the side, making me crumple to the ground with the wind knocked out of me. I knew I needed to stand. She could easily kill me where I was, and I wasn't about to let that happen. It took a lot of my energy, but I finally stood, favoring my right side. The mail I wore seemed to keep her sword from piercing my skin, but it didn't stop me from hurting. We continued the fight, and I had to pull luck from those around me to keep going. My ribs throbbed, and exhaustion was threatening to take over. By that time, my instincts had kicked in, and they were the only thing keeping me standing. I still hadn't seen Jared after he'd been knocked to the ground, but I couldn't afford to look for him. It was everything I could do just to stay alive. The smug expression on Una's face told me she knew it as well. "Megan," a voice whispered. I froze for a second, and then had to duck from a blow. I swung hard and connected with the Queen's shoulder. "Megan, you can do this. You must win," the voice whispered. It almost sounded familiar. The Queen attacked again, not caring that I was distracted. Or had she even heard it? No one else was close to us. They were all fighting their own battles. "You must rule here. The fairies need you." In a softer voice, I could have sworn I heard, "I need you." "Ethan?" The shock of his voice made me stop. It had to be him. I didn't see his form, but it was his voice I heard. "Megan, watch out!" Beth screamed just as the Queen made contact with my head using the hilt of her sword. I fell to the ground in a daze. The world was spinning, and I watched the Queen in slow motion as she raised her arms above her head and came down. From behind, I heard shouts of anger, and then the Queen's look of triumph turned to shock. She looked down to where a crossbow bolt stuck out of her shoulder, and a red stain spread below it. Another arrow hit her in the arm just below the bolt. Others followed behind. Queen Una's eyes went black, and her face began to change. I shook my head, trying to clear it so I could stand. I knew the blackness of her eyes from when I'd had to fight Bryce. Una was becoming a demon. Ethan appeared in front of me, still in a shadowy form. "Look, there's only one way you can take her down. You have to get her crown and her wings. Once those are gone, she'll die. Got it?" I wasn't sure what to think of him, but we had no other options but to listen to what he said. I nodded and backed up a little. I felt my friends come and stand next to me, weapons ready. I rubbed my finger across the ring Jared had given me. I really hoped it would keep helping us. I held up my sword and concentrated on the Queen. Getting that crown off might be easy-ish, but getting her wings? I had no idea how to do that. The Queen straightened. She was a good 8 feet tall, with long spiked wings. Her white dress was replaced with a black gown that stretched over her shiny black skin. Bryce was nothing compared to this thing. I shivered. I could do it. I had to beat her. Her laugh dripped with insanity. "You fools! Don't you know that your mortal weapons have nothing on me? I'll destroy each of you one by one." She swiped her hand, and we dove out of the way. Beth stood up and aimed. "No, but we can sure drive you crazy. Not that it's a long trip." The Queen roared as the arrow struck her in the eye. She batted at it, but couldn't get it loose. Adam shot her in the stomach and followed quickly with another bolt. Jared and I attacked her legs. As soon as she was on the ground, I ran forward, grabbed the crown, and yanked. That won't work. She had it attached so no one would defeat her. Ethan floated next to me. I growled in frustration and sliced it off her head with a thunk. The crown rolled away and landed at Beth's feet. "Grab it, Beth!" I had to back up as the Queen shrieked and lifted her head. What have you done? She reached up to her head and felt for the crown. It's gone! What have you done? I wasn't finished yet, though. I slammed my sword into her wings and sliced them off. I expected them to be heavy, but they were light, like feathers. They shattered, and as the pieces hit the ground, the dust turned into water that ran into a nearby stream. I looked down at the queen. Your time to reign is finished. These creatures deserve someone who will rule them in fairness, not control their minds. She sobbed into the ground, and I turned toward the portal. My job was done here, and I really needed to get to the other side. Megan, watch out! Beth screamed. I was grabbed from behind, and the queen held me to her chest with her sword against my neck. I couldn't breathe, and her grip was tight enough that I couldn't move enough to get free. You will pay. Every day you will wake up in the morning, miserable because of what you've lost, she whispered. She dropped the sword and held her bloody hand out toward the portal. She spoke ancient words, and a flash of light hit the portal. She held my head, making sure I watched as it shrank. Shouts came from both sides as creatures scrambled to get through. Grandma stood next to the portal near Phantom Falls, her eyes wide as the portal flashed and closed completely. I was trapped. Chapter 29. Jared. Jared watched in horror as the queen closed the portal. He ran for the opening, but it had already closed. No! Swiping at the spot did nothing but hit empty air. He whipped around to face Louie. Can you get me back there? My mom needs me. Louie looked down at his hands. You'd leave Megan? I don't know. Megan was still held by the queen, her eyes wide. Can we just try? I'll come right back to save her. I just need to know. Jared knew he was failing Megan. He knew this was the worst possible time to leave, but he had to find a way for them to get back. Louie sighed. Sure. Jared took Louie's hand and watched him snap his fingers, and then snap again. I am sorry, Jared. We're stuck here. Louie wouldn't meet his eyes as he turned and headed back to Megan. Jared wanted to throw something. If the queen wasn't already half dead, he would have gone after her himself. His chance to go back to his family was gone. His mom, his sister, everything was gone. The only thing left was Megan. He watched her stand there, staring at the fairy she'd just destroyed. Her hair blew in her face, hiding the anguish. She was enough for him. He just hoped he could be enough for her. He jogged back to where they stood in the clearing. Queen Una fell next to Megan, gasping for air. Ethan floated over and stood next to the two of them. Jared pulled out his sword, anger coursing through him. He wasn't about to let Ethan take Megan as well. Get away from her. He pushed through the crowd, but Adam grabbed his arm. Wait, it's fine. Watch. Adam's grip released, but he didn't let go. Megan pushed herself up and rubbed her throat. Is she dead? Ethan shook his head. No, but she's close. Megan stood and stared at the queen, who had transformed back into her fairy self. Megan wiped a tear away as she slid her sword into her belt. Jared felt a lump in his throat. These creatures had just lost their queen. He moved forward to comfort Megan, and this time, Adam let him go. He wrapped her in his arms and let her sob while he stroked her hair. After several moments, she finally pushed away and wiped her face. Are you ready? Ethan asked. He looked unsure of himself. Megan nodded. Owen? Louie? I could use your help. I need you to help me guide the spirit. Louie nodded, and Owen stared at her with wide eyes. Fairies surrounded the group, and as one, they pulled on the dark spirit that was in Ethan, and then Megan pushed it toward the queen's body. Ethan fell to the ground, and Megan grabbed for him. Jared rushed over to help her lay him down softly. What just happened? He asked. He glanced between the two bodies laying side by side. Ethan didn't want to be the Fardorcha anymore. I told him I'd try to help him get rid of the spirit. She looked up at Jared with tears in her eyes. He saved me, Jared. He told me how to defeat her. Jared nodded and stared down at the boy. Beth came over with April and knelt down next to Ethan. She took the potions April handed her and mixed them up. Adam raised Ethan's head while Beth poured the fluid into his mouth. Ethan coughed and bolted upright, gasping for breath. Megan grinned. Did it work? Ethan looked at his arms and felt his chest. Yes, I think it did. And just in time, too. Watch. The queen's body disintegrated into 1,000,000 pieces and floated away on the wind. Everywhere the dust landed, flowers bloomed into brilliant colors, her last tribute to the fairy world. Chapter 30. Megan. I had just killed the queen of the fairies. I should have been glad that I'd saved the other creatures from her reign, but I couldn't. I hated battles. Yes, they made life a little more exciting, but I hated the killing part. At least she was back with Jacob again, right? Because of what we'd just done, this was now home for me, Beth, Jared, and Adam. At least Grandma knew what had happened. She could let Dad know. Jared pulled me into a hug and kissed my forehead. You did it. Yeah, I did it all right. I made a bigger mess than what we'd had before I came here. Jared laughed. Yes, well, they came after you. You didn't have much of a choice. I sighed. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this mess. I'm sorry that you won't make it home. I'm sorry you're going to miss out on your basketball scholarship. Jared lifted my chin and gazed into my eyes. I admit, I was upset. I hate to admit that I even tried to go back, but we'll find a way to get home. I know we will. Beth stood next to me. He's right, you know. There's got to be a portal somewhere, even if this one is broken. Owen tugged on my shirt. Megan? I hate to break up the party, but you might want to see this. He gestured behind me. I turned and gasped. All the creatures surrounding us were kneeling, their heads bowed. Louis and Owen stepped back, and they pulled their hats off to bow as well. No, not you two. Never. I lifted their heads, blushing. Ethan walked over to stand by us. Are you ready for this? Ready for what? I looked between him and Louis. Ethan turned to the crowd and raised his arms above his head. All hail Queen Megan! All hail Queen Megan! The crowd repeated back. My heart nearly stopped. What in the world had I just done? This has been More Than Just Luck by Jaclyn Weist, narrated by Amy Hilburn.